runs as efficiently as possible. And so I would expect all delegates and visitors to cooperate politely when stewards are advising you. Remember, the stewards have given their time freely to allow this conference to go ahead. I'm looking forward to respectful debates this weekend that will show our party at its best, with speakers representing the rich mix of talent, experience and expertise that we know exists across and within our party. So I hope you all enjoy the weekend, and thank you very much for listening, conference. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you. Okay. Right, we've got an issue with the lectern mic, I think, so which we're going to try and sort out. So I think we can move on and do the...
I can take the Treasurer's report.
Yeah, so I'm now going to take the Treasurer's report. Sorry, we're jumping the agenda slightly, but...
No, that's correct.
Oh, is it correct on the agenda? Sorry, my script says the Treasurer's report's coming later. So we take the Treasurer's report, and... as our Treasurer, Deb Davis, who's done an amazing amount of work this year, unfortunately she's not able to join us this year, and so with conference approval, I'll be giving the Treasurer's report for the year. So I don't see anybody objecting, that's great. I will now present the report and the financial statements for the financial years ending on December the 31st of 2024. This report is prepared to help meet the obligations under the Political Parties, Elections and Referendum Act of 2000. First, I'd like to offer thanks to the Auditor David Gale for his work on the accounts, and I'd also like to place on record sincere thanks to our affiliates and members for their donations last year. Those donations helped us to deliver exceptional campaigns during the year. And finally, it's my pleasure to present the report and financial statements to conference. As the accounts are signed off by auditors, I have no qualifying comments to make and will present the report for your approval. So can I seek approval from conference to accept the Treasurer's report? Thank you. Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. So that's accepted. And again, with thanks to Deb for the tremendous work that she's done over the 12 months. Right. Yeah, so we're going to have a short pause, but I don't want everybody drifting out. So can you just all talk amongst yourselves and decide about what your next canvassing session is going to be in your particular areas, and just sign people up and do all that sort of thing, and make sure they all know where they're.
Don't leave the hall.
Yeah, please don't leave the hall though. That's that. So those of you who run campaign sessions can sign people up for their next campaigning sessions, and golden opportunity for you to do that. There we go.
morning, conference. My name is Ellen Heaton and I'm a councillor in Prestatyn East and serve as the Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care at Denbighshire County Council. When we last met here in Llandudno, we were celebrating all the hard work we as a party put into securing an historic election win and ending 14 years of Tory chaos. It was a significant moment for us all and meant that two Labour governments could work together to invest in our public services and secure a fairer future for working people. Now, as we meet here in Llandudno once again, we are looking ahead to the most important election in the history of devolution. Everything we have worked for and delivered for the people of Wales over the last 26 years is at stake, and the risk of divisive political agendas has never been greater. But we are also presented with a unique opportunity. We now have a UK government that is back in Wales and recognising not only the record of delivery that we have here, but also the enormous potential this country has. We have two Labour governments working together to empower local communities, fight for our NHS, invest in our towns and cities, and put more money in people's pockets. And all of this is possible because we have two strong Labour leaders we now have in government, Kier Starmer and Lyned Morgan. So, as we look towards another historic election in 2026, it's time to show what we can do with two Labour governments at the helm. It's time to show what our two Labour leaders can do with power and partnership and ambitious plans for the future. Today, it is my honour to welcome the man who has led us to that incredible general election victory, our Prime Minister, Kier Starmer, with this short video.
Kier Starmer. Ac nawr, rydym yn croesawu ein prif weinidog, Kier Starmer.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you, conference. And thank you, Ellen. That was absolutely fantastic. And I don't think you mentioned that you were 22 when you were first elected. And I think you're the youngest member of a cabinet anywhere in Wales. So fantastic, Ellen. And it's really great to be back here for this conference, to enjoy once more the beauty of Wales and the hospitality, of course, of the Welsh people. And yesterday, I was up at the Trainee Pilot Centre at RAF Valley up in Anglesey, which is incredible. Beautiful place, incredible people. And I had the chance to meet the families of those that are training there. They're training to be pilots to go from Anglesey off to further training then to the front line. But to them and their families, I had the great honour of announcing that our Armed Forces Covenant, our promise to treat our forces with the respect and dignity that they deserve, will be put fully into law, because this country will always stand by those who have stood up for us. And that is what this government was elected to do, to serve the millions of people who serve this country. And can you believe it? As Ellen said, it's almost a year since the general election. A year since we kicked the Tories completely out of Wales, painted the nation red, with a record 27 Welsh Labour MPs, many of them here in the room with us this morning. And if this first year was about clearing up the mess the Tories left, a vital and necessary task, now our focus is firmly on the future, ushering in the next phase of this government. And that's what the Chancellor began in the spending review earlier this month. A Labour spending review by a Labour government making Labour choices. And just look at the difference here in Wales. £22.5 billion per year for the next 3 years. That's an extra £5 billion for the Welsh Government. 16,500 jobs with 2 new free ports in the Celtic Sea and Anglesey, 2 new investment zones in Wrexham and Flintshire and Newport and Cardiff, connecting communities with a £445 million investment into railways in Wales, upgrading the Core Valley line, improving links between key industries, and building 5 new stations across Wales, and more than £200 million for local growth funds. Not just this year, not just next year, but every year for the next 3 years. That's your victory conference. That's the difference that you make. A Wales back in the service of working people. And look, we're only just getting started. There is still a lot more to do to deliver the change that people voted for last year. And I want to thank Eluned, a fierce champion for Wales, a fantastic First Minister, putting her heart and soul into delivering for this country, and the best person to lead Wales into the future. And Carolyn and Joe, my colleagues and my friends, who fought for Wales every step of the way, making sure that the people of Wales are at the forefront of what we're doing in Westminster. Because, conference, let me tell you, in everything I do, on home or on the world stage, I know who I am fighting for. I know who's in my mind's eye, the important thing in politics. The Welsh workers that I speak to at businesses like Airbus in Broughton, or the Breckfast Forest wind farm, the communities I visited on the campaign trail last year, from Abergavenny to Carmarthen. Because let me tell you this, the world is changing around us. We've entered a new era. That's in defence, in trade, in industry, in technology. In fact, across the board. Change that has and will impact almost every aspect of our lives. Now, previous governments have made a choice to stick their heads in the sand, pretend it's not happening. And working people have paid the price with rising insecurity, bills that went through the roof because of our exposure to energy markets controlled by tyrants like Putin, politicians who didn't make the investment we needed in the technology and industries of the future, which meant not just the loss of jobs, loss of income, but also the loss of a way of life, including in communities here in Wales. I know that. I know how tough that is. And that's why this government is making different choices, even when they are difficult, like welfare. We cannot take away the safety net that vulnerable people rely on, and we won't. But we also can't let it become a snare for those who can and want to work. And everyone agrees that our welfare system is broken, failing people every day. A generation of young people written off for good, and the costs spiralling out of control. Fixing it is a moral imperative, but we need to do it in a Labour way, conference. And we will. Protecting those who need it most. Investing millions in mental health support. Reforming our NHS so people aren't stuck on waiting lists for years on end. building council homes for people to build their lives around, programmes and good jobs to get people back into work, and the stronger rights that workers deserve. More opportunities, more homes, better support conference. That is the Labour way. Our job is to rise to the moment, finally, to fix what is broken and seize the changes that are happening so we can make them work for working people. I know that this is possible. Take our 3 trade agreements conference. Now, people said it couldn't be done. What they meant was they couldn't do it. The hat trick of deals with the world's largest economy, the US. Remember, for years, people talked about the US deal. We came along and we did it. With the world's fastest growing economy, India. The Tories talked about that one for 8 years. Remember that? We came along and we did it. And the world's biggest trading bloc, the EU. People said, well, you can't have a deal with the EU and the US. And we came along, conference, and we did it. All of those trade deals boosting Welsh businesses, like Penderyn Whisky, an iconic Welsh brand, with better market access to overseas markets, putting more money in the pockets of Welsh people, cutting prices for Welsh shoppers, but also building brand Wales across the world. Because the truth is that today our alliances are the currency of security. And in a more dangerous world, national security is economic security. This is the argument we must make and the argument we must win. Our enemies think that we should turn our back on the world, but we know we cannot afford to ignore reality. And at the NATO summit earlier this week, we played a key part in ensuring that the alliance emerged stronger, fairer, and better able to deal with the challenges that we face. I committed 5% to defence spending, playing our part on the world stage, keeping Wales safe. But at the same time, ensuring that we invest the increased spend in jobs and technology in Wales, good, well-paid, skilled jobs. A defence dividend, if you like. Not just for the 6,000 defence jobs already in Wales, but for many more to come. A defence dividend felt in the pockets of working people. And as we mark Armed Forces Day, we will continue to treat our forces with the respect they deserve, with the largest pay rise for the military in 20 years, putting veterans at the front of the queue for social housing, upgrading 800 military homes in Wales, so our heroes have the homes that they deserve. So yes, conference, we will keep our country safe. We will build on our strengths here at home. And that, of course, is what our modern industrial strategy is all about. We launched it earlier this week. It was a really proud moment for all of us. A turning point for the UK and Wales. A new relationship between business and government. And a springboard for investment and growth. From aerospace in North Wales to the world's first compound semiconductor cluster in South Wales. A relentless focus on the industries of tomorrow, with £30 million for local innovation in Wales, crowding in investment with the National Wealth Fund, cutting energy bills for business by up to 25%. They've been asking for that for a very, very long time to make us more competitive with other countries. What a difference that will make for businesses like Port Talbot, creating thousands upon thousands of good, well-paid jobs, a better, brighter future for Wales. But while we're planning the future, there are those who are firmly stuck in the past. Take Farage. When you ask him about Clacton, he thinks it's running in the 210 at Ascot. a wolf in Wall Street clothing. Because Reform claim to be the party of patriotism while sucking up to Putin and abusing our armed forces online. They say they're the party of workers, while they vote against workers' rights, intending to charge people to use the NHS and plan unfunded tax cuts for billionaires. We already know what happens when you make billions of pounds of unfunded tax commitments conference. It's Liz Truss all over again. So no, Nigel Farage isn't interested in Wales. He's interested in Nigel Farage. And he takes people for fools. Just look what he said earlier this month. Going to Port Talbot, pretending he's got a plan to reopen a blast furnace, when he's got no idea what he's talking about. And he's got no plan at all. Let's be clear what Reform's plans would mean in practice. Cancelling the electric arc furnace. That's cancelling the construction work that's on track to start in just a few weeks' time. Cancelling. Cancelling the 5,000 jobs it will bring. That tells you everything you need to know about Reform. Not creating jobs, throwing jobs away. Now, while he's looking backwards, we're looking forward to the future. You all know the mess we inherited from the last government on Port Talbot conference. I've been there a number of times to talk to the workers and apprenticeships. I promised them before the election that this government would future-proof their industry, which is why we've committed to the future of Welsh steel, backing communities in Port Talbot, and delivering a fully funded £80 million transition board to support the shift to green steel. Port Talbot will continue to play a vital role in steel production, in our clean energy mission, and in manufacturing for decades to come. But at the same time, we're investing in carbon capture, in hydrogen production, offshore wind, that will create thousands of good jobs and boost living standards across the country. Wales will be at the heart of the clean energy revolution. And conference, we're doing right by mining communities. In the spending review, we announced £118 million for coal tip safety. That's on top of the £25 million from the budget last year to keep communities safe. And the First Minister lobbied for that and delivered for Wales. And I am proud that we righted the historic injustice of mine workers' pensions. So mine workers will get the pensions that are rightfully theirs. So next year it's a clear choice. Two Labour governments working together for the people of Wales, continuing on the course of change that we've set, with almost £5 billion extra for Wales, money for employment support and training to break down the barriers to opportunity, money for neighbourhoods driving growth and restoring pride in your community, more money for the NHS, for infrastructure, more money for the people of Wales. Or there's the other option, the risk of rolling back all the progress we're making, a return to the chaos and division of the last decade, a backroom stitch-up between the Tories, Reform and Plaid. And once again, it will then be working families left to pick up the bill. Whether that's with Reform or with Plaid's determination to cut Wales off from the rest of the country, with no plan to put Wales back together. No conference. People do want change, urgently. I know that. These other parties, they talk a big game. But who is actually delivering it? Who's delivering the record uplift in Welsh funding? Labour. Who raised the minimum wage, putting £1,400 in the pockets of the lowest paid? Labour. Who's saving families £150 on their energy bills this winter? It's Labour. Who secured the triple lock, extended the carers allowance, made pensioners £400 better off? It's Labour. Who's delivered stronger works for writers, for workers? Sick pay, maternity, ending fire and rehire. It's Labour. This is the party that's got wages rising faster in the first 10 months than the Tories managed in 10 years. This is the government that's cutting bills and creating jobs. This is the movement that will rebuild Britain and renew Wales. So when people ask you, who's got the interests of working people at heart, the answer each and every time is Labour. It's always been the Labour Party. It always will be the Labour Party. The party of working people across every corner and community of this country. A stronger union with Labour, a richer nation with our plan for change, and a brighter future with Eluned Morgan as First Minister of Wales. Thank you, conference. Diolch. Enjoy your conference. Eluned. Yeah, good.
Exactly. We're on the same page.
Yeah. You're on this afternoon.
Yeah, we're the same, more or less the same thing in a different way.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you very much.
See you later, Joe.
Well done.
See you later. See you later. See you later. Thanks very much. Enjoy your conference. Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
Much, Kier. You're always welcome here in Wales, and it's wonderful to have a UK Labour government working in partnership with the Welsh government. So that's great, and I think we're all inspired now to go out and get those doors knocking. So we're now going to move on to the address by our Secretary of State for Wales, Joe Stevens. So over to you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Conference. It's so good, it's so good to see so many of you from across our trade union and labour movement here today in Llandudno. And a year into my role as Secretary of State for Wales, it's been an enormous privilege to work with Labour colleagues across both the UK and Welsh governments and in our local councils throughout Wales. But I want to give a special thank you to Nia Griffith, Becky Gittins, Ruth Anderson and Anna McMorrin for their hard work at the Wales office over the past year. And to all our Welsh Labour MPs who have tirelessly advocated for their constituents every single day of the past year since our landslide general election victory. They do a brilliant job. Thank you. And as we approach the anniversary of that victory, we remind ourselves that it was a victory delivered through the strength of our common endeavour, those words on the back of our membership cards. And look at what we've achieved together. 2 Labour governments investing in Wales's future, in our economy, in our public services, and in our people. And when we came into office, our economic inheritance was dreadful, as you know. We set to work fixing the foundations and urgently tackling those many crises that the Tories had left behind. Nowhere more so than in Port Talbot. So within 10 weeks, a better deal negotiated with Tata, with improved support for every single worker impacted. £1.3 billion invested in Port Talbot for a new electric arc furnace, and the construction of which, as you've just heard, will begin in the next few weeks by locally contracted firms. And we have created the conditions for future investment so the town and our steel communities have a bright and long-term future. Now contrast that with the Tories. They left the transition board completely unfunded. I've never been so horrified as the day I found out that that £80 million promised to people who were losing their jobs didn't exist. Not a single penny went out of the door of the Transition Board to support steel communities in 10 months under the Tories. But in the same number of months, this Labour government fully funded the £80 million promised to support steel workers, their families and businesses through the transition to green steel making. Not just in Port Talbot, but supporting Llandudno and Trostre too. And today I want to pay tribute to our steel communities and to Community Union and to GMB and to Unite for all their work supporting their members and their families. Now, from that Transition Board fund, we've supported steel workers to reskill, retrain and set up their own businesses. And earlier this week, I spent some time with a former Tata employee, Martin, who has Transition Board funding, Transition Board funding, has set up his own mental health and counselling business to support his former colleagues. Martin is already employing people and he plans to employ more. And he's just one example of many success stories. But I think his story tells us everything we need to know about our steel communities. They look after each other. And Conference, we will never stop supporting our Welsh steel communities. And that's why today I'm announcing an £11.8 million economic growth and investment fund, jointly funded by the UK Labour government and by Tata. And this fund is going to support businesses to invest and create new jobs in the region, supporting long-term growth. And this follows our announcement in the spending review of a further £80 million investment for port infrastructure in Port Talbot. And then just last week, the Crown Estate announced the 2 developers who will deliver a new generation of floating offshore wind farms, the largest in the world in the Celtic Sea. This is going to deliver billions of pounds in investment, over 5,000 new jobs. It's going to power 4 million homes with clean electricity and bring down energy bills. Conference, this is a huge vote of confidence in Wales and the UK's offshore wind sector at a time of global volatility, putting us right at the forefront of a new industry and opening up even more opportunities for export in the future for our people here in Wales and supply chain businesses. You might be able to tell I am so excited about the opportunities that this is creating for people in Wales. And a few months ago, I met a young woman apprentice, Libby, at Dragon LNG in Milford Haven. Some of you will know Dragon. Now, Libby is a qualified hairdresser, which is a very useful qualification, obviously. But she saw an advert for apprenticeships in the renewable energy sector, and she's now training to be a clean energy engineer. She's got a good, secure, well-paid career ahead of her. And it means she doesn't need to leave Pembrokeshire to learn or to earn, something that she told me was crucially important to her. So that's a Labour government investing in our new industries, in new jobs, with a plan to make Wales the best place to invest in the world. And our UK modern industrial strategy that Kier mentioned, published earlier this week, if you look at it, it tells a powerful Welsh story. And both our Labour governments have worked closely on the industrial strategy and with businesses up and down Wales, because this is as much their plan as it is ours. The strategy is robust, strategic and unashamedly long-term. And it leverages our free ports, our investment zones and our highly skilled workforce and will create tens of thousands of jobs. Conference, this is Wales leading the way. Together we are investing to improve our economy and creating the jobs of the future. And because we are Labour governments, these jobs will be secure, unionised jobs in every part of the country. And because we are Labour governments, 160,000 workers in Wales are getting a record pay rise this year. And because we are Labour governments, wages are going up, employment is up, economic inactivity is down, and interest rates have fallen 4 times. People across our nation expect nothing less. We are the Labour Party and work is in our name. Now, when Kier appointed me as Secretary of State, I made no secret of the fact that I wanted to end the Tories' historic underfunding of Welsh Rail. I made it my number one priority. I was very public about that. Because for years, the Tories peddled lies and false promises on rail, chronically underfunding Wales and riding roughshod over the Welsh Government in the process. Well, I can tell you, Conference, we have put an end to that because I worked closely with Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander and Welsh Cabinet Secretary Ken Skates at the spending review, and the Chancellor announced nearly £500 million to invest in new stations, faster trains and more capacity on our rail network. So money for the Welsh Government to continue their excellent work on upgrading the core valley lines, and money to ensure a pipeline of future rail projects. Because our rail transformation journey has just begun and it's not stopping anytime soon. Conference, this is what happens when two Labour governments work together. We invest in our economy, we invest in our public services, and we invest in our people. Now, nowhere has the damage of Tory austerity been more apparent than in our public services. But because we now have two Labour governments, Wales will have an extra £5 billion over the next 3 years to invest in those public services which we all rely on every single day. And we protected every single penny and Wales's share of the UK structural funds, and Wales got the best deal of any UK nation. And unlike the Tories, we have fully funded Welsh Government's crucial work at their request to keep coal tips safe. £143 million delivered because we know that keeping Wales safe is our first responsibility. We're investing billions into our national security, committing to spending 5% of GDP on defence and recruiting 13,000 more neighbourhood police and PCSOs, keeping the country safe, making our streets safe and keeping people safe. And our two Labour governments are working together to keep those NHS waiting lists falling, to build more social housing, to regenerate our high streets and to keep Wales safe. Because, Conference, that is what happens when two Labour governments are working together. We've invested in our economy, in our public services, in our people, and, Conference, we have ended Tory austerity. And together, we're going to make sure that that austerity is never imposed on Wales again. Now, meanwhile, Plaid will continue to complain from the sidelines, because that's what they do. But ask them this: could all of that investment that Labour has made in Wales happen if they got the chance to put their divisive plans into action to rip the UK apart? Why did they vote against hundreds of millions of pounds more for our NHS, for our schools, transport and business support? And, Conference, they voted against the Welsh Labour government investing millions of pounds into keeping coal tips safe. Remember to tell people about that. So who's going to deliver the best deal for Wales? Is it Rhys ap Iorwerth and Nigel Farage? Or is it Eluned Morgan and our two Labour governments working together? Because, Conference, you know that when we work together, we deliver for Wales. And in less than a year, we will, as we heard at the start of Conference this morning, face the most important election in the history of devolution. Our opponents are two sides of the same coin. Plaid and Reform are divisive nationalists determined to rip our country apart. One's got no plan to pay for the NHS, and another one has got plans to sell it off to the highest bidder. They will destroy the work we've done to create those thousands of jobs in renewable energy, in advanced manufacturing and in defence. They'll stop our free prescriptions. They'll halt the progress made on waiting lists. Look at what we've achieved so far. We cannot let that be put at risk in May. So we must fight for every vote. and we must win this election. And we must win it by the strength of our common endeavour, just like we did last year. So, conference, thank you, and I'll see you all on the campaign trail. That was great.
Thank you. Joe, and thank you for all your incredible work and with your team of Welsh MPs as well. So thanks very much, and we're so glad that you're there fighting on behalf of Wales alongside the Welsh Government. So diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you very much. I think we're going to move on now to do the WEC report and the Welsh Policy Forum report.
Take a brief moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And just remind delegates that the WEC and the WGF report were available at the party start.
Okay. So as we move towards the WEC report and the Welsh Policy Forum report, if delegates haven't seen a copy, it's available on the Welsh Labour Party stand, which is just outside the conference hall here. Somebody's got a mobile phone off. If you can just put it to silent, please, that would be great.
Thank you, Robin.
If you're staying, I'm staying.
Why is it?
We will.
I'm going as well.
There you go. See you later.
Sorry, I thought I'm going.
Mixed up.
Yeah, we're running way early.
I know we are, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so we now move to the WEC report and the Welsh Policy Forum report. So I, as chair, will formally move the WEC report, and I'm also moving the Welsh Policy Forum report, which updates on progress following last year's conference and the Women's Conference, and outlines the next phase of policy development ahead of the 2026 elections. So I can see we've got some interest in people wanting to come and speak. So, yeah, one, yeah, and then the two there, and then person over there, yeah. Okay.
I don't normally take speakers on
No,
this,
no, but we're running ahead of time.
Is it working? Is it working?
No, it's not.
Can you hear me?
Can we have a mic for the rostrum, please? Try again.
Shall I try again?
Yeah,
Oh, you can hear me. Bronwyn Davis, Cardiff North, but here as a WEC member representing women. I'm sorry, I need to draw attention to a correction that I think should be made in the Welsh Executive Committee report. Under point 3, the Women's Committee, it's a very brief report, but I think it's important that it's accurate. The Women's Committee officers are Diane Green as chair, Jane Gebbie as vice chair. The secretary is actually Morgan Fackrell from Cardiff South. Sophie Thompson is the women's officer from Welsh Labour who kindly supports the committee. So I'd like to point that out.
Yeah,
Thank
okay,
you.
thanks very much, Bronwyn. Yeah. Who did I mention? Somebody over there wanted to speak? Oh, you're there, okay.
Morning conference. Dylan Lewis Rowlands from Unite Cymru, moving that we reference back the WEC report, specifically because of a motion passed at near unanimous conference in 2022 regarding devolution of the rule book. That motion said that there should be a report back to conference via WEC. There has not been a report back in this report. Until we have that report back, we should reference back this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. There is no opportunity to move a reference back on the WEC report, but we've noted what you've said. Thank you.
Diolch, Cadeirydd, a bore da gynhadledd. Ben Gwelchmai o Sir Drefaldwyn a Llandudno. Good morning all. I was also going to reference back the WEC report because as a long-time visitor but first-time speaker, I was hoping we'd have a dusty, dry conversation about the importance of process this morning. I'm hoping there is opportunity to at least discuss the 2023 motion on the further devolution of the rulebook. In that motion, it was voted for almost unanimously in the hall that Welsh Labour would consult with the membership. So last year we saw on the WEC report that there were talks between UK and Welsh Labour. Can conference have an update, please? Thank you. And the further devolution of the rulebook was passed, and we were told that the membership would be consulted, but we haven't been told when this will happen. So, can conference have, thank you, Chair, that's great to see, and at least a small timetable. And finally, this is an opportunity to energise our membership, to bring in a rulebook that is tailored to our needs, and an opportunity to make the rulebook...
Speech, sorry, Delegate, so just make your point.
Sure, yeah.
We'll move on.
Conference, I hope you'll join us in, if not referencing back, getting more information and having a detailed discussion. Deal.
Yeah, thank you. And actually what we're going to do is we'll look at the WEC report, and we probably will put an addendum to the Welsh Executive report on where we're up to with the particular issue that both delegates have raised. And there was a final speaker somewhere over... No? Not there. Okay, that's fine. So, so can I now ask for a vote on the WEC report? So all those in favour of the WEC report, please show. Thank you. Those against? Carries. Okay, that does carry. Thank you. And the Welsh Policy Forum report, again, can I ask all those in favour to show? Okay. Thank you. And those against? No, so that carries as well. So thanks very much for that.
We're now moving to our next debate, but we're having a short delay because we're missing some people.
Okay, so we're now going to move on, but we are just going to have another little sort of... Oh no, we're here now. We've got people. People are here. We were looking for them, so they're all here. So we're going to move on now to our next... or to our first debate of conference this conference, and it's a debate on the opportunity for every family. And I invite you to turn your attention just to a short video that is going to take place.
At the heart of this government is caring, looking after our youngest generation.
I'm really happy with the investment the Welsh Government have put into education to make sure that my children have got everything they need to do well in life.
I learned loads of really invaluable information that's going to be useful to me as I begin to navigate my career beyond studies.
I've got a 3-year-old called Taran.
I've got 2 children. I'm currently studying my master's degree at Cardiff University.
My older son, we started secondary in September. He was diagnosed age 4 with ASD, and school have always been really supportive.
Taran is going to go into primary school next year. We're proud to be going through the Welsh medium. The support of Welsh education is something that's so important to us as a family.
My younger daughter was able to attend a local nursery through the Flying Start programme. She was born just prior to the COVID pandemic. Having that sort of first step into being with other children and all the support that the nursery gave us was really helpful in making sure she was ready for school then.
The free school meals for all children is transformative. That is a guarantee that these children that are coming in aren't hungry in the morning.
But also it really helps in terms of making sure they've got a varied diet.
My wife is a teacher, my mum was a teacher, my dad was a teacher. I know how much they do, and to see this Welsh Labour government coming out in support of that with a 5.5% pay rise is really, really, really encouraging.
One thing that was really useful to me while I was studying was the maintenance loan that I received from Welsh Government. It really helped me to be able to focus on my studies.
wife is pregnant with our second in October, and there is no doubt in my mind that they will be supported through its fantastic education system. I'm excited for their future and their future prospects.
Hello, conference. I am not Anne Jones, as you know. I'm Tom Hoyles, and I will be chairing this debate. So let's open it up now. Can we move to... I will invite Lynn Eagle, MS, to deliver the opening speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's a privilege to address conference for the first time as Cabinet Secretary for Education. Every day since I've been in this post, I have been driven by a purpose, delivering for our children and young people, which is central to delivering opportunity for every family. Delivering on the people's priorities is our Labour purpose. As we head into the Senedd election, we need to show how we are putting this into practice to deliver for people across Wales and how we'll go on doing that to meet the challenges of the future. Conference, that purpose is what's at stake in this election. If we really value it, we need to get out there and campaign for it. That's how we've won before, and we need to do it again. We have delivered for children by rolling out universal free school meals to every primary school in Wales, ensuring no primary school child is trying to learn with an empty tummy. And now we are making food in schools healthier to maximise the benefits of these free school meals for children across Wales, reflecting the motion passed at our last conference in November. We've delivered for young people with the best education maintenance allowance anywhere in the UK. Scrapped by the Tories in England, not increased for years in Scotland or Northern Ireland, but in Wales £40 a week, and this year available to even more young people. We're also increasing the Welsh Government Learning Grant, opening up education and training to more adult learners. We have delivered for children and young people through brand new school buildings up and down the country. While the Tories left school buildings to crumble in England, we have invested £4 billion in our communities over a decade in partnership with local government. And more communities are benefiting through our community-focused schools throughout Wales. There is a lot to be proud of, but we can't shy away from the fact that there is much more to do. Our purpose is never complete, because nothing is more important than delivering for our children and young people's futures. When I came into post, I said that good mental health and well-being would be the platform on which our education system would be built, and I meant it. That's why we are putting in place a whole school approach to mental health and well-being in every school, because we know children and young people won't achieve unless their mental health is supported. We are the only part of the UK where a right to school counselling for all learners from age year 6 and above is enshrined in Welsh law. And we already have child and adolescent mental health teams providing in-reach in all our schools. Of course, for children to learn, they need to be in school. We're tackling the causes of low attendance by investing millions of pounds in family engagement officers in every local authority, because every day and every lesson matters. And we're investing millions in literacy and numeracy support for every child, because these are the building blocks of all learning. Just last week, the latest assessment figures showed literacy and numeracy standards are up in Wales. And we've put digital skills at the heart of our curriculum for Wales so that every child can navigate the complex digital world they're growing up in. And we can go further too by using AI to power up learning so young people are ready for the world of work and to reduce workload so teachers can really focus on teaching. Conference, our workforce is our most precious resource. But it's not just about teachers. Our dedicated school support staff do an absolutely fantastic job right across Wales. I want to make sure they get the recognition and support they deserve. That's why I'm determined to make real progress on school support staff terms and conditions so that they are properly recognised and valued, including by working together on a school support staff negotiating body for Wales, just like the Labour government is doing in England. And we will have so many more opportunities thanks to that UK Labour government. For the first time in 15 years, we have two Labour governments working together, turning that same Labour purpose into practical action. Already, we've invested an extra £262 million in our education system in Wales, thanks to that brilliant general election victory we all campaigned for. That conference is our Labour partnership in power in action. But just imagine how different school and college budgets would look if the Tories were still holding the purse strings, or if Reform got the chance to take a sledgehammer to our public services. And Plaid Cymru, well, they teamed up with the Tories to vote down all our investment in public services, including the extra money for education. Plaid are a party of protest. We are a party of purpose. Conference, now is the time to campaign for our purpose and persuade voters once again to join us in that work. Our Labour purpose runs through the motions in this debate. I am happy to recommend supporting the motions from the Socialist Education Association, Cardiff North Women's Branch and USDO. The Welsh Executive Committee recommends remitting the motion from Cardiff East CLP since deposit return schemes are procured on an England and Wales basis, and we are therefore unable to support a Wales-only dispute resolution system. We do, however, fully support the aims and principles of the motion. The SEA motion is absolutely right that learning and training for all young people needs to be attractive and relevant. We are taking action on this already with our purpose-driven curriculum for Wales, new Made in Wales qualifications, including VCSEs, the expansion of junior apprenticeships, and new local curricula for 16 to 19-year-olds. And just yesterday, I announced that I will be taking forward work to establish a national body for youth work in Wales. Conference, I believe in the power of youth work to transform the lives of our young people. Our national body will help us deliver a consistent national offer for youth services across Wales and help to keep every young person engaged and ambitious for their future. The motion from Cardiff North Women's Branch reminds us that sexual harassment and misogyny have no place in society, and I can tell you, Conference, that they are completely unacceptable in our classrooms. Since Estin's report, we have put in place an action plan to prevent and respond to peer-on-peer sexual harassment. But this month I have gone further by confirming funding for a Wales-wide programme to support schools to deliver high-quality relationships and sexuality education. to ensure that all our young people learn about the importance of strong, respectful relationships. The USDO motion highlights the importance of skills and training at the core of our Welsh Labour purpose. It shows how we can keep building on Jack Sargent's excellent work through the Flexible Skills programme, which is helping to ensure employees are not left behind as industries evolve. We need to keep addressing skills gaps so that both businesses and employees can thrive. I want to thank the SEA, Cardiff North Women's Branch, USDO and Cardiff East CLP for their motions, and I'm really looking forward to hearing the contributions from members, as well as from my friend and colleague, Jane Bryant, who will respond to the debate. Opportunity for every family is at the very heart of Welsh Labour's purpose. Let's value our purpose. Let's campaign for our purpose. Conference, let's work together to win next year so that we can deliver on our purpose. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Lynn. Can you hear me? Hello. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you, Lynn. Just to reaffirm to everybody, this is the opportunity for every family debate. I apologise, I was caught texting when we should have opened that. So, Lynn, thank you for opening the debate. We want to have lots of speakers in this debate, so I hope everyone's got lots of motions. Lots of supporting speeches, but let's start with the motions. Can I invite USDO to the stage to move motion 1, please? And can I remind delegates to say their name and their organisation that they're representing, or CLP?
Labour Conference, Mike Walker from USDO, moving the motion on automation skills on behalf of USDO. Conference, workers have always been exposed to great levels of technological change, but the scale of this change has exacerbated, particularly since the onset of the pandemic in 2020. It's almost been unprecedented. Across Wales, we've seen vast developments in workplace technology, with businesses looking to maximise productivity and performance. Often this technology is framed as something that helps improve efficiency, providing people with greater flexibility and making everyday tasks quicker and easier. But we often see technology in our sector intensifying work, with staff left working harder than before. Workers in sectors such as retail and distribution, which my union represents, have seen significantly impacted by this technology, something that has been brought about unrecognisable changes in their job roles. At the same time, many workers are not receiving the training and upskilling that they require. On average, around 47% of Welsh employers are reporting worrying skills shortages. And as we know from our own research, that over half of workers don't believe that they've been given the right training and skills to deal with these changes. This is why the decision to reduce apprenticeship funding in Wales was concerning, with low-paid workers in sectors such as retail bearing the brunt of these costs. But there's also reasons to be optimistic. With a Labour government in Westminster and in Wales, we've already seen a commitment to transforming the apprenticeship levy into a growth and skills levy. This is very welcome news. What we need now is to ensure that Welsh businesses can access their fair share of the levy. Because different sectors will face different challenges, this is particularly true for the Welsh retail sector. The industry continues to grow through a period of constant change and transformation, but the current skills framework isn't equipped to deal with this change, let alone the future challenges that may occur. This is why we need different plans to support skills across different sectors, along with more investment. Investment that is coordinated across Wales so that workers can get the training they need wherever they live. And it's not just about funding. We need a legal right to paid time off for retraining, focusing on digital learning for all workers to help us to respond effectively to training needs in Wales. In a wider sense, we need to address the unequal impact of new technology and automation both in Wales and across the UK. This must be done by supporting and promoting positive action to tackle underrepresentation, requiring employers to report what steps they are taking to promote inclusive training and skills provisions within their workplaces, and supporting a requirement under UK legislation for employers to consult on new technology, including the use of the equality impact assessments which employers must act upon. Conference, this isn't just about improving equality and diversity rights in the face of new technology. It's about a Welsh Labour government working in partnership with the Labour government in Westminster to deliver a new deal for workers in Wales so that workers can develop new skills and to ensure that working people across Wales are not left behind but can actually benefit from the future of the work. Conference, I move, please support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, can I get a formal seconder for that? Yeah. Marvellous, thank you. Can we invite the Socialist Education Association up for motion 2?
For that conference, David Egan, Chair of the Socialist Education Association, Cymru. And please, if you are involved in education in Wales or interested in education in Wales, do think of joining SEA Cymru, but also Pontypridd constituency, Labour Party. I've spent 50 years working in education in Wales next year. It's been a long and enjoyable career, of which I've done a variety of things, from being a school teacher and a school leader to advising our ministers, and also being the academic and researcher that I am. And as we try to capture in this motion, I think these are very challenging times for education in Wales. Despite everything that we've done over the last 25 years, and that's been immense, as Labour governments in education, we are facing now the kind of challenges that we set out in the motion and that Lynn has also referred to, the challenges around persuading our young people to engage in education fully, sometimes to behave in an appropriate way. We shouldn't overstate these things, but neither should we ignore them. But also the worrying trends we have now with engagement of young people post-16 and post-18, that all those kind of curves are now starting to move downwards after a long period of moving upwards. And so we see these as being quite challenging times, and we need to make really bold, visionary responses, I think, as Welsh Labour to these as we move into the Senate elections. As Lynn has said, our Welsh Labour government and our Welsh Labour ministers are responding in an appropriate way all the time to these challenges. So what we're arguing for is a heightening, is an extending, as it were, of that programme and that kind of that work. We think the key to that is the 14 to 19 age phase. I think we know that young people often these days become disengaged with education much earlier than that, but it's particularly in that 14 to 19 age range that we see the chickens, as it were, coming home to roost. And so it's always been part of what we've wanted to do over the last 25 years, to have a bold, visionary 14 to 19 learning offer. And I think it's something we need to return to and enrich and enhance as we go forward. The keys to that, I think, are alongside, if you like, the traditional routes that we have within education, to be enhancing practical, vocational routes that have apprenticeship pathways at their heart. You know, there's much that we're doing already, much more that we can be doing there, working with our further education sector, which I think, again, does an incredible job within education in Wales, and our work-based learning providers, and offering our young people, those who are becoming disengaged or have become disengaged, something that they really feel, because it's practical, because it's vocational, because it's authentic, and offers them the right kind of career opportunities, something that can re-engage them. I think there's much to look at across the UK and internationally in this space that we can learn from. I think particularly the work that Andy Burnham and his team are doing in Manchester around the Manchester Tech Back. I'm sure Lynn and Vicky will have been looking at that, but I think there's much more that we could be doing to look at things like that and similar developments in the northeast of England, where they're trying to return to the idea of a baccalaureate. We have our Welsh baccalaureate, but perhaps looking at that and thinking about how it can capture the kind of offer that I'm talking about. Part of that, I think, should be perhaps thinking about why it is, and there's been a lot of attention on this recently in the press, why it is that the UK is the only country now in Europe that thinks it's a good idea to test young people at the age of 15 and then again at 16 and 17. You know, GCSE, AS level and A level. No other country in Europe now thinks it's a good idea to stop the music on those occasions. And apart from all the issues around health and well-being, I think involved with that, it costs a vast amount of money that could be better spent really within a kind of baccalaureate system. So we're delighted to hear that the Welsh Executive and Lynn and her team are supporting this motion. We see it as being an opportunity really to seize the moment, seize the debate and come up with that extended, bold, visionary offer that we can take to the Welsh people, particularly our young people in the next Senedd elections. So I call upon conference to support our motion. Thank you very much indeed. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, David. Can I get a formal seconder? Excellent. Can I invite Cardiff Women's Branch up to move motion 3? Yes.
Boreda, good morning. Chair, Conference. I'm Julie Sangani from Cardiff North Women's Branch. I'm speaking today not as just a councillor, as a party member, but as a mother, as a woman of colour, someone who has spent years listening to the voice of young people in our communities. And what I hear again and again and again, girls are growing up thinking harassment is normal. Being followed, touched, or sent inappropriate message is just a part of being teenager girl. Estin Report 2021 told us that 61% of girls and 30% of boys in the Wales have experienced sexual harassment in school. And the children, young people, Education Committee put it plainly, it has become so commonplace, it now seems to be a normal. That should shame us. It should spur us into an action. Let me tell you what that normalization looks like. It's a girl who avoids PE because she is tired of comments about her body. It's the teenager who can't concentrate in the class because her phone is full of Snapchats. She did not ask for it. It's the teacher who sees the sign but hasn't had a training to respond. That isn't just an isolated incident. It's about our culture. It's a system, and thus failing on our children. And yes, this overwhelmingly affects the girls, but it also cuts the deeper for the pupils who are lesbians, gays, disabled, from minority, ethnic, or a religion background, or who don't conform from a gender form norms. This motion we are bringing today to recognize that complexity. It says clearly, being a female is the biggest risk factor, but the other characteristics carries their own risks too. Thus, intersectionality in action, that's kind of inclusive, honest, and the policy we need. Now, some may ask, Don't we already have safeguarding in place? Yes, we do. Here is the truth. Policy alone does not change the culture, but the people do. And that's why this motion is called for specialist training in every school, not just one-off, but the continuous support of the staff, parents, and the learners is required. Support for boys to resist toxic masculinity and understand the consent. And a review by Estin in 2026 to hold ourselves as accountable. We also want the Welsh Government to build on what's already is working, like an EU excellent resources, and bring this into a curriculum in Wales. Because teaching consent and the respect should be just as important as teaching maths and science. Conference, this isn't about ticking a policy box, but it's about changing the lives. We owe to the girls sitting in the classroom today, next generation of our girls, ones who have stopped speaking up because they think no one will listen. We owe to the boys who want to do the better, but are being pulled into the dangerous online cultures. And we owe to the every child of Wales who deserve to learn in safety, with dignity, and with confidence. Let's not wait for another report, another film, another heartbreaking story. Let's act now. I absolutely urge to support this motion. Thank you, Diolch am fawr. Namaste.
Thank you, Julie. Can I get a formal seconder for the floor? Lovely. And can we move to motion 4 from Cardiff East CLP on the regulation of tenancy deposits?
Hi, Sue Lent, Cardiff East CLP, Chair, Conference. This motion is about fairness for tenants. I represent a ward, Plasnewydd, which has many students whose tenancies are short-term, but this motion is about all those who rent properties from landlords. While there are many reputable landlords, I think we all know that there are also many out there who are only too willing to find easy ways to increase their profits. The deposit system is a gift to them, and one that unscrupulous landlords exploit to the maximum. As the motion states, tenants often find that though they have left their properties in perfect order, their landlords claim that they have left their properties dirty, damaged, and substantially different from when their lease was signed. Their deposits disappear into spurious claims for cleaning services, totalling sometimes hundreds of pounds. Currently, landlords aren't required to provide a specific amount of proof or evidence in order to take a deposit. They also don't have to provide receipts for the work they claim has taken place as a result of tenants' actions. So, the scales are heavily tipped in favour of landlords, and tenants, such as students and those on low incomes, are unlikely to have the time or knowledge to dispute the non-return of their deposits. Students are seen as easy money-making targets, and taking action against an agency or landlord is seen as difficult and unaffordable. So, this motion calls on the Welsh Government to tighten the regulation of deposits. Firstly, landlords and tenants must be required to take photos at the beginning of tenancies. Secondly, landlords must provide itemised invoice bills and receipts before any deposit can be withheld. Thirdly, final inspections must be scheduled before the end of the tenancy so that tenants and landlords can agree on issues that need to be rectified before the tenancy ends. Finally, we call on the Welsh Government to ensure a simplified dispute system which is manageable and just, I do understand why the motion is being remitted, so the reference to Welsh Government may be slightly out of kilter, but I hope that conference will support the sentiments of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I just check you're happy to remit the motion? Delegate, sorry. Can we just check that Cardiff ECLP are happy to remit the motion? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Delegate. Marvellous. And that moves us on to the debate part of the discussion this morning. So just a bit of housekeeping. We'll take them in groups of 3. The SOC has asked me to remind you you can speak broadly on not just housing, you can speak on housing, education, social justice, and all of it. So feel free to come make your views heard. We want to get quite a range of people, so we'll try and take trade union delegates, CLP delegates and social societies in batches, but you'll have to bear with us. If you're a first-time speaker, please do let us know. Also, if anyone has any idea what the British Lions score is, please feel free to say it at the podium. And we will continue this debate on. So we're very keen to see a broad range of views. So let's start here. Shall we start with the lady in pink in the front here? Can I get the person in green at the end there? And I'll have the hand up in the middle there with the glasses, please. And apologies for misgendering anyone, etc.
Conference Chair, Marie MacDonald, Retail Officer for GMB Union, speaking in favour of USDO's motion. We stand at a turning point in the world of work. Technology and automation are reshaping retail at a rapid pace. But progress must come with responsibility, because progress without fairness is not progress at all. Better training for workers isn't optional, it's essential. As retail evolves, every worker must have the chance to adapt and thrive. That means training that's inclusive and accessible, not just for the tech-savvy or able-bodied, but for those facing real barriers, our disabled workers, those with impairments, and people from marginalised communities. If automation is the future, then fairness, access to that future is a Labour value. That's why inclusive training must be built into every rollout of new technology. But conference, we must go further. Equality impact assessments are powerful tools for identifying and preventing discrimination, yet right now they're only used within the public sector. That is not good enough. They must be required in all workplaces, from shop floors to boardrooms, wherever decisions are made that affect workers' lives, because true equality doesn't happen by accident. It happens when we ask, who might this harm, who might be excluded, and how do we fix it before it's too late? This is about protecting rights, ensuring no one is sidelined, and building a future where automation brings opportunity, not exclusion. So, conference, let us lead with our values. Let's build a future where technology serves all workers, where inclusion is standard, not a special request and added on at the end, and where dignity at work is a reality for everyone. Let's rise to that challenge together. Please support USDO's motion.
Thank you, Marie.
Oh, here we go. Charlotte Davis. I'm from Ceredig Preseli CLP, and I'm also Wales Youth Representative to the National Policy Forum. I'm speaking in support of Cardiff North's motion on sexual harassment in schools and just sharing some of my experiences as to why it's so important that delegates pass this today. From when I was in year 7 until about year 10, I attended a single-sex girls' school. And I never thought school would be a place where I'd be intimidated or made to feel unsafe by other pupils. But in year 10, that changed when the school became mixed sex. And on my very first day in the newly established mixed sex school, I began experiencing comments, inappropriate touching, and harassment from male pupils. And the motion rightly points out that this happened because I am a girl. Some boys as young as year 7 felt it appropriate to behave in this way towards me and other female pupils, and the school didn't have the resources or training to properly back me. There's a culture of harassment that girls are expected to endure as soon as they step through the school gates in the morning. They're told their skirts are too short, shamed for wearing slim-fit trousers, that they're the distraction. If boys harass them, it's a compliment, or that they should just ignore it. It's not schoolyard banter. It damages girls and how they see themselves and their place in the world. And since I left school in 2022, things have only gotten worse. The rise of misogynist influencers like Andrew Tate has taken this to a new level. His videos spread hate disguised as confidence, and boys are listening. And they bring those attitudes into their classrooms, corridors, social media, group chats, and girls are paying the price. I've heard from younger girls who say things have only escalated online and offline over the last couple of years since I was in school. And teachers have brushed off complaints because they simply don't have the resources and the training to properly recognise what's happening and adequately deal with it. And in some cases, girls are blamed for their own harassment, which is a safeguarding failure. Girls shouldn't have to be brave just to go to school. They should be safe. The motion calls for proper guidance, training and accountability, not just words, not just performative awareness weeks, but action that says to every girl in Wales that you deserve to feel safe in your school. If we don't tackle this head on, we're failing the next generation. We can't allow another cohort of girls like me believing this is normal, because it's not. So for girls like me, for girls like my 10-year-old niece who starts secondary school this year, 10 years after I did, please pass this motion, delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for sharing your experiences.
Bore da, Cynhadlaeth Rebecca dwi o Goer, cynghorydd yn Abertawe, a dwi'n yma yn y cynhadledd gyda fy mab Emrys sy'n 1 oed. Mae yn y cresh ar hyn o bryd. A dwi'n moyn defnyddio'r cyfle i ddweud diolch enfawr I pobl yn y cresh. So good morning, conference. I'm Rebecca from Gower. I'm a counsellor in Swansea, and I'm here at the conference with my son Emrys, who is 1 year old, and he's in the creche at the moment. And I want to just say a big thank you to the creche staff. Without the free creche at Labour Party conferences provided by the Labour Party, I wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be possible. And I think this is Labour Party conference number 4 with a little one in tow. Access to childcare is absolutely essential for enabling the full participation of all parents, but specifically women, who are often underrepresented in a number of spheres. I'm so proud to be bringing up my boys in a Wales led by the first female First Minister. And I'm also really proud to be the first councillor in Swansea to have had a baby in office and taken maternity leave. And I can see, thank you. And I can see the difference it makes to our policy priorities and our ideas to have women more equally represented alongside men. I'm here today to support motion 3 from Cardiff North Women's Branch. And I believe that one factor that will help eliminate sexism is for our children and young people to grow up in a world where they see gender equality in action, where women are supported to achieve their potential and make their fullest possible contribution, where it is completely normal to see women in leadership positions in politics, in industry, in business, and in the community. And I'm going to keep doing what I can to stand up for women in some of those positions, even when I've got a screaming toddler in tow. For this to be a reality means building on our childcare offer, which is already extremely generous here in Wales, but it's alongside more holistic support for parents during one of the biggest and ongoing transitions of their lives. And I don't believe that support should stop just because a child has reached a certain age. I welcome the reference to parents in this motion within the school community and their inclusion in the network of trusted adults that make all the difference in a child's life. It absolutely breaks my heart as a parent to 2 young boys that this motion is necessary today. But I know from personal experience and from the ongoing experience of women and other young people around me that this is absolutely necessary. I very much welcome it, and I urge you all to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, let's go for the next batch. So, should we go for the woman in the front row, right And what is it? Zebra print? Is that what it is? Good for you. The chap with the glasses there, and the lady with the nice sandals here, holding the papers up. That's you.
Bore da cynhadledd, Hir Marsden, yr undeb uno. Good morning, Conference. Hir Marsden, Unite the Union. Conference, Chair, automation has been looming over industries for several years. It is a constant and it is rapidly changing. But I'm also proud to say across the last 3 years, I've been a retail worker. And across those 3 years, I've seen firsthand how automation is slowly affecting this industry, from the increase of self-checkouts to more and more scan and do shop devices, even now digital shelf label edges. Many modern consumers believe these are designed for the convenience, are actively encouraged by stores to use these, but Conference, we know that's not true. These are designed to undermine the workers, simply because a machine doesn't need breaks, have wage increases, or have access to a trade union. For me as a retail worker, I have seen many changes across my industry, but there is a new part of automation we don't see, and that is artificial intelligence. When we hear about shopless workers, workerless shops, these are with artificial intelligence. I'm not an expert, but maybe one day we will not see a member of staff in a shop, and that to me is not a good thing. And across many of our industries, including mine, automation is present and increasing, but we can stop it from taking over. We must put workers first. We must prioritise workers over the needs of the business. We must stand up for workers. We can back our workers through and through skills investments, ensuring not one worker is left hanging to dry. Investing in skills is clearly is at heart of our Welsh Labour government. That is clear with the Flexible Skills programme. And together, with social partnership and the Red Welsh Way, we can build a truly inclusive Welsh economy for all our workers. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Hero.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a first-time speaker, so bear with me. Thank you very much. My name is Mustafa Mahoub. I'm a councillor in RCT. I'm also an electrical and electronic engineer and a businessman, and I'm here to speak about the motion of automation and skills. We are at the pivotal moment, at a technological turning point that demand we act decisively to shape the future of work. Automation is no longer a futuristic concept. It is here. It is now. And it's rapidly transforming industries across the board, from manufacturing to healthcare, from finance to farming. While some may view this as a threat, as we heard, I believe its present as with unprecedented opportunity, an opportunity to enhance productivity, improve efficiency, and create new higher value jobs. However, realizing this potential hinges on one crucial factor: skills. We must equip our workforce with the skills they need to thrive in an automated world. This means investing in education and training programs that focus on digital literacy, ensuring everyone has a foundational understanding of technology and how to use it effectively. STEM skills, strengthening our capabilities in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the driving force behind innovation, adaptability, fostering the ability to learn, adapt, solve complex problems, skills that are essential in rapidly changing environment, creative and interpersonal skills. Automation excels at a routine task, but it cannot replicate human creativity, empathy, and collaboration. We need to cultivate these uniquely human skills to complement automation. This isn't just about preparing young people for the future, it's about supporting our existing workforce. We need to provide opportunities for reskilling and upskilling, enabling workers to transition to new roles and industries. This requires collaboration between governments, business, and educational institutions to develop targeted training programs that meets the evolving need of the labor market. As I stated, as a businessman, I did run an electrical and electronic engineering firm with IT. One of the things that I struggled as a businessman is finding skills. And that is what we need to invest. The world is changing. The automation is here, is nowhere, is not going to go anywhere else. And we need to embrace it. And therefore, I strongly stand in front of you to support as thou motion on automation and skills. Thank you very much.
Well, delegate. Great first-time speech. They are lovely, aren't they?
Thank you, Chair. I'm humbled by the previous speakers on this one, by the way. I'm speaking in support of motion 3, supporting Cardiff North's motion, the women's branch. I'm very proud to be chair of the Pontypridd women's branch. And I'm also proud of the fact that I was a teacher for 39 years, and I have a son and a daughter. And I survived. Thank you. May I welcome the words that you made in reference to this in the recognition of the Welsh Government. Very welcome. But I would like to suggest that we need perhaps to be more direct and more forceful in what we do, because we are dealing with an exhausting and horrific scenario which will reflect in high rates of domestic violence when those young men who we don't support and change their behaviour will go out into the real world and begin to impact, and may I say infect, a whole new generation. So this is a critical point. It's not just about education. This is about how we change our communities, how we support our girls at that very vulnerable adolescent stage. I would suggest that we need to do this in some practical ways. The PSE programme, which I was responsible for in my school, really does need to tackle the fact that what they see on social media, some of the boys, is not acceptable. It's not normal. Not in my life. It is not normal, strangulation and all the other things that those boys are now having and as their learning journey into that domain. They need to have that challenge in a very careful way through PSE. We also need to celebrate the fantastic behaviour of the really good boys, the majority of boys who are so lovely and quiet and a little bit nervous about challenging their friends on some of the things they say. If we support them and model their behaviour, it's a way forward. And with role models in the real world. I think we need to have Estin not just ask those questions in schools, but actually go in with a clear focus. What is the situation in terms of how comfortable girls feel in their school? And especially from, as Julie said, of all parts of our community. Very important, I recognise that. So if Estyn goes in and asks the question of a school, what is your policy? What are you doing about it? Are there examples where they don't do that? And that school needs to be called out. And may I just say, not necessarily related to a negative point, but there are some brave people in schools, and a shout out to the teachers of Nant Gwyn, if I may, because some schools do try very, very hard to do it. Coming to a conclusion, thank you, Chair. Look, I see you looking at me. And I do talk, don't I, guys? Sorry about that. You all know me. Yeah, thanks, babes. I think the key thing is that we can actually put things in place in our schools, and not just in the schools, but preschool learning as well. That very early stage where they come into nursery school, some of their modelling at home, we know, is really questionable. And if we don't tackle it at that very early stage, we have a problem. I would say that I think that lots of the women's groups around in the Labour Party have all, in one way or another, tried to bring these motions forward over years. And I would say that the Cardiff North motion is probably the most well-constructed one, and I suspect we have support across the motion. Okay, so finally, to change society, we have to change the actions of our young and the attitudes of our young. And do you know what, as a party, I think we can do that. Thank you.
Lovely finish. Thank you, Jane. Okay, just a reminder, there'll be no British Lions school updates. We wouldn't mind some of those at the panel. Can I take the lady in purple? Can I take the lady with the red hair back there? And can I take the lady with glasses in the front row here? Behind, the second row. In pink. Apologies, I don't want to go by colour each time.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, conference. Kemba Hadaway Morgan, Unison, speaking in support of the motion by the Socialist Education Association. Conference, this is a pressing issue that affects the future of our young people and consequently the future of our society. 16-year-olds in Wales now have the vote. And whilst this reflects a significant and inclusive shift in political engagement for young people in Wales, let's juxtapose this with a concerning decline in participation in post-16 and post-18 education and training. Let's juxtapose it with the increasing attainment gap between our most advantaged and our most disadvantaged young people. Let's also juxtapose it with the changing needs of the Wales labour market and the ongoing huge cuts to further education across universities. Conference, we can clearly see the urgency of addressing this problem. We cannot afford to let this problem grow, as it threatens not just the potential of our future workforce, but it threatens our future leadership and the fabric of our communities. As a former educator myself and a current academic, I know one of the key underlying problems, one of the key underlying solutions to this problem is the need to address the underlying classism that is attached to vocational and trade courses. Until these subjects are seen as equivalent to GCSEs and the stigma of not being academically proficient used as a criteria for vocational and trade subjects is removed, until higher and further education is properly funded, we will continue to see large proportions of our young people disengage from education and training opportunities. It is essential to foster an inclusive environment that values diverse pathways to learning and education, that supports all young people to achieve their potential. Let us commit to creating an education system that inspires, engages, and empowers our youth. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kemba.
Chair, Conference. Caroline Price. I'm a councillor in Torfaen and Chair of Unite Wales Women's Committee, supporting this motion to protect women and girls from what has become an endemic in our schools, in our workplaces and in our communities. Unite is clear, sexual harassment has no place in our society, and each one of us in this hall and outside has a role to play in eliminating it in all of its forms. Zero tolerance. Unions play a pivotal role in holding organisations to account and ensuring that they are doing everything they can to prevent sexual harassment. Let's be clear. The Worker Protection Act 2023 introduces a new legal duty for employers to proactively prevent sexual harassment of their employees. This means employers now have a proactive duty to prevent sexual harassment rather than just responding to incidents. No more ignoring our experiences and sweeping it under the rug. We have the right to safe workplaces free from harassment. Unite is currently surveying all our women members on their experiences of sexual harassment in the workplace. It is a priority for us that we, and whilst not preempting what the findings will be, we know the experience of our women members is all too common. Our sisters and our daughters shouldn't have to face this, not on our watch. We don't need another report. We need urgent action. I don't want to see another campaign born out of the experiences of one of our young hospitality workers who was sexually assaulted on her way home from work because she had no safe travel home, something her employer should have prevented. It angers me that this is something I and women face daily. Unite, along with other sister organisations, worked extensively to ensure this new law focusing on preventing sexual harassment was introduced. Whilst acknowledging it doesn't go far enough, we will continue to fight for greater protections. The UK Labour government has committed to increasing obligations on employers to prevent any worker from suffering sexual harassment, and that extends to our schools, to our educators and to every single pupil. Together, we can make Wales truly safe for every woman and girl. Conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, Caroline.
Conference, Sarah Taylor, Unison Cymru, speaking in support of motion 3 from Cardiff North Women's Branch. Our schools, which ought to be safe and enriching environments, are in danger of becoming toxic, and misogynistic. This motion could not have come at a better time, and arguably could be one of the most important ones debated over the course of this conference. The behaviours and values that our children pick up in school are often the ones that guide them through the world of work and leisure once they've left school. Unison is one of the biggest trade unions in education, and our members are teaching assistants, clerical staff, administration staff, cooks, cleaners and caretakers. And of course, our children are pupils there as well. In recent research undertaken, 1 in 10 female support staff say they have been sexually harassed, mainly by male pupils, but also by male colleagues, sadly. This excellent motion asks to put more resources into ensuring that every school has access to ongoing specialist training and support that the school community, teachers, other staff, most importantly, parents and learners need to challenge sexism and to support boys to resist a rape culture. Anecdotal evidence and research is showing that more and more young boys have access to and are being influenced by misogynistic so-called online influencers. If it isn't addressed, then we are simply storing up problems for the future. All of the trade unions have worked tremendously hard over the years to combat sexism in the workplace. What was deemed acceptable 20 or 30 years ago is now recognised for what it was: sexism, discrimination and harassment. We're not there yet, but huge strides have been made towards eradicating such behaviours and making workplaces safer environments. We risk all of these gains if we do not tackle with some urgency the problems we all know are growing in our schools. Yes, it will carry a cost, but what's the alternative? Welsh Labour has always valued the principles of equality, and this ought to start in our schools. And I recognise the comments made earlier by you in your speech, and I thank you for that. But I would urge the conference to please support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take some more. Can we go for the lady in pink here? Can we go for the gentleman with the fabulous moustache at the back? And we'll go with the gentleman with glasses here.
Bore good morning, conference. I'm Zoe Blundell, Chair of Bridgend and Porthcawl CLP, first-time speaker. I'm also a mum to an incredible 2-year-old girl. I want to speak to you about something that touches the lives of thousands of families across Wales, including my own, every single day: the urgent need for better childcare. For many working families, childcare is not just a convenience, it's a lifeline. It enables parents to pursue careers, support their households, and contribute to the Welsh economy. But too often, the reality they face is a system that is too expensive, too limited, and too difficult to access. Across Wales, parents are making impossible choices, cutting back hours, turning down jobs, or even leaving work entirely because they simply can't afford childcare. And this burden falls hardest on women, deepening gender equality in the workplace and at home. High-quality childcare should not be a luxury. It should be a right. A public good that supports children's development, gives parents peace of mind, and strengthens their communities. We need bold investment, fair pay for child workers, and a system that truly works for every family in every part of Wales, rural or urban. If we want a stronger, fairer Wales, we must start by supporting those who care for our children and those who rely on them to build better futures. And Chair, do you want to know the Lions score?
Yeah, I very much do.
It's
the panel.
It's a 21-7 to the Lions, including a try by Wales's own Thomas Williams. Diolch and thank you, conference.
Thank you, Zoe.
Conference, Ash Lister, Cardiff South and Penarth delegate, and surprisingly, first-time speaker at conference. Not usually nervous. Thank you, conference. I am proud to serve as the Cabinet Member for Children's Services in Cardiff, and as a former youth worker, I wholeheartedly welcome the commitment this morning to establish the Youth Work Board for Wales. Every baby, child and young person deserves the best possible start to life, and under this Welsh Labour government, we have been seeing this. Thanks to Lynn, Jane, Dawn, Sarah, and so many other allies in the Welsh Government, we're delivering for future generations. Let's start with the first 1,001 days, where we know the most impact can be had on a child's life. Here in Wales, we didn't stop with our Flying Start programmes, we expanded them. By the end of this financial year, 80% of children should be able to access the high-quality childcare and support that we've invested in over so many years. And we know that our Flying Start programme is making sure that we increase the opportunities for future generations. And our childcare offer, as Zoe just mentioned, reaching not just parents in work, but also those who are in education and training. And the Flying Start expertise is being spread as far and wide as possible, making sure that those childcare settings get that support as well. And we recognise the valuable work being done by that workforce, and that's why we continue to invest in them. Whilst all this has been happening, we saw the Tories turning their backs in England on future generations. And in Wales, our Welsh Labour government didn't. They continued to invest. So in education, we've seen a new curriculum, support for teaching and support staff, universal free school meals. In Cardiff, we've had the biggest school building programme in the city's history, with more than £460 million invested, including a state-of-the-art, brand new Fitzallen High School, where I not just studied, but I'm now proudly the vice chair. We've also got Ysgol Hamadryad, Cardiff West, Willows, just some of the brand new schools that we've seen, and I know that's replicated right across counties in Wales. This year in Cardiff, we spent almost £500 million on babies, children and young people to support them and give them the best opportunities and chances in life. This money was almost blocked by Plaid Cymru and the Tories teaming up. That is something that we know is a real threat next year. We could lose the investments that we get from two Labour governments working hand in hand and making sure that our future generations have the best possible opportunities. So we're less than 365 days into a UK Labour government and a Welsh Labour government partnership. So imagine what we can do in the remaining 1,001 days. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you,
Bore da Cynhaled, enw I Andy Furlong, dwi'n dod o Abertawe Orllewin. Ond anrhaidol, dwi'n dod o Doc Penfro. Good morning, Conference. My name's Andy Furlong from Swansea West, but originally I'm from Pembroke Dock, so you'll forgive me for resorting to my mother tongue. I'm speaking in support of Motion 5 from the GMB, of which I am a proud member. And I've been a GMB member, formerly Apex, since the 1980s, and I've been a Labour Party member.
I think that debate is this afternoon. To be continued. Thank you, Andy. Okay, let's go for some more then. Can we get the lady sitting here, the chap in the red tie, and the wonderful burgundy T-shirt there, please? Next one on the list, I promise.
Conference, can I firstly say thank you to see number of Black Asian ethnic minority members in this room. 4 years ago, I stood up here. It took 37 times to raise my hand to come and stand and speak here. But today, I could see a first person move the motion, and in the second row, second person spoke about this. It's brilliant. Can I just say massive thanks to all the trade unions on the CLPs and affiliates making ensure the Black Asian ethnic minority are coming here and attending the conference. This is my pledge 4 years ago. I stood up, I said, in 5 years' time, we will change this one. Long way to go. It's not what we have achieved, but the long, long way to go. But thank you to everybody. Thank you, Chair. My name is Mehboob Basha. I'm the chair of the Black Asian Ethnic Minority membership in Welsh Labour, but I'm standing here on Unite the Union. I'm proud to speak on the motion number 2, Education Wales. As a governor in both primary and high school, as well as governor in the college, I have all the four sectors, I have a full eyes from up and down for the last 10 years. So I clearly know what exactly has been happening, how to deliver. As a governor in all this one, and also representing the Black Asian ethnic minority in the school movement, I witnessed systematic challenge our young people face, particularly those from marginalized, and disadvantaged background. Falling engagement, rise behavior issues, declining post-16 participation after the COVID-16, and all are the warning signs that a diverse background is going backward. Our young people are telling us the system is not working. And we heard from one of the delegates that the boys are struggling. It's just not the girls, even the boys are struggling. If we won't train them here, motivate them, and counsel them here, a future is in a very difficult position. Unite the Unions call for the public-funded, inclusively high-quality education system, the system that equips every learner with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to thrive. We want a curriculum that is broad, relevant, and rooted in equality, exactly what this motion demands from the 14 and 19 years. In the era of artificial intelligence, this must not be optional, it should be the priority as well. For us, education is more than a preparation for work. It is the pillar of social justice and empowerment. Conference, let's be bold. Let's shape the system that helps our young people lead, create, and succeed in modern worlds. Let the Welsh Labour be the part of that real education reform and that here equality and progress for the young people. Dear Khambar.
Thank you, Mahbub.
Borodar Conference, Stephanie Grimshaw, Dewey, Aberafan Maesteg, CLP, Women's Officer. Thanks. So 2/3 of schoolgirls actually experience sexual harassment in schools, but behind that are the stories. Behind that, there's a girl that just accepts that on her way to school she's going to be catcalled in her school uniform. Behind that is that girl that grows up, is in her first relationship, and she accepts that someone's sexual desires, for want of a better word, are more important than her ability to say no. That's what leaving sexual harassment in schools unchecked is actually causing. It's causing generations of girls that just accept that all forms of violence against women, whether that's domestic abuse, whether that's sexual violence, whether that's sexual exploitation, it teaches them to accept that this is just part of being a girl in the UK and in Wales. It's really important that we acknowledge that, because if we don't make a change now, and when I say we, I mean all of us. The issue is when we talk about sexual harassment in whether it's workplaces, whether it's in schools, it's always women talking about it. And I know it's really challenging for a kind of man to stand up and kind of speak in a debate like this, but it's so, so important. This is not a woman's fight. We did not cause this fight. Thank you. We need to make sure that all the men in the room and all the men sat here and all the men outside of this room are actually using their privilege to speak up. Because something I always say is, if I went into a school, as someone who regularly campaigns on sexual violence and sexual harassment, if I went into a school and talk to boys about whether, what's right and wrong and what they should and shouldn't be doing, they're not going to listen to me. They're going to listen to their dads, they're going to listen to their brothers, they're going to listen to their uncles, they're going to listen to their teachers. Men need to be as much of this conversation as we do, because otherwise it remains siloed and it stays there and it stays in the shadows. There's no more room in the shadows for any more sexual harassment and violence, and it needs to end now, and we need to take it seriously. And when it's seriously taken by all of us, not just the women and not just the campaigners, but every single person in the room and outside of the room, that's the only way we can end this vile scourge for good. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Steph.
Not sure I'm going to follow that, Steph, thanks. Dan Beard, Unison Cymru, speaking in support of the Ystod motion, automation and skills. Conference, it could be argued that we're in the midst of an industrial revolution. We are dealing with so many competing issues in our workplaces: a just transition, net zero, agile working, and automation, to name just a few. These are issues touching all sectors. And if you learn anything from industrial history, is that it's upon us as the labour movement to ensure that the workforce is properly protected. Workforce automation is already here, and we would echo Ystod's findings there's a very mixed understanding of emerging technologies amongst the workforce. And from our experience to date, it's fairly clear that in most cases, these new technologies are being introduced into workplaces without any meaningful trade union input or trade union or worker input. As outlined in this motion, the worker voice must be front and centre. That is not to say that we are anti-technology or anti-innovation. That, of course, would be very foolish. But we must ensure that the opportunities and benefits of using these new technologies are fairly distributed and our workforce in Wales is not left behind. In Wales, we would argue that the workforce should benefit from technological advancements, achieving a better work-life balance, more capacity within the workforce, and the opportunity for career development, to name but a few. But there are also risks, which this motion outlines. We fully agree with Astor that unless there's a genuine commitment to responsible use of these technologies, then they can be far too easy to be abused, and you can guarantee it'll be workers who will pay the price. Conference, we are at crossroads. We cannot leave this to chance. Trade unions must be central to the ongoing conversation, not because of our technological skills, but because of our unique ability to represent the workforce, the worker voice. So trust us when we say that our workforce must be allowed to upskill. Conference, Unison fully endorses the actions outlined in this motion. Long-term skills assessment is essential. Whilst this is a cross-sector issue, the response must consider specific sectorial needs. All workers must be represented as our workforce adapts, and we must have a proactive approach to ensuring underrepresented groups are not left behind. Paid time off to train is crucial. We have a workforce of people willing to learn as long as they are empowered to do so. And employers must show leadership by embedding the worker voice throughout the planning, implementation and monitoring phases when introducing new technologies, as per the Workforce Partnership Council guidance, which was developed in social partnership and published this year. But it must go beyond the areas that are regulated by social partnership across all workforce. And I would say to the Minister that unless you introduce regulation to those bits that are not covered by the Workforce Partnership Council, they'll do what they want. They always have done. Conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, conference, I think it's time for our final round. So I'll take first the person who called me out before. We'll start there. I'll go for the lady there in green. I'll go for Jenny. And I'll go for this gentleman here with the white hair. And I'm afraid we'll have to call it there.
Hi, I'm Raktima Bhadrasharkar from Cardiff South and Penarth, and I'm here as an Ulster rep. The sexual harassment proposition is very important one. I just like to share 2 lines. Recently, like a few months ago in India, one of the medical students was brutally gang raped and killed. Yesterday, one of the law students, again being raped by 3 senior students. So it's everywhere. Please support that motion. But I'm here also to speak about motion 4, which is regulation of tenancy deposits. I came in this country around 20 years ago as a student. I was still in a private tenant. I was in a house for 2.5 years when I was a student. After leaving the house as clean as possible, my landlord didn't give my deposit back, saying, no, house is not cleaned enough. That time, obviously, I was new to the country, didn't know my rights, didn't know the rules, couldn't do anything. 16, 17 years later, it's still happening. Being a colored student, I was easy target to squeeze the money, and it's still continuing. It is really important to tighten the rules so that private landlords can squeeze them. We are really trying hard to save some money so that we can get into the property ladder, have our own house. But no, unfortunately, we have been squeezed everywhere in every possible way. So please support that motion so that private tenants can have a little bit of relief, a little bit of peace in their mind. Thank you very much.
Morning, Conference Chair. Stephen O'Connor, Mid and South Pembrokeshire. I'm here to support all the motions, including the one that's been remitted, but I want to speak on motion 2 and 3. I am a teacher now. I haven't been all my life, but I am now. And I do appreciate that we are desperately lacking in vocational training in schools. I left school with undiagnosed dyslexia and 1 O-level. I got myself an apprenticeship. I got trained. I could earn a living, quite a good living. Thatcher's government got rid of the apprenticeships. All that's gone. We need to reintroduce them. We need to give people the opportunities. They need to see in schools that academic isn't the only way. Lots of people aren't academic, but they have got skills that we need to nurture and show them a way. So yes, I totally support motion 2. On motion 3, as I said, I am now a teacher. I'm a maths teacher. Thanks to the last Labour government when they introduced lifelong learning and I could access the Open University. I see misogyny or hear it, I challenge it. I was trained, well, basically from a very early age by my family, and then Usdaw, when I was a shop worker, always challenge discrimination. I challenge it in the class when I see it. I don't have all the skills I need. So on motion 3, I would really, really appreciate some proper training on how to see this, how to call it out, how to train it, and ongoing training. I have recently had to do some compulsory training on money laundering. I'm a maths teacher. I don't deal with money, but I had to do that training. This training, which would be useful to me, we don't have. Please support all the motions, and especially 2 and 3 for the reasons I've just said. Thank you.
Hi, Conference. I'm Councillor Helen Cunningham. I'm Deputy Leader of Blaenau Gwent Council from Blaenau Gwent CLP. I was elected when my baby was 12 weeks old, and I was also the first councillor in Blaenau Gwent to go on maternity leave, similarly to Rebecca from Gower. I support everything that's been said in relation to the value of childcare, and I think speakers have been very powerful on the issue. What I want to speak about today is to support Cardiff Women's Branch from Cardiff North about the Estin report. So that report for 2022 detailed things that we already know, which is that this issue in schools is absolutely endemic. But it operates in a society where aspects of misogyny are so deep-rooted and pervasive to have become normalised. It operates in a society where there is a proliferation of access to pornography that dehumanises women, and which an alarming number of our children have been exposed to before they even reach adolescence. It operates in a country where the National Police Chiefs Council say that 2 million a year are estimated to be victims of male violence, and that's what's happening amounts to a national emergency. So it's no wonder that Estin report said that harassment in schools has become so commonplace that it has become normalised. And it's great, isn't it, that there's a TV show that has triggered a national debate on it. But actually, similarly to the Horizon scandal and the Post Office scandal, should it really take a TV programme for us to be having that conversation? Because this is something that people, including many persistent campaigners, including women in this conference hall, have been talking about for decades. I support especially the point in the motion to ask Estin to repeat their review of the incidents of peer-on-peer sexual harassment in secondary schools in 2026. This has to stay on the agenda and remain on it, and we need to keep up pressure in order to eradicate this. It's part of the UK government's key missions, which I'm really pleased to see. We owe it to our children and to future generations to eradicate from our schools, but also from wider society. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Jenny Rathbone. I'm a member for Cardiff Central in the Senedd, and I also chair the cross-party group on school food. Just first of all, I just want to say I hope we'll all support the spirit of the motion on protecting tenants' deposits, because we need to ensure that the partnership in power between the two governments actually delivers. And this is one of the things that we need to deliver for tenants in England and Wales, to ensure that tenants aren't being ripped off by unscrupulous landlords. Moving on, I just wanted to talk about the well-being of children and the importance of the investment we've made in school meals. It's a really bold policy, and I'm very supportive of it, but we need to make the money deliver the better outcomes. We have plenty of work to do to ensure that we are delivering healthy, balanced diets for every pupil. So I would like to encourage anybody who is a parent with a child in school, a counsellor, an MP or an MS, or those who work in the kitchen or the dining halls of our schools, to take part in the consultation on school meals, which ends on 29th of July. At the moment, the only thing we measure is the content of the menu. We don't measure at all whether the food served is palatable, whether it's nourishing, what it's actually eaten, what amount of food is wasted, or the carbon miles involved in getting the ingredients to the kitchen. So what is going on in your school? We really do need to know. Is the time allocated for the main meal of the day long enough to make that mealtime an enjoyable, nourishing experience? We know that poor diet fuels poor behaviour, and we need to pay much more attention, particularly in our secondary schools, to what is going on. And here I have particular concerns about the way in which exploited to buy all the wrong things rather than healthy, balanced diets. I can remember going to a secondary school where no water was on the table because the caterer wanted to drive up the sales of bottled water. This should not be happening. Every child has a right to drinking water freely available. So we particularly need to know what goes on in the secondary schools, which is way more difficult to find out about because parents have less contact with the school. But overall, we absolutely need to raise our game on serving better quality, fresh food to deliver that healthy balance that we know is the foundation stone of good learning. We need more training and better status for the people who cook and serve our children's meals. And if we want to be bold, a policy ask for 2026 is to set some milestones for more Welsh food in our school meals and a date for banning ultra-processed ingredients for our school food.
Thank you, Jenny. And now to close the debate, I'd like to invite Jane Bryant, MS, to the stage. Or to the podium, because she's on the stage.
Diolch yn fawr, diolch conference and prynhawn da. I just wanted to start by thanking everyone for their valuable and powerful contributions that we've had in this debate. And it's a real pleasure to follow my good friend and colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Lynn Neagle. Opportunities for every family encompasses so many Welsh Labour values that I know we all hold dearly. We are passionate about ensuring our young people have access to the tools, skills and education that they need to help bring about a bold, future-focused Wales. A future where every young person can realise their potential. And it's why we're already taking action which supports the aims of the SEA motion with our Made in Wales qualifications and our national body of youth work. Because opportunity goes hand in hand with ambition. We're empowering our young people to create not only the future they want to see for themselves, but for Wales too. Turning to the other motions, I'm grateful to Cardiff East CLP for their motion on deposit return schemes and for their agreement to remit to the motion. And I want to be clear that it's not because we disagree with the substantive focus of the motion. To the contrary, it's incredibly important that the deposits of renters are suitably protective from spurious claims. However, landlords are required to use one of the 3 government-approved deposit schemes, and all 3 schemes are procured and operated across England and Wales rather than Wales alone. And as such, and where there is lack of clarity in this space, we will take steps to work with the UK government to address the gaps and strengthen the security of tenants' deposits. We're also very pleased to support USDOR's motion on automation and skills, ensuring that workers have access to good quality learning and development opportunities is absolutely paramount. And lastly, I'm really pleased that we've been able to support Cardiff North's Women's Branch motion on eliminating harassment in schools. This is about giving our young people the very best chance to thrive, about creating the environment in which they are supported to realise their ambition, to broaden their horizons and shape the Wales of today and tomorrow. And we heard from the speakers today about the importance of tackling this, because inaction is not an option. Conference last year, I spoke about how having a secure home is key to unlocking all of this, how better housing can lead to better outcomes in education, in the NHS, for mental health, for community cohesion, economic growth. And after 14 years of the Conservative wreaking havoc with this nation's finances, failing the priorities and to prioritise Wales and our communities, we need opportunity now more than ever. So with a new Labour government in Westminster, a record budget settlement for the Senedd, and a First Minister who is laser-focused on the priorities of the people of Wales, opportunity and delivery firmly underpin the ambitions of the Welsh Labour Party. And it's why I've been steadfast in my focus on delivering more good quality, affordable, low-carbon homes across Wales. Because more homes equals more opportunity, stronger communities and brighter futures. And with Welsh Labour at the helm, this vision is guided by principles of collaboration, innovation, trust and partnership with our communities. So how are we putting these Welsh Labour values into action? Well, this Senedd term, we've put aside record levels of investment and pushed forward with record levels of delivery when it comes to our target of 20,000 homes for rent in the social sector. This ambitious target is being driven forward with nearly £2 billion of investment over this Senedd term. Because delivering more social homes for rent is one of the Welsh Labour government's key priorities. And believe me, we're leaving no stone unturned to ensure more good quality homes across Wales. Just this week, I announced that I would chair the Welsh Government's Affordable Homes Implementation Task Force Group, working with representatives across the housing sector, charities and skills organisations to make sure we're unblocking any barriers, nurturing collaboration and delivering more homes. But we're not stopping there. We recently introduced our landmark homelessness bill, which sets a bold vision to end homelessness in Wales, transforming our system so it's focused on prevention and rapid rehousing. The bill was shaped by 350 people with lived experience of homelessness and shifts our approach away from one that responds to crisis to one which prevents them from early intervention. The Welsh Labour vision for housing is and must be an ambitious one. Take, for example, our Help to Buy Wales scheme, which has helped more than 14,000 people in Wales to buy a home. And over 80% of those are first-time buyers. So that's thousands more people realising their dream of home ownership with the support of a Welsh Labour government in the Senedd. We're also supporting people to live independently in their communities. And just last week, I was pleased to extend our Housing with Care Fund until the end of the Senedd term. We've ring-fenced over £60 million to deliver housing which meets the needs of carers, older people, people with learning disabilities, and people with mental health needs. The fund supports independent living, reducing the pressure on health and care systems by preventing avoidable admissions to hospital. Because better homes equals better outcomes. We're also supporting homeowners and renters through our Warm Homes programme. And this year we're investing £35 million to improve energy efficiency and drive down bills for households across Wales through improvements like insulation and solar panels, as well as impartial energy advice. So that's greener, warmer homes and cheaper bills for families and individuals in all four corners of our country. This is the difference a Welsh Labour government in the Senedd can make. So just this year, we've secured a record annual budget of £411 million for social housing, helping us to deliver more homes for those who need them most. £220 million in funding to support the prevention of homelessness, and £40 million to revitalise our high streets and regenerate towns and city centres across Wales through our Transforming Towns programme. And make no mistake, these can only be guaranteed through a Welsh Labour government in the Senedd. These were decisions made as a result of the record budget settlement from a UK Labour government, money which Plaid and the Tories refused for Wales. Where we lead the ambition, they cower from responsibility. And we've shown how partnership can create real impact in housing, in supporting our public services, in driving forward the priorities for the people of Wales. A record budget, and now a record opportunity. Because we know that by working together, we can deliver more for families and individuals across Wales. That's partnership in power. And this is something only Welsh Labour can achieve. And that's why we need to get out there and campaign for it. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Jane. I say a quick thank you to everybody who took part in that debate today. First-time speakers, and particularly those who shared personal experiences. It is an unbelievably difficult thing to do, come to this podium and do that, particularly on motion 3. I want to thank everybody who did share their experience on that and offer our solidarity as a Labour movement for you. And now we move forward to the votes. So the WEC position is to support all the remaining motions. So let's get to it. Can we get motion 1? Can I see all those in favour? And all those against? Passed. Can we get motion 2? All those in favour? All those against? Passed. Motion 3. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see all those again? All unanimously passed. And just to remind everyone, motion 4 has been remitted, so there will be no vote on that, but that motion will go into the national policy process. There's a lot of good stuff in there, which we would expect to see in the manifesto documents going forward. So thank you, Conference. Conference, I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news was I thought it was an excellent debate. I think it was important that people explain, particularly with those personal experiences, people brought things forward. I think we had a diverse range of speakers. The bad news is we're running quite a bit of time over, if anyone noticed. So we've had to cancel the panel, I'm afraid. But the other good news is you probably have an extra 5 minutes for lunch. So with that, I'd like to close conference. So I'd like to close conference there for lunch. Remind all delegates, please don't leave your bags and they'll take them with you. Not sure how secure this is as a part of the venue. And we'll see you back promptly here for 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Conference.
Well done, Tom.
sort of take their seats, and I hope you've all enjoyed the fringe meetings and lunch if you've managed lunch. Can I remind delegates and affiliates to collect their card votes from the party stand? That's if you haven't already done it. The ballot closes at the close of conference. I knew there's too many closes there. Today. So if you haven't picked your cards up, can you pick them up after we've had the address
the address from both the Deputy Leader of the Welsh Labour and also the First Minister. So if you can pick them up after that, that would be good. And also a reminder for the scrutineers and the tellers to report to the doors in the main hall at the end of today's business. So those are my notes for the start of this session. So to open this afternoon's session, I'm pleased to welcome our Deputy Leader of Welsh Labour and the MP for Neath and Swansea East, Carolyn Harris.
Hello, conference. And it's always wonderful to see such a packed room here in Llandudno and to be amongst colleagues and friends and share the successes since we last met, as well as talk about the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. I can't quite believe that it's a year next week since the emphatic victory in the general election, the 4th of July 2024, the day we wiped the Tories out of Wales. But let's be clear, that landslide should not be taken for granted. And we're going to have to work even harder to repeat the success in the Senate elections in 2026. Whilst the Tories might have gone away for now, there are other threats that we need to be alive to. Reform took thousands of votes last year, and while some may say ignore the polls, it will never happen, I remember the same said of Brexit. You can never say never, and we owe it to the people of Wales to prevent their dangerous and divisive agenda getting an opportunity to take hold in the Senedd. And we cannot forget the threat of Plaid either, a party that cares more about independence than about the constituents they represent. A party that teamed up with the Tories to try and vote down a budget that will improve public services and boost the NHS in Wales. A party that cannot deliver and whose vote share will only succeed in giving reform a foothold in Wales. But we aren't here today to talk about what the others are doing. We are here to celebrate what we are doing right. Over the last 12 months, we've already seen the difference a Labour government in Westminster makes, and it's an honour to be a small part of that. It hasn't always been easy, and there have been tough decisions that have had to be made, but under the steady and assured leadership of my friend Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, it still feels really odd calling him that, the country is in a better place. Because we are the party of the people. A party with a vision and values that will build a stronger, fairer and greener future for the whole country. A party that has put the very best people at the heart of government, including our wonderful Secretary of State for Wales, Jo Stevens. Now, normally this is where I go on and name-check the rest of the Welsh PLP for the contributions that they have made throughout the year. But now that Labour hold 27 of the 32 seats in Wales, I'd be up here far longer than anybody wants to hear me talking. However, I am going to give a special shout-out to my friend, Jessica Morden. Jessica chairs the PLP, and I assure you, that is no mean feat, with 403 Labour MPs, 62% of all MPs now representing constituencies in Westminster. Now, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could see a similar or even greater majority return to the Senedd next year, to show the benefits that can be realised when devolved governments work hand in hand with central government? We already have the commitment from the UK Labour government. Earlier this month in the spending review, our Chancellor made a promise to support a fairer future for Wales and an average yearly settlement of over 22 billion, the largest in the history of devolution. Significant highlights of the review of Wales include 4.9 billion for investment in public services like the NHS, 500 million for Tata Steel's new electric arc furnace, which will protect jobs and reduce carbon emissions, 445 million for all rail infrastructure enhancement to address the historic underfunding of rail investments in Wales, 218 million to support local economic growth and community projects, which will create thousands of jobs across every region of Wales. 118 million to support vital work to maintain the safety to disuse coal tips, which will drive local economic growth in some of our most deprived communities and unlock land that can be repurposed. And 80 million investment to support floating offshore wind development in the Port Albert area and create a greener future for Wales. All proof that this party cares about making a difference to communities right across our nation. And nobody here needs to tell me that the Senate's elections next year really are the most important ones in Wales since devolution. And with the prospect of two Labour governments continuing the success of the last 12 months, I know that we can build a better future. A future of good education, secure jobs, and a health service that remains free to all at the point of use. A future where all people matter and you don't have to be privileged to access the basics in life. A future that those of us in power today will be proud to leave for the next generation. None of us are pretending that we have managed to completely overturn 14 years of Tory failure in the last 12 months. There's still a long way to go, but progress is happening. Positive changes have been made. And every one of the 403 Labour MPs, especially the 27 from Welsh Labour, are committed to doing everything we can to make our country better and fairer. For those of us here in Wales, being able to do that alongside a Lyned and supportive Welsh Labour colleagues truly makes all the difference. That is why the only outcome we can afford next year is the return of a Welsh Labour government to work together with the UK Labour government, because we will commit to proper investment in our public services, better job opportunities in communities across the country, and a fairer future for the people of Wales. But I want to thank everyone in this room, and the thousands who aren't, who give up their time for our party, whether they're elected as representatives, volunteers, or to our wonderful Welsh Labour staff who make things look so easy. You made a massive difference last year, and you can make a massive difference next year. So let's ensure that our Labour vision and our Labour values that have spread through the heart of Westminster can do the same in Cardiff Bay. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a legend in Wales, a man who earned 91 caps for his country, including 4 Six Nations winning campaigns, 2 of which were Grand Slams. And that's to say nothing about his illustrious career with the British and Irish Lions. And quite frankly, one of the nicest, most humble people it's been my pleasure to meet. So conference, let's hear it. Let's have a big welcome to the Sheriff, Ken Owens.
Enough to do a hoggy.
Yeah, we do a haka.
Boneddigion, boneddigesau, cynadledd, diolch yn fawr iawn am y croeso. Ladies and gentlemen, conference, thank you very much for the welcome. As Caroline said, I've achieved a hell of a lot in my rugby career, but for my grandparents, I think this would be a pinch me moment. They'd be even more prouder that I get to speak at Labour Party conference. Like I said, most of you know me from the rugby field. Few scrums, few scars, and more than a few hard-fought wins. I think we're going to be going through some battles over the next couple of years, and we're in it together. But being captain is so much more than just leading a team. It's about carrying a nation. I was lucky to do that on the rugby field with Wales. A nation that sings together, that backs its own, that believes in community, in graft, and in never giving up. That's not just rugby, that's Wales, that's Labour. And that's why I'm here. I was raised in a Labour household with my grandparents, where I first met Lyned. She wouldn't want me to say this, back in 1994 when I was leafleting as a 7-year-old in her first campaign in the European elections. But I grew up hearing about fairness, standing up for your community, because it's the right thing to do. That's what Lyned Morgan gets. She's grounded, passionate, driven. She just doesn't talk about Wales, she fights for it. I've played under great coaches. The best leaders know it's about them. It's about building belief in the team. And that's what Lyned is doing. And that's what Lyned is doing in Welsh Labour. Delivering for people on the things that matter most in their lives. And as a party, we are proud of what we represent. I've taken a few knocks. On my speech it says broken bones. I was lucky I didn't break many bones in playing. Lost some games. But what got us through was always the same. Trust, teamwork, knowing who you're playing for. Not ourselves, the cap, the dragon, the people we represent. That's what we've got to remember now. As a party and as a nation, working together to get it over the line. Because let's be honest, and we've got to be completely honest with this, the opposition is shouting from the sidelines. But none of them are fit to lead this team, to lead Wales. Being Welsh is about care, community and courage. And no one shows that better than Lyned. She doesn't just wear the badge, she earns it. And I'm proud to back her. And just before her speech, here's a short video.
With the people of Wales behind us, we will win and build a better future. We're not just fixing what's broke, building something better.
So conference, Cynhadledd, give a resounding welcome to our captain, our leader, Lyned Morgan.
I'm having such a good time, I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you want to have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. 'Cause I'm having a good time. Don't stop me now. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't want to stop at all.
Please, ystedwch lawr. Ystedwch lawr. Pnawn da. Come on, we tried this last year. Let's give it another go this year. Pnawn da. Diolch yn fawr I chi. Now, can I start by saying what an honour it is to be introduced by a rugby hero. I remember many years ago being introduced to Ken's granddad, who was an absolute Labour legend in Carmarthen. I know he was a massive inspiration to you, Ken. Where are you, Ken? Where have you gone? There we go. I know how much he meant to you. He was a huge inspiration to you. And he did the Labour Party proud with his many years of service on the council. But I'll never forget, though, this time when I was canvassing with this lovely woman in Carmarthen. And I was telling her with real pride how my 12-year-old son was going to be playing rugby in Cardiff Arms Park, and I was for the school. And she said, "Oh, is he good at rugby?" And I said, "Well, he's all right." And she said, "Oh, my son plays rugby too." And I said, "Well, is he any good?" And she said, "Well, he's out playing with the Lions at the moment." So that was Ken's lovely mum. So diolch yn fawr iawn I chi. Thanks, Ken, for everything you and your whole family has done for community and for your country. Gawn ni ddiolch iddo fan. Now, I walked on to Don't Stop Me Now. Now, those of you who know me well know I'm a massive Queen fan. So Don't Stop Me Now has now become my top track because I have no intention of being stopped. Not now and not in May. Because, yes, I am having a good time. I've got a nation to fight for and I don't intend to lose. So I'm going to start with a truth that defines who we are. Wales and Welsh Labour have always punched above our weight. In grit and in grace, in coal and in culture, in song and in science. We lead not by size, but by our spirit. From deep-rooted industry to cutting-edge innovation, we lead with our heads, with our hearts, our unshakable belief in justice. And that's what this speech is about. A future that only Welsh Labour has the courage and the clarity to deliver. And a warning about what's at stake if we and the people of Wales let that future slip away. Now, the next Senedd election won't be a routine affair. It will be a moment of reckoning. Reform are rising, Plaid are mobilising, and across the country, people are asking big, serious questions about what kind of future they want for Wales. Now, this is not a moment to look away. This is a moment to look forward, a moment of maximum opportunity, and yes, of really serious threat. It's time to stand up. It's time to get involved because the next chapter of our story is being written and we all have a role in shaping it. Now, for the first time in a generation, we have two Labour governments in Cardiff and Westminster working together, pulling in the same direction. And when Wales has a seat at the table, we don't just follow the agenda, we set it. Fydd yr etholiadau nesaf yn ddewis. Dewis rhwng gwahanol weledigaethau dros yn gwlad. Nid dyma'r amser i edrych i ffwrdd, dyma'r amser i edrych ymlaen, i sgrifennu'r benod nesaf yn hanes ein gwlad, ac am y tro cyntaf mewn cenhedlaeth, mae dyn ni ddwy lywodraeth yn cydweithio, yn tynnu yn yr un cyfeiriad ac yn delifro dros bobl Cymru. Now, working with our Welsh Labour MPs and with Joe Stevens, we made the case for Wales clearly, confidently, and with conviction. And they didn't just listen. Kier Starmer and his team heard us and worked with us. And the result? The largest budget in the history of devolution, a massive boost to funding to tackle our longest NHS waiting lists. New schools and social homes are now being built. Money poured into education to improve standards. More support for childcare to address the cost of living challenges. £445 million secured for Welsh Rail after over a decade of Tory underinvestment. £180 million for coal tip safety after years of hard campaigning, adding to the millions already injected by the Welsh Labour government. And also they've reinstated winter fuel allowance to the vast majority of pensioners in Wales. That was welcome. Because when the priorities of our people are echoed at both ends of the M4, real change doesn't just feel possible, it is possible. That's power in partnership. Not just shared slogans, but shared priorities, shared purpose, shared progress. And that's the difference Labour makes. And that's the difference that's worth fighting for. And when we talk about power in partnership. We're not just talking about two Labour governments, not just Labour MSs and MPs working together. It's our local councils. It's our trade unions. It's our frontline workers, not just in the room, but at the table. Because here, it isn't just a principle. It's written into our laws through the Social Partnership Act. And it's delivering. It's the Red Welsh way, and it works. So while Nigel Farage is in Port Talbot, peddling fantasies about sending people's grandchildren down coal mines and reopening blast furnaces, we're dealing with the reality that they left behind, the scars of decades of Tory neglect, the cost of industrial decline. We're not romanticising the past, we're cleaning it up. We're protecting our communities. We're not politicising their pain, we're honouring our industrial past by building a fairer future, one that unites, it doesn't divide, one that lifts people up, doesn't exploit their circumstances for cheap headlines and easy applause. This isn't abstract, it's action. And this is what happens when Labour governs in partnership and with the people of Wales at the heart of every decision. Ambitious, united, and always, always putting Wales and its people first, just as it says on your membership card. Ond pan rydyn ni'n llywodraethu yng Nghymru, i ni bob amser yn gwneud ni yn ein ffordd ni, y ffordd goch Gymreig. Ffordd sydd wedi ffurfio gan ein gwerthoedd, ein pobl a'n blaenoriaethau ni. Now here in Wales, we don't follow the crowd. We lead in our own way, shaped by our Welsh values, our people and our priorities, the Red Welsh way. The Red Welsh way, which is proudly distinct, it's rooted in justice, it's fiercely pro-devolution, it's being renewed for a new generation, a way defined not by slogans, but by service, a way that speaks to Wales and speaks for Wales. And nowhere is our Labour vision clearer than in the NHS. Labour's proudest achievement and Wales's greatest promise. Born of Welsh conviction, built by Labour courage, now renewed with Labour resolve. As Nye Bevan said, no society can legitimately call itself civilised if a sick person is denied medical aid because of a lack of means. And that principle still drives us today. We know things in the NHS are tough, but here in Wales we are making progress and we've got a plan to go further and faster. People are being treated quicker, and behind every statistic is a life being moved forward. We're not just defending the NHS, we're reimagining it for the next generation. Long NHS waits fell by 60% between November and April. 60%. Diolch, Jeremy. And every month, our GP surgeries provide appointments to the equivalent of half the Welsh population. And every day, all over Wales, our NHS provides life-saving and truly life-changing care. So I want to tell you about Eddie. Now, Eddie been told it could be 4 years before he got his knee operation. But just after Christmas, he got a surprise letter. Surgery booked at Abergele Hospital. And when he turned up, everyone on the ward had the same story, expecting to wait years, suddenly being seen. Why? Because Keir Starmer and the UK Labour government is now providing the money to the Welsh Labour government, and we're putting it to work backing our NHS. And when Eddie had his first knee operation done in 2017, he was in hospital for 5 days. This time, 1 night. He walked out the next morning, had 6 weeks of physio, and now is well on the way to recovery. And Eddie's story isn't a one-off. It's a sign of what's changing right across Wales. We're not standing still. We're redesigning care right where it matters most in our communities. Thousands of new health professionals on the ground. Pharmacies now treating 28 common ailments for free, from chest infections to skin allergies. Conditions you'd have gone to see your GP in the past, now seen in your local community pharmacy. A more local, responsive service that works with people, not against them. But we know it's not enough. And we know there's still a long road ahead. But let's be clear, these aren't givens. These are Labour choices. The political choices that put people first. In England, they don't have free prescriptions. Here, they're free at the point of need, and in Wales, they are staying that way. And here in North Wales, we've opened a brand new medical school in Bangor, and by the end of this year, there will be a brand new orthopaedic centre right here in this town. So people like Eddie, they're going to be seen quicker, they'll get the care they deserve, and it'll be closer to home. That's what investing in care looks like. That's what putting patients before profit looks like. Not slogans, not just action. It's what sets us apart, is that vision for the future as well. But all of that is at stake and is at risk if we don't come first in the Senedd elections next year. Now, Plaid talk about their love for public services. But when it mattered, when it really mattered, when we brought forward a budget to invest in the NHS and our communities, they stood with the Tories and they tried to vote it down. That's Plaid for you. And Reform, they aren't a party of delivery. They're a force for division. Reform don't want to protect the NHS. They want to dismantle it. Rip it up and replace it with an insurance system, privatised, profit-driven, out of reach for the people who need it most. Because in their world, your health depends on your wealth. They point to problems. We're the party of answers, not the party of excuses, not the party of fear, but make no mistake, they are a threat to your NHS, to your rights, to the Welsh way of life. Mae Reform yn fygythiad go iawn, achos yn ei byd nhw, fe fod ni'n gweld diwedd ar yr NHS fel i ni'n gyfarwydd â hi heddi. A chofiwch, pan ddaeth na gyfle i helpu'n NHS, fe bleidleisiodd Plaid gyda'r toried mewn ymdrech i stopio'r buddsoddiad yna yn ein cymunedau. Next week, the UK government is going to unveil its plan for NHS reform in England, aiming to shift more care into the community, to focus on prevention, and to modernise through digital innovation. Well, here in Wales, we're already delivering that, but you won't hear much about that because it doesn't fit the tired image that some want to paint of the NHS in Wales. The real picture, we're continuing on the path to modernisation, to prevention, and to community and digitally driven support. And that is just the start. Because we know that around a quarter of adults in Wales experience mental health problems. And even more young people need support. And that's why, in the next Senedd terms, we will take the next bold step. Building on the success of our 111 Press 2 service, which has already started to transform access to mental health support, we will go further. In the next Senedd term, we will provide open access to mental health support so help comes early and people get better faster. True parity with physical health. And when we do this, Wales will become the first country in the world to offer such access to mental health care and support. Because mental health can't wait. And under Welsh Labour, it won't have to. Now, I'm sure you all know how strongly I feel about making women's health a priority, giving it the attention, the investment, and the respect it deserves. Now, last time when we gathered here in Llandudno, Claire O'Shea was with us. And she stood here reminding us of who we are, a movement rooted in justice, in solidarity, and we've sadly lost her. Now, Claire spent her final months fighting, not for herself, but for others. Campaigning for women who, like her, had been failed by a system that should have protected them. So let me say this clearly and directly. She was let down. And too many other women have been let down as well. We're revisiting women's experiences, and as the first woman in this job, I am listening, I am learning, and I am acting. Creating spaces where women are heard, they're believed, and they're treated with dignity. And I promise you this, we will deliver the Women's Health Plan, and in Claire's memory, we'll ensure that women's health hubs are up and running in every part of Wales before the next election. The Plaid and the Tories don't stand up for Wales. They stand in the way. And let's be clear, the NHS is on the ballot paper next year. Only Welsh Labour will protect it. Only Welsh Labour will deliver it. Only Welsh Labour will make it fit for the 21st century. With Plaid, you get risk. With the Tories, you get ruin. And with reform, you get a wrecking ball. We cannot and we will not let that happen. Not on our watch, not in our Wales. Now, Conference, after an incredible 26 years in office, it's time to renew our vows to the public and to this party. And when it comes to vows, my husband often jokes I'm more married to Wales than to him. And to be fair, he's probably got a point. But this is a moment, I think, of renewal for our party. And I'm really, really proud of what we've delivered. But I'm not here to look back. Our past success is the launch pad for our future. And today, Conference, I can announce the next step in that journey. We will build a nation ready to take advantage of the artificial intelligence revolution. A tool that can improve lives because the race is on and Wales will not be left behind. I want our country and our people match fit for the future. Our nation powered the Industrial Revolution. Pioneers of coal, steel, and steam. We powered the empire. But those days are well gone. Nigel Farage may want to drag us back to that past, but I am focused unapologetically on the future. Reform say they're worried about artificial intelligence. Well, their interest in Wales is certainly artificial. And when it comes to policy, well, we're still waiting for the intelligence, aren't we? So there's a major difference between us and Reform. As Raymond Williams says, to be truly radical is to make hope possible rather than despair convincing. And we're already leading the way, being one of the global centers for the tiniest, most powerful, most modern semiconductors. And in the years ahead, we will transform public services using the best technology and the brightest talent, upskilling our fantastic workforce, embracing the huge opportunities of AI with fairness and purpose at its heart. Now, handled in the right way, with humans in charge, AI can help us deliver services that are faster, smarter, and fairer. And in Wales, we're already showing what that looks like. But we're going to do it in the red Welsh way. Of course, we're doing it in partnership with our trade union colleagues because they understand the power of AI to transform how we live and how we work. Thanks to them, we already have ethical guardrails in place, protecting workers and guiding how AI is used across our public services. Now, this isn't innovation for its own sake. It's innovation with purpose, to make jobs easier, not to make them disappear, to protect people, not replace them, to close inequality, not widen it. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. AI is all a bit sci-fi. Let the next generation sort it out. But this isn't science fiction. It's here. It's now. It's transforming every part of life, from classrooms to care homes. Just take my own story. Now, many of you know that I care for my 93-year-old mum who lives with Alzheimer's. And like all carers, I worry about her constantly. Is she safe? Has she eaten? What if she falls? What if I'm not there? Now, thanks to AI, she can wear a small device that monitors her blood pressure, oxygen levels, whether she's skipped a meal, whether she's had a fall, and that can send the data in real time to a monitoring center. What a difference that can make if you're a carer to your peace of mind. But more importantly, it gives her independence. And I just don't want just that for my own mum. I want it for everyone. I want it for every carer, every person needing support. No panic, no worry, just dignity, just care. That's not some future fantasy. That's already happening right here in Wales. AI has already revolutionized diagnostics in our health system. A new AI pathology platform has led to a 13% increase in prostate cancer detection rates right here in North Wales. Now just imagine that in every community, from Ceredigion to Conwy. And Conference AI isn't limited to care. It's helping teachers to personalize learning, doctors to detect illness earlier, social workers to focus on people, not paperwork, and it's about so much more. I'm extremely proud to announce that Wales will host a world-leading AI growth zone. Now, this is a place where fair work, cutting-edge technology, and ethical design come together. By backing innovation with fairness, we're turning ambition into action. AI, the red Welsh way. Now, this is a huge win for Wales. And together, the UK Labour government and the Welsh government made this happen together. But I think we've got to be honest, we're not leading yet. The world's most powerful AI models, they're not built in Wales, not yet. This is our moment to change the game, because in Wales, we've got what it takes. A world-class semiconductor cluster, the most trusted health data in the UK, leading research in cybersecurity, and a proud bilingual culture ideal for building inclusive AI. And already we're working with OpenAI to train Welsh language data sets. So here's our offer to Wales. Cutting-edge AI and digital skills in every Welsh secondary school. New AI centres of excellence with FE, HE, industry and unions, supporting a just transition for workers. Building on the Workforce Partnership Council's landmark tech agreement, shaping how AI enters the public sector. A public sector AI framework designed with the Social Partnership Council, rooted in fairness. And one simple rule: if your tech doesn't meet Welsh standards, it doesn't belong in Welsh public life. And today I can announce that this year we'll invest £2.5 million to show visible leadership on AI across the Welsh public service sector, including the creation of a new department for AI within the Welsh Government, bringing together civil servants and industry experts to lead the way for us. This isn't about Silicon Valley, it's about the Welsh valleys. It's about building a Wales where technology reflects our values, fairness, dignity, opportunity. We'll give our schools, hospitals and councils the tools, the training and the confidence to use AI for good. And we'll open up new opportunities for small businesses to grow and for young people to shape the future. We don't want gimmicks. We want progress with purpose. Progress that protects your job, your dignity, and your community. And yes, we will lead in AI, but we'll do it our way, the red Welsh way. And conference, let's be honest, the Tories won't do this. Reform certainly won't. We know exactly what Farage means when he talks about wasteful spending and cutting bureaucracy. He means cutting public services. So to all of you who keep our public services running in Wales, that's nearly 300,000 people, listen carefully to what Farage is saying. Because when he says that they're going to slash spending, it's not waste they're cutting. It's you. It's your job they're coming for. And Plaid, they haven't even entered the conversation. Inexperienced economic fantasists. Big slogans, no serious plan, and an independence agenda that collapses under the weight of scrutiny. Now, unlike them, we're not interested in the politics of protest. We're interested in the practice of power. And with tensions continuing in the Middle East, global energy prices on a knife edge, and instability spilling across continents, this is no time for amateurs. Wales needs experience and resolve. We're the ones with the plan, we're the ones with the partnerships, and we're the ones with purpose. And conference, I want to pause here to thank those Senedd members who have decided not to stand again in the forthcoming elections. They are going to take a well-earned break after decades of service, and that's understandable. but we will miss your commitment, your drive, and your passion for our movement. Can we please thank them? Diolch yn fawr. But because we're a strong team, we know we have able and committed, driven people waiting in the wings to step in. Talented people who will inject our Senedd with fresh energy and new ideas. So I want to thank you, the hundreds of people who've put your names forward to lead your communities and your nation. In conference, we're serious about building a better Wales. And we must be honest, nation building isn't just about money, it's about vision and power. The power to make decisions about our country, in our country, appropriate for our country. So yes, we will continue to pursue further powers. Not for show, but because if we want a stronger Wales, we need the tools to build it ourselves. Control over youth justice focused on rehabilitation and a fair deal on the Crown Estate so the wealth from our natural resources stays in Wales. And as your First Minister, I've got to be honest, I will never stop pressing for more, because that's my job. That's my duty, to make Wales's case with clarity, with confidence, and with the full weight of the people I represent behind me. Because when you believe in your country, truly believe, you don't settle for what's offered. You reach for what's needed. You raise your voice. You raise your sights. And let's not forget, nation building isn't a slogan. It's what we're doing every single day through our commitment to Cymraeg, the thriving, growing language of our nation, through a curriculum that's shaped for Welsh learners. And under the leadership of our wonderful Deputy First Minister, Hugh Davies, we will protect and support the land that we all love, tackling climate change head on. Diolch I ti. That is real nation building. And we're not just focused on what happens within our borders. We're taking Welsh leadership to the world. Now, this December, we'll host the most significant business event that Wales has ever seen, a major investment summit in Newport, bringing together global investors, Welsh innovators, and government partners to do one thing: put Wales firmly on the global stage. Wales is open, Wales is confident, Wales is ready to lead. And let's not forget, through the bleakest days of Tory austerity, it was Welsh Labour that stepped up, stood firm, and kept delivering. Just think about what we've done. We brought back the train lines in the valleys. We invested when others walked away. And now passenger journeys are up by a fifth on our amazing brand new trains, many made in Wales, that are crisscrossing our country every day. It's taken over a decade of patient, determined practice in power to lay those foundations. So yes, we absolutely welcome the new rail investment from the UK government. Of course we do. It's very long overdue and we're ready to make the most of it. But let me be clear, just as Joe Stevens said this morning, this is just the start. Because ambition for Wales grows with what we know we can do. When we have the power, the partnerships, and the determination to do it. And this weekend shows exactly what that looks like. Just yesterday, the Prime Minister and I stood side by side at RAF Valley, paying tribute to our armed forces. And today, in particular, we honour their service to our country. Now, conference, after my national listening tour, I promised we would focus on the bread and butter issues that matter most to our communities. And that's exactly what we've done. Listen to what we've delivered already. We've transformed more than 300 schools and colleges over the past few years. We've delivered and safeguarded nearly 40,000 jobs. We're rejuvenating town centres, and we're on track to deliver 20,000 new social homes. We've transformed Theatr Clwyd, and we've stopped people. Do you like Theatr Clwyd? Have you been there yet? I think we should all go on a visit. What do you think? We've stopped people also, and this is one of the proudest achievements, and I know this is something that Mark Drakeford is particularly proud of, along with Julie and others, that we've stopped people profiting from services for looked after children. And yes, we're on course to fill 100,000 potholes before the election. You're laughing, but that's what the people care about, and that's why we're delivering it for them, because government isn't always glamorous, but under my leadership, under our leadership, it always delivers. Real action, real results, promises made, promises kept. And conference, there's more. Today, I'm proud to announce the launch of a new Tidy Towns Fund, a direct investment this year in the places that we call home. An additional £5 million will go to local government to give our communities the uplift they deserve, to clean up our streets, restore shared spaces, spruce up local centres, and breathe new life into the places that matter most. Diolch yn fawr, working with local authorities. Mi fyddwn ni'n lawnsio yn cronfa trefi taclus 5 miliwn o fuddsoddiad yn y manner sy'n bwysig i ni eleni yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf. Because when our surroundings feel cared for, we feel cared for too. When a street is tidy, when a park is looked after, when a town centre feels alive, that's not just about bricks and mortar. It's actually about belonging, it's about dignity. And above all, it's about pride. Because pride in our places means pride in ourselves. That is the red Welsh way, rooted in respect, delivered with purpose, and powered by the people who know their communities best. Thank you to our councillors and all they do for us. Now, conference, you know I'm not afraid to speak up when it matters. I stood up on welfare reform, the two-child benefit cap, and the cuts to winter fuel payments. Because I know that when I speak, when we speak, it makes a difference. And I'm glad the UK government is a listening government, and they heard our concerns and changed their approach to welfare cuts. We were really concerned about the impact these changes could have on some of our poorest and most vulnerable communities, and we made that clear to our colleagues in Westminster, and I'm really glad they listened, because that decision brings huge and welcome relief to thousands of people in Wales who rely on this support to live with dignity. We are the party of the real living wage for care workers, the party of social partnership, of a greener, fairer, more confident Wales. And every time a patient picks up a free prescription, it proves the doubters wrong. It proves our values don't just sound good, they work. And that's why conference, the next chapter of the story be written by others. Let it be written by us. In every door we knock, in every community we listen to, in every proud vote cast for fairness over fear. I know I can count on you to stand with us in this mission. We'll have the vast experience of Welsh Labour's 103-year record of success to draw on. Do you hear that, Joe? And we'll have Joe and his incredible team, I know, working their socks off. Should we give them a cheer? And we'll have campaigners like the wonderful Deputy Leader Carolyn Harris, tireless in her leadership and in her love for this party. And just as importantly, we'll have our trade union movement at our side, our long-standing partners. Because when we campaign together, we don't just win elections, we change lives. Now, I came on to Don't Stop Me Now, not just because it's a statement and a tune, but because it is something that I believe in. It's something that I want to happen. Now, I don't want to stop at all. Not now, not when there's so much still to do, not when our future is right there waiting to be won. Dwi yn uchelgeisio dros Gymru, nid I ddal I fyny, ond I arwen, I greu NHS sy'n gryfach, I sicrhau ysgolion sy'n gweithio I bob plentyn ac I ddatblygu swyddi sy'n dod ag urddas a chymunedau sy'n unedig. I'm ambitious for Wales, and I know that you are too. Not to catch up, but to lead. We didn't achieve our progress by breaking the bonds of solidarity, and we're certainly not going to start that now. We've got the winds at our back, we've got 2 Labour governments in power, and the road ahead is wide open, and we're walking it our way, the red Welsh way, and together we will walk it proudly. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
So thanks very much for that, Eleni. And conference, if we can now go back to the agenda, we're going to look at the moments in conference. We just take a moment out to thank the incredible volunteers and members who make this party what it is. And so we're going to move to the awards section. So we're going to ask those who are announced as winners to pick the awards up if you're in the hall from the Labour Party stand. So the first of our awards.
Leave the hall quietly.
Yeah, can you leave the hall quietly if you're going? But you really should stand to applaud all these volunteers who are going to win the awards. But there we go. So our first award then, we're presenting our Best Labour Party Campaign of the Year, and that comes to an individual or a group who have gone above and beyond to get Labour candidates elected across Wales. And so this award this year goes to Splot Labour Party for the Splot by-election. Our next award goes for engaging our members and supporters, and this is for those who have built an effective team in their area. And our recipients this year are Andy Furlong and the Swan Squad. So Labour in Local Government Award. This year's award goes to a Labour group who've utilised digital campaigning to effectively get their message out and around their council budgets. And the 2025 recipients are Newport Labour Group. The Long Service Award, this member is chair of their CLP, leads from the front and was instrumental in the general election campaign. She's been a member for longer than we care to mention, and this year's recipient is Vicky Roberts from Clwyd North. That's the MP that's shouting for her there, but we're very proud of Vicky. So, and finally, the Lily Summers Award for outstanding commitment to fighting for LGBTQ+ rights and social change in the Labour movement. This award goes to two members who have set up their own community interest company, providing training to schools across Wales and the UK to make every school inclusive and every pupil feel safe, seen and supported. And the recipients this year are Ian Trimble and Rhys Good. So we thank them all for their service, and we thank everybody who has done similar things, and hopefully next year it might be your turn. So awards, as I say, can be collected from the party stand for those not here, and thanks again. It's great that we get our movement as dedicated and as strong as it is. There is one final special mention that I want to make as the chair. Someone who's been instrumental in the party, I'm just looking to see. Someone's been instrumental in the party, especially here in North Wales. She's often called the Queen of the North. And she's not in the hall. Oh, she is. She is. That's great. That's good. I can see her. And she's recently celebrated a very special birthday. Can I invite our very own Michelle Perfect to come to the stage to wish her a very special happy birthday? You get on, Michelle. We're going to sing. So thanks very much, Michelle, for all you do, not just in North Wales, but across Wales in your role. So thank you very much. We're going to move on now to the TULO report. So we move to the Trade Union and Labour Organisation report. It will not come as a surprise that I will always sing the praises of the trade union movement. For those of you who know, I believe it's the trade union movement that gave me the opportunity to be here where I am today. And the incredible work they do for standing up for working people. So can I invite Steve Belcher to give the TULO report, please? Oh, he's there. Steve.
I'm here. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Conference. So, yes, Steve Belcher, Unison Cymru, political officer, but here today as Chair of Wales TULO to deliver the 2025 TULO report. We're back in Llandudno Conference. It seems like just a few months since the last time. I spent so much time here, I think some of us are expecting a bill off Conway Council for a council tax, given the amount of... I spend more time here than I do at home. I say it most years, conference, and I'm going to repeat it this year before I continue with my report. This conference is a success because of the hard work done across so many sectors by trade union members, whether it's the train drivers who bring so many of you here, the staff at the venue who work so hard to make sure you're safe and you have an enjoyable stay, the people who run the hotels, the bars and the restaurants across town, and let's not forget all the communication workers who make sure you get your documents and things. It's organised labour that keeps this country ticking over, so we should never forget that, conference, never forget it. It's just been over a year since Lynette Morgan became our First Minister. On taking the role, Lynette made a commitment to having regular meetings with TULO. Lynette understands the importance of the trade union link and the vital connection to the working class in Wales that it brings. That commitment has been fulfilled and more. And we believe an excellent relationship has developed. Our members are never shy in telling us what they think, and we make sure that that message gets through to the First Minister and Welsh Labour. Trade union members, who let's not forget, are all voters. They want you to be sure that their politicians listen to them, and in Lynette Morgan, they know that to be the case. So with just under a year to go before the next Senate election, you'll not be surprised that it will feature in this TULO report. The selection process is underway, with prospective candidates from across Wales looking for endorsements or nominations. To be clear, Labour Party rules are there to be complied with, and when seeking public office, candidates must be members of a trade union. It is important, it is essential, it is the rule. I don't need to remind conference of the historical links between the trade unions and the Labour Party. So the affiliated trade unions have shared values. They include fairness, equalities, social justice, democracy. Our activists know the difference between right and wrong. They know an injustice when they see one. These are the values that we want to bring to the enlarged 96-member Senedd next year. The disadvantaged, the disabled and the vulnerable people in our communities rely on Labour representatives in both the Senedd and, yes, Westminster to support them, and we should never let those people down. We want next year's Senedd to reflect the communities that we live in. There has to be MSs who have worked on the front line, who know what it's like to have struggled to pay bills, who know how hard it is to provide for their families. I'll come back to the challenges in a minute, but we must see next year's election as an opportunity to show the voters in Wales that their Labour representatives are like them and they understand them and the daily struggles they face. And of course, the trade unions will have a vested interest in their candidates being selected. But let's not forget that our representatives have all gone through what I would say is the best education programme available. The trade unions make sure that our activists are trained, they are knowledgeable, they're trained on equalities, diversity, negotiating skills, public speaking, awareness of local government finance, dealing with distressed and very upset members. To put it another way, conference, our activists are ready to hit the ground running if they are elected. Next year's elections are, without doubt, the most important in the history of devolved government in Wales. Not just because it's an enlarged Senedd, not just because it's a new proportional voting system, but because of the challenges and the threats that we as a Labour movement are facing right now. We need to look at apathy. The voting public are not engaging in the way we would prefer. So that can be a role that the trade unions can be involved in. We will engage with our members to persuade them of the importance of not just turning up and voting every few years, but empowering them to see that they can make a difference. What is our message? Conference, polling has shown that the Westminster Employment Rights Bill is popular amongst everybody, no matter which party you vote for. Polling is showing that that bill, is, as it makes its journey through Westminster, is very popular. But we need to make sure the public know about it and who delivered it, the Labour Party. TULO will be playing our part in this with roadshows, training, seminars. The bill will have a positive effect on so many people. Just like the Minimum Wage Act, the Tories are actively resisting this bill, claiming that it's bad for business, and they will do everything they can to prevent it happening or to water it down. But who else is resisting the Employment Rights Bill and instructing their MPs to vote against it? That's right, conference. It's the revolutionary hero of the working class, that paragon of Marxist purity, the proletarian champion of the worker, Nigel Farage, and his latest political vehicle, Reform UK, or to give it its full name, Reform UK Limited, registered with Companies House number 11694-875. They've used every opportunity to vote against the Employment Rights Bill. They see it as detrimental to their friends in big business who bankroll them for a reason. They bankroll them not because they think they'll look after the interests of the working class, but because in Reform they see a political party that will always put profits before people. As far as they're concerned, public services are just a drain on the budget. Empathy, compassion, justice. When we talk about these qualities, they just see weakness. We should never forget that Reform's leader, or should I say Reform's owner, he was a member of the Conservative Party during the 1980s when our communities here in Wales were torn apart by his political hero, Margaret Thatcher. If he's changed at all since then, it's simply that his political journey has taken him even further to the right. He still stands by the mantra that you stand on your own 2 feet, and if you can't, tough luck. It's so important that we get that message out to our members. Reform are no friends of the trade unions or the working class. We're not naive. We know that there will be trade union members out there who are considering voting for them, and it's our job to persuade them otherwise. The affiliated trade unions, Welsh Labour and our First Minister will be working together to ensure that when voters go to the polls next year, they will see that Welsh Labour has something to offer them. We want to earn every single vote with an exciting message. No room for complacency, no room for a casual expectation that our supporters will just vote for us because they always have. With busy diaries and conflicting priorities, Wales TULO continues to take the joint views of the affiliated trade unions into the heart of the Welsh Labour Party. We meet regularly, we are in constant touch, but we do need all of the affiliates to be on board. There are one or two of the trade unions who may be struggling to get their delegates to our meetings. So please speak to us if that is the case. Perhaps we can change our venues or the time of the meetings. As the 2026 Senate elections creep closer and closer, your input is needed more than ever. And a message to all you CLP delegates out there. Please invite us to your meetings. The link between the trade unions and the Welsh Labour Party is so important. And you may have members who are unsure as to how it works. So get in touch with us. It doesn't matter where you are in Wales. We will come and we will speak to your CLPs and you know, no matter where you are, contact us. Next year's Senate elections will be difficult. They'll be challenging, and you can be sure, Conference, they will be brutal. Our political opponents believe we are vulnerable and that we can be beaten. We will remain united between Labour Party members, CLPs, our councillors, MPs and MSs, and of course the affiliated trade unions. When we fight together, we win together, Conference. So if you're a trade unionist as well, you're also an internationalist. And the people of Palestine continue to have our solidarity through these desperate times. Chair, I'll close this report with a quote, as I often like to do. And a previous Labour Party leader was always keen to quote Shelley, and I see no reason to stop the tradition today. Rise like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth like dew. You are many, they are few. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you for all your solidarity and work as Chair of TULO this year. So, Congress, we now move to the jobs and green growth debate. Can we roll the tape, please?
My name is Helen Swift, and I was part of the team that was championing the creation of the investment zone in Wrexham and Flintshire in North Wales.
I set up a social enterprise called Jennifer's Coffee, where we import the coffee from farmers on a fair trade basis.
Here in Wales, we've got a Welsh Labour government working with Labour-controlled councils to secure the investment and the infrastructure that we need to create the jobs of the future.
Everything we do works on a sustainable development principle, which is really important to us. What was especially important is that we provided opportunities for young people. We also then set up a cafe in the village green in Porthcawl in Newton, and we've got a local young girl working with us at the moment who is fantastic.
The investment zone is a fantastic Welsh Government and UK Government initiative to boost economic prosperity in a region. What it means for North Wales in particular, it's a commitment to a 10-year plan with £160 million of government money to really support the advanced manufacturing businesses that operate within the region to not only grow but attract new businesses as well. Some of the most exciting businesses that you can imagine in the UK.
We've got world-class strengths in industries like compound semiconductors, fintech, life sciences, the creative sector. And what we are ensuring is happening is that these jobs are here, are growing, and are accessible to the young people in Wales, whatever their backgrounds.
To me, it's a demonstration of UK government and Welsh government working together in partnership to deliver growth for the regions across Wales, for businesses, and for our communities.
Thank you for that. So let's start the debate. Jack Sargent, I'd like to invite you to the podium to open us up.
Well, Cadeirydd, diolch yn fawr iawn, Chair. Thank you very much. And Prynhawn our conference, good afternoon. Conference is so good to see so many of you here for this important debate this afternoon on jobs and green growth. And as a top priority for our First Minister, Eluned Morgan, it forms the cornerstone of our ambition for the country to do things our way, the Red Welsh way, working in social partnership to achieve economic growth, with people and good jobs at its core. Conference, Wales stands at the forefront of a new industrial era, a renewable revolution, one that must deliver not just net zero, but good jobs, fair work and economic justice. Conference, this is about a just transition, one where no community is left behind, and where the industrial heart of Wales beats strongly in a net zero future. And if we get this right, it will be the engine of long-term inclusive prosperity for Cymru. For Conference, we must act. We must act with purpose, and we must act together. As a trained engineer who has worked in advanced manufacturing, I know that if we want to compete for the next generation of skilled manufacturing jobs, then this is the territory we'll be competing on. And we are also seeing huge changes and opportunities with the growth of AI. Conference, I want communities across Wales to benefit from the jobs that come with these products. And that's about ensuring everyone has the skills to engage. Young people having the opportunity to train as engineers or other specialists, and those in the workforce now having the opportunity to retrain, to take advantage of the challenges in our economy. The Red Welsh way of working extends far beyond the impact of the social partnership legislation. We recognise that working with our trade union partners, it's best for everyone. Conference, your Welsh Labour Government invests in upskilling trade union reps through the Wales Union Learning Fund. Well-trained union reps working with employers is the best way to ensure a just transition. And the way we view it in Cymru is that we embrace technology. We embrace it, but we don't leave working people behind and out of work. A just transition must be our rallying cry. Supporting workers who want to retrain and investing in building the infrastructure to attract jobs in construction and manufacturing is just the start. Where we invest well, we create real opportunities. And just look at Wales's thriving cultural and creative economy. Jobs right across the spectrum of employment are now supported by this sector in Wales. And I have personally met young people whose futures look bright because of the way the Welsh Labour Government has supported the cultural economy and has invested in skills. Conference, the future is bright for Wales. And I'm unusual in politics, coming from that manufacturing background. But Conference, that gives me an understanding to know that a country marked by Farage's open cast minds won't meet the needs of our young people. but good jobs building next generation products just might. Our approach is rooted in social partnership, where government, industry, trade unions and communities all working together to shape an economy that works for Cymru. The industrial strategy isn't about growth for its own sake. It's about the right kind of growth, inclusive, sustainable and future-facing. We are focused on high-value sectors where Wales has unique strengths: advanced manufacturing, energy, steel, and the supply chains that underpin them. Conference, we have some of the strongest wind resources in Europe, and we intend to harness them fully for the benefit of Wales. Floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea is a game changer, but the economic prize will only be ours if we secure the supply chains and the skills. This once-in-a-generation opportunity must mean Welsh ports, Welsh steel and Welsh workers. Let's be clear, there is no green transition without steel, and there is no steel without investment and vision. So we are standing by our steel industry, supporting a fair transition, pushing for electric arc furnace development, and fighting to keep good jobs in Cymru. Our steel workers are the backbone of our industrial past, and they must be part of our green industrial future. It's why we're expanding apprenticeships in energy, in engineering, and digital, on our journey to 100,000 apprenticeships this Senedd term, working with colleges, universities, and employers, alongside our trade union partners, to align training with demand, making sure that people across Wales are equipped not just for today's jobs, but for tomorrow's too. Conference, this is about investing in our young people, giving them a reason to stay, to work, to build a future in Cymru. We want every young person in Wales to know there is a future for you here, in good, in meaningful work, work that helps build a better country. Conference, Wales has the people, it has the expertise, it has the natural resources, and Welsh Labour has the ambition and the action to match. Conference, this is our moment to lead. It's our moment to build. It's our moment to deliver a green economy, one that reflects Wales's values: fairness, dignity, sustainability, and ambition. Conference, that's my vision, and it's the vision of our bold and confident First Minister, Eluned Morgan too. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Jack. So now we'll move forward to the motions. Please refer to the SOC report where they'll be in full if you want to see more of the motion. In terms of the speakers, please don't forget to say who you are, what organisation you come from, although it's pretty integral from the thing, and whether or not you're a first-time speaker. So it gives me the greatest pleasure to invite the GMB Trade Union to move motion 5, please.
Well, I'm proud to say, Chair, Conference, I'm Chris Binding and I'm from the GMB Union and a member in Pontypridd CLP. Conference, we meet today at a pivotal moment for working people. The Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act is now law. For the first time, public bodies and Welsh ministers are under a legal duty to consult with recognised trade unions when setting and delivering wellbeing objectives. Workers' voices should no longer be an afterthought. They must now be central to decision-making here in Wales. This Act establishes a statutory social partnership council, ensuring that fair work is not just an aspiration, but a standard. But Conference, this is only half the story. Labour's new Employment Rights Bill, progressing through Parliament, promises the biggest upgrade in workers' rights in a generation. This bill will end zero-hours contracts, combat fire and rehire, guarantee fair notice for shifts, and provide compensation for last-minute cancellations. It will give workers protection from unfair dismissal from day one, strengthen redundancy rights, and enhance family-friendly protections, including day one parental leave and better safeguards for pregnant workers. And let's be clear, it's trade unions that have taken these arguments from the shop floor to the floor of the House of Commons. And under Keir Starmer, we saw this bill implemented within 99 days of taking office. And a promise made and a promise kept. Labour putting our values at the heart of the new government. And in Wales, we have a huge opportunity. The combination of the Welsh Social Partnership Law, our Fair Work agenda, and the New Deal for working people, we have an unprecedented opportunity to make Wales a truly fair work nation. We know the potential of social partnership. We want to deliver better working conditions, tackle exploitation, and improve public services. We want trade union members to shape the world of work and empower workers to have a real say at every level. But these rights and duties are only as strong as our commitment to enforce them. That's why we are calling on the Welsh Labour Government to maximise these opportunities. We must ensure every public body rigorously fulfills its social partnership duties, actively consulting and negotiating with recognised trade unions and guaranteeing union representation in all relevant decision-making. Conference, this is not just about compliance. It's about building a Wales where fair work is the norm, where no worker is left behind, and where trade unions are empowered to lead the way. Let us seize the moment. Let us make Wales the gold standard for employment rights and fair work across the UK. Let us deliver for working people. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Chris. Can we move to motion 6 now from Unite? Unite for Address Transition.
Darrell Williams, Unite Wales, moving motion 6, Unite for a Just Transition. Conference, colleagues, brothers and sisters, today we stand at a crossroads, not just for our planet, but for our people, our industries, and the people that we serve in this country. This motion speaks to the heart of that choice. It's not just about climate action, it's about climate justice. It's about putting working people at the centre of the green transition, not on the scrap heap of progress. Let's begin by recognising our history. Wales has a proud industrial past, forged in coal and steel, built on the backs of generations of working people. Our values powered the world, our steel helped rebuild it, our communities thrived when industry thrived, but too many were abandoned when change came, when industry declined without a plan and profit was put before people. We cannot let history repeat itself. Because make no mistake, change is here again. The climate crisis demands it. The science is clear. But decarbonisation must not mean devastation. We know the risks. If we do nothing, thousands of jobs could vanish and entire regions could fall further behind. Just look at our valleys and other post-industrial communities across Wales. This is why we need a just transition, a worker-led, union-led transformation of our economy. Not a greenwash, not another round of cuts dressed up as climate policy, but a real, ambitious, green industrial strategy for Wales, with public investment, job guarantees, and proper union recognition at its core. Colleagues, let's be clear. There is no net zero without the workers who will build it. Steel workers in Port Talbot, energy workers on Anglesey, engineers in Flintshire, transport workers in Cardiff, construction workers in Swansea. These are the people who must be at the heart of the transition. Not just consulted, but leading it. Not left behind, but trained, supported, and given new opportunities in clean, unionised, well-paid jobs. Not retrained in the jobs of today, but in the green jobs of the future. That's why this motion calls for more than just warm words. It demands action. A Welsh Green National Industrial Strategy, a proper, just transition framework with guaranteed for affected workers, not what we've necessarily seen in the steel industry. Proper investment in renewable energy, public transport and retrofitting. a massive expansion in training and reskilling, including through the brilliant work of the Wales Union Learning Fund in the jobs that the future will bring. We need a Just Transition Commission with formal union representation to hold the government to account. Conference, we can't afford to tinker around the edges. We need a bold, joined-up plan that brings together climate action, economic justice and trade union values. We owe it to the workers of today and to future generations to make sure the green economy is not a race to the bottom, but a rise to something much better. Let's honour the legacy of Welsh industry, not by clinging to the past, by shaping the future. A future where no community is discarded, where no worker is left behind, where climate justice is workers' justice. Let's unite for a just transition and let's deliver the future your communities deserve. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
I invite motion 7 up from community.
Prynawn da conference, Jacqueline Thomas Community Union, moving motion 7. This is an important motion, but it's also to sound note of realism and urgency, because while this motion recognises the strategic importance of the steel industry to Wales, we cannot escape the fact that the steel communities from Port Talbot to Shotton, from Llandudno to Trostre, have been battered over a decade of political failure. Steel's not just a product, it's not just an industry, it's the lifeblood of many of our Welsh towns, an anchor of our community, culture, skilled employment, from the blast furnaces for the south of Wales to the mills in the north. Steel has shaped our past. If we act decisively, it can shape our future, but only if we place it, the strategy and support what it desperately needs. To be honest, over the last 14 years under the Conservative UK government, has been nothing short of disastrous for our steel industry. There's been no vision, no strategy, no support, just broken promises and thousands of jobs placed at risk again and again. Our steelworker families and their communities have been forced to live with insecurity and uncertainty. And yet, despite this, they've stood strong. Our steelworkers are world-class, producing high-quality steel, fighting not just for the jobs, but the futures of their towns and regions. Conference, we do acknowledge the efforts of the Welsh Labour Government, standing by our steel communities through all these difficult times. But we know the real game changer is now, and it must be the UK government's steel strategy, something our movement has campaigned for year after year. The plan must not just be a strategy in name, it must be bold, ambitious, and a blueprint that protects the jobs, that drives the green investment, and rebuilds the capacity of our steel industry across the sectors. We welcome the news that steel tariffs to the US have been reduced, a step that opens the doors for new trade and fresh markets, particularly for South Wales. But we must ensure these benefits don't just exist on paper. We need to deliver real contracts, real jobs on the ground now. Of course, we can't ignore the structural challenges facing the industry. The influx of cheap, high-carbon steel from countries with little or no environmental standards. It undermines both our industry and our climate goals. We need a robust, fair carbon border adjustment mechanism aligned with the EU timetable to level the playing field and support sustainable production. And let's talk about the energy costs. It's a scandal. Welsh steelmakers pay the highest energy cost prices in Europe. It's not just uncompetitive, it's unacceptable. So we're calling on the Welsh Government to work with the UK Labour Government, who are finally addressing this. But this needs to go further. Fair energy pricing is not a luxury, It's an essential if we want to keep a steel industry and survive, let alone thrive. So, colleagues, the message from this motion is quite clear. Wales needs steel, steel needs Wales. It's part of our identity, our economy, our future. And if we are serious about levelling up, about delivering green industry future, then we need to retain the high-quality jobs in our communities, and we must make the steel industry central to this mission. So, conference, let's send a clear message from this room today. No more warm words, no more dithering. It's time for investment, for protection, for strategy, and for action. So let's stand with our steelworkers, and above all, let's deliver it for the future generations who deserve this. And I will apologise about my voice. So, diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Jackie. No apologies necessary. I think you did a very good job. And can we have motion 8 unison, fair funding in Wales?
Prynhawn Conference, Jess Turner, Unison Cymru, moving motion 8 on funding in Wales. Conference, this motion is about better funding for Wales to allow Welsh Labour in government to make the bold political choices that it needs to make for the people of Wales for the reasons that we've heard today. Conference, is fair to say that the experience we've had, just talked about by my trade union colleagues, of successive Tory governments and their deliberate squeeze on public funding has taken its toll here in Wales. And is it any wonder why with that squeeze we sometimes lose confidence as a nation when we're trying to deliver progressive policies in the face of austerity, a global pandemic and a never-ending cost of living crisis? Which, among many other reasons, is why Unison Cymru held out such hope for a change of government in Westminster. And the election of a UK Labour government has brought some positive change, many of which of those changes we've heard today. The Employment Rights Bill, if implemented in full, is going to bring desperately needed improvements for workers across the UK. And Unison is proud to have been able to support that bill. And we're looking forward to provisions like access to workplaces, as well as the repeal of anti-trade union laws, some of the worst in Europe. The improved Welsh Government budget settlement in the autumn and those investment announcements that we've heard about this morning are definitely a step in the right direction for these two governments. But they don't address some of the long-standing funding concerns that we have here in Wales that can hamper devolution. Now, I respect that others may feel differently, but in some ways, the reality of two Labour governments hasn't been always as we'd hoped. And my points here aren't about Westminster decisions and investments that they decide that affect Wales, but more about how Wales is funded to make its own decisions. And maybe that could be born from where we're situated as a public service union. But the mood sometimes to us feels like more of a drive towards centralisation rather than greater devolution. So, for example, where's the progress on the devolution of youth justice and probation? Was devolution really considered in the Employment Rights Bill? Or were Wales and Scotland a bit of an afterthought, borne out now by some of the policy issues that we have to pick up with Welsh Government in schools and in social care? And importantly, how can we defend the application of the Barnett formula as delivering for Wales when we saw for ourselves the recent injustice in the national insurance shortfall in Welsh public services, an area where I operate, an injustice that we experience in Unison every time, that was our old name, every time there's a health pay announcement that emanates from England. So you can see then that as a public service trade union, we have concerns about Wales getting the recognition, fair funding and the respect that we deserve. But conference, as we head into a very uncertain Senedd election, there is a lot at stake. And with the stakes so high, I don't think we have time to doubt ourselves on issues like funding. Many of us have welcomed the recent shift in narrative that we've heard today, just now from Eluned, clearly highlighting a red Welsh way, showing a readiness to stand up first for what is right for Wales. I'm even wearing the badge. But voters also need to know what Labour has to offer. So having been in government for so long, it's very easy for an electorate to take a government for granted. So we might like free prescription school meals, over 60s bus travel. We particularly like social partnership. We definitely like profit out of children's services. But that doesn't mean Welsh Labour can go into an election just on what they've achieved. The rise in populism and anti-establishment views means that Welsh Labour must demonstrate now more than ever what it has to offer. That means progressive, people-centred policies, true to our values, true to Wales, and crucially, with the means to fund them, which is what this motion is about. And that's why the Red Welsh Way has to be bold, and it has to extend to questioning how is Wales funded and is it right? Because we shouldn't have to fight for what is rightfully ours. Now, after that speech earlier, I don't doubt for a minute that Alina has been forthright in her views with Westminster, but we too have to coordinate ourselves to campaign for fair funding for Wales, which means replacing the outdated Barnett formula. We need a formula based on fairness and the size of our public sector and need. We must negotiate to make sure the Crown Estate and those rightful elements of it are devolved. And we have to retain the benefits of our energy production so we don't repeat the mistakes of our industrial past in Wales. Now, I come from an organisation that operates across the UK, and I know all too well the challenge of making devolution heard outside of Wales. Only last week, we had our own UK delegate conference in which we sought to change our name from Unison Cymru Wales to Unison Cymru, a small change you might think. But that required us going out and getting support from across the UK. It meant telling our story and making Welsh voices heard. And as a result, we had unanimous support from across our union, with delegates from England passionately getting up and supporting our cause. Now, I know that changing our name and running a country are not exactly the same thing, but what last week reinforced for me is that we have to be bold, we must be unafraid to stick up for Wales, and we can't doubt ourselves, which is why Conference for a Stronger, Fairly Funded Wales, able to invest in our public services and make political choices close to the people, I ask that you support this motion. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Jess. Conference, in a mode of haste, I haven't asked for people to second from the floor. So can I get a seconder for motion 5 from the GMB? Lovely. Can I get one for motion 6? Lovely. Can I get one for motion 7? One for motion 8. Yes. Thank you. Just the SOC are in the hall, and I don't want them to think I'm taking this lightly. Okay, now we can open up for the group debates. We'll take them in batches of 3. If you can indicate if you want to speak, we'll try and take someone from every side of the hall. Don't forget to tell us who you are, what CLP you're from, or what organisation. And, of course, if you're a first-time speaker, let us know. Now, I believe Andy's got unfinished business from earlier, so we'll bring him up. Can I take the gentleman there at the very front, and I will take Tess as well, please.
Let's try again. Prynhawn da, cynhadledd, diwrnod groundhog. Andy Furlong dwi'n dod o Abertawe Orllewin, and dwi'n dysgu Cymraeg. Good afternoon, conference. It's Groundhog Day, and I've turned up for the right session. Andy Furlong from Swansea West CLP again, a Welsh learner, originally from Pembroke Dock, so you'll understand why I'm going to revert to my first language. And this is my first Welsh conference. I'm speaking in support of motion 5 from the GMB. I've been a trade unionist for 4 decades. I joined the GMB, or Apex, as it was back then when I first started work in 1985. I've been a Labour Party member for even longer, and I have continuous membership of both. And I sometimes ask myself the question, why? And the answer is easy. It's because I know that any Labour government that we could imagine, particularly a Labour government working in partnership with a trade union, is 1,000 times better than any Tory government that we could think of. Now, by Tory, I would ordinarily mean Conservative, but I am aware that there are other right-wing nationalist parties on offer here in Wales, and unsurprisingly, I don't rate either of them. But this aside, we should ask ourselves the question from time to time, why the Labour Party? And it's a question I've asked myself repeatedly over the last 45 years. And sometimes, particularly on a wet Saturday morning when I'm out with the Swan Squad in Swansea, and thank you for very much for the recognition earlier. It wasn't just me, by the way. I mean, there's quite a team of us pulling together now, and we've made 2,500 contacts since the last general election, so we'll carry on. So I think when I knocked doors with the Swan Squad, I realised that working people here in Wales need the Labour Party more than ever before. Because above all else, our party is the party of working people. And without working people, there's no work. Without work, there's no economy. Without the economy, there's no growth. And without growth, there's no tax base. And that means no funding for any of the other priorities that are central to our Labour values, be they pensions, benefits, housing, health, or whatever. Work matters, and workers matter. And it matters that those workers are supported and protected by trade union membership. That's why Motion 5 matters. And only this Labour government, only a Labour government will deliver it, whether it's in Westminster, in Cardiff Bay, or in our council chambers. Labour leadership working in partnership with trade unions. So please, let's maximise the opportunities presented by the Social Partnership and Public Procurement Act here in Wales, shortly to be given extra clout by the new employment bill in Westminster, which is set to protect and advance workers' rights across the UK. That, conference, is Labour at work. So please support Motion 5.
Thank you, Andy.
Diane.
Councillor Ewan Goodjohn, speaking on behalf of Unite the Union and Unite Community. I'm speaking in favour of Unison. Thank you, Unison. Unison's motion on fair funding for Wales. I've also got the badge as well. Let's be honest, conference. We cannot build the Wales we need on a broken funding system. For too long, the outdated and unjust Barnett formula has held back our ambitions. Even its own creator called it a mistake that our own members have been paying the price for every single day since. In the workplaces we represent, from hospitals to councils, steelworks to care homes, we see the impact of underfunding. Public services are stretched to breaking point, jobs are lost, pay is frozen, and our communities are left behind. But this isn't about spreadsheets and formulas. This is about fairness, and it's about social justice. It's about whether we can afford to build the homes that we need, train the nurses that we need, and invest in our future generations for this nation. Wales deserves better than this. I'm proud to say Unite welcomes the Red Welsh Way because it means that it's putting working people first. It means fighting for public ownership, it means fighting for fair pay and a just transition to net zero. But we cannot deliver any of that without the money behind the mandate. We need a fiscal settlement that recognises our distinct challenges and our potential as a country. That means negotiating with the UK Labour government to end the Barnett injustice. It means demanding our fair share of the proceeds of our natural resources. We cannot allow the profits from Wales's natural wealth to flow out of Wales ever again. Unite, I'm proud to say, supports the devolution of the Crown estate so that our communities benefit from the offshore wind and green energy that is to come. To create social justice, we need an equal respect between our nations and our governments. We cannot allow arbitrary decisions on reallocating funding to hold us back. England and Wales projects must really benefit both nations. Any projects that don't, we deserve every penny that we are owed. Thank you. As Leonard said, it's a start. It's a start. Wales also needs to have the power to borrow properly to invest in our communities. £150 million per year is the current limit for the Welsh Government, and it's just not enough to create a just transition for workers, which benefits all of us and lifts our most vulnerable out of poverty. To conclude, conference, as we look to the Senate elections, we must go to the electorate with a clear message. The Red Welsh Way is about fairness, dignity and ambition, and it starts with fair funding. Unite stands ready to campaign with our Labour movement, shoulder to shoulder, to ensure that every penny that Wales is owed is invested in a better future for working people in Wales. Let's write the next chapter of Wales. Let's build a fair and just Wales. Gynhadleth, diolch yn fawr.
Fernanda, good afternoon. Chair, Conference. My name is Tess Morris, representing Unison. For the last 23 years, I have been a frontline energy worker, and I'm extremely proud to do so. And as you can probably imagine, I've seen a fair few changes in 23 years, but none of them really concerned me and my members as much as the just transition and the move to net zero. Not because we don't want it, I can assure you we do. It's the uncertainty that comes from what's going to happen to us. What will our future look like in our employment, and where will we be? The Just Transition is about a fair treatment of workers and communities most affected by change as we move towards a lower carbon world. But it is vital to ensure that the transition to clean green energy is done fairly and correct. We need to ensure that there is offer of training and safeguarding for existing workers, because if we don't, we run the risk that in the future, the expertise and skills that we have here in Wales will be gone. And we've seen that with past industries like coal and what was obviously steel are now coming. And we can't ensure Wales is left behind. Now, in regards to energy workers, this isn't a new matter for us. In fact, it might seem like it's just popping up now, but the reality is that most of us in the trade union movement, that's Unison and our sister unions in Unite, GMB and Prospect, have probably had this at the top of our agenda for about 6 to 8 years. In fact, in 2018, we collectively had an energy workers conference where we asked them directly, what is it you want to see from a just transition? And they were clear. Our members spoke to us in all of the unions, and we compiled what we believed would be the just transition. T for transition, training and skills development. Workers affected have fully funded access to quality training and skills development. R, relocation is fully funded and voluntarily. A, adapting to the reality of climate change, because believe it or not, energy workers really do have a fantastic insight and the skills to provide a unique viewpoint of not just what will be the challenges of climate change, but also the complexity and solutions required to tackle it. N, new jobs with comparable terms and conditions. S, secure supply of affordable energy. That's not just going to benefit my members. That's going to benefit every single person in Wales. Because to quote the General Secretary of Unison, affordable energy is as important to a household as clean water. And I agree with her. I, influence and voice over future policy. I don't think I need to tell anybody here, but if you're going to have a negotiation table or you're going to have a committee that's going to decide the future, you've got to have the trade union on there. Why? Because we are the voice of the workers, the people on the ground, the people that know the day-to-day of what's needed. And if we're not at that table and we don't have a seat, it won't work. Taking a long-term and sustainable view. I, industry-focused and supporting a balanced energy policy. O, oversight and ownership. And N, no communities left behind. We must recognise and react to the impact that its closing carbon intensive production brings to local communities and invest in them to bring about long-term renewal. And my final point is about retrofitting. It is not cheap to go back and put into existing valleys, houses and Welsh homes things like air source pump heating and systems that are £8,000 to £10,000. The Welsh Labour and Welsh Government must hear us. You must help us. Many of the homes in the South Welling Valleys, beg your pardon, will not be able to afford this without assistance. Diolch yn fawr iawn. I support the motion.
Okay, let's take another round. Can I take the woman with glasses there in the pink file? Can I take the gentleman there with the white paper? And can I take the woman in the headscarf, please?
Hello, conference. I'm Linda Rigby from Cardiff North CLP. I'm a first-time delegate and therefore a first-time speaker. I'm shifting all of that in case I fall over it. I'm speaking in support of the Unison motion on funding in Wales. My particular interest is in the section on the Crown Estates. I could sum up the case for this in one sentence: if it's good enough for Scotland, it's good enough for Wales. Scotland won control over its Crown Estate in 2017, but in Wales we're still waiting for the same privilege. But there are a lot more reasons on why we should devolve the Welsh Crown Estate. After 14 gruelling years of Tory rule, we all know the impact on Wales. Child poverty rising, food banks outnumbering McDonald's branches, and our public services under pressure like never before. Wales remains the poorest nation in the UK, but it doesn't have to be that way. Wealth exists here. It's just not reaching enough people. And right now, we've got a potential game changer right under our feet and off our shores. Wales is home to a £1 billion fund held by the Crown Estate, consisting of income from Welsh resources like wind farms, seabed leases, and land assets. But where do the profits go? Not to Wales, but straight to the Treasury. This motion calls for the devolution of the Crown Estates in Wales so we can invest every penny back into our communities, in green energy, local businesses, and infrastructure that lift people out of poverty. Imagine a Wales where the profits from our resources fuel a fairer, greener, and stronger economy. The National Infrastructure Commission for Wales has already backed this idea. It's achievable, transformative, and would shift control of Wales' natural wealth to the people of Wales. It would boost devolution and prove that it can deliver prosperity. Let's send a clear message. We want control over our resources, and we want it now. Diolch yn fawr. And diolch yn fawr for the water. I need it.
Thank you, Delegate.
I'll take it away in case...
Yeah, you can take it, have it. Next speaker, please.
Pnawn da Genhadledd, Councillor Hugh Thomas, Leader of Cardiff Council. I welcome and endorse all the motions before us today, but I particularly wanted to speak in support of the Unison motion. I do so proudly as the leader of the first local authority in Wales to accredit as a real living wage employer, who've since worked with organisations to get another 200 companies signed up as real living wage employers, 10,000 plus workers getting a pay rise onto the real living wage. I do so because last year, in Cardiff Council alone, we worked to create and safeguard 6,000 jobs in our city. And I do so inspired by council-led projects like the new indoor arena in Cardiff Bay or the Cardiff Parkway scheme, a science park campus anchored by a new train station in the east of Cardiff that will unlock hundreds of millions of pounds of new investment and deliver thousands of additional jobs. Conference, there is amazing work developing our economy being done by Labour-led councils across Wales, delivered by fantastic council staff who deserve our thanks. But Conference, we can only continue to do so if we get fair, sustainable funding. Nawr llafur yw plaid datganoli, ond mae bellach angen diwygio y pwerau sydd ganddo ni ar ariannu dyn ni'n ei dderbyn. Labour is the party of devolution, but that requires us now to reform how we are funded and to ensure Wales receives an equitable share and the powers that we need. And let's not be afraid also, Conference, to devolve beyond the Senedd so that councils have the levers and funding to deliver. So power rests as closely to the people as possible, exactly as Nye Bevan said should happen. That's how we change lives. That's how we overcome the disenchantment in politics. That's how we show that we are better than Reform or Plaid. And that conference is how we will win in 2026. Support the motion. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Pnawn da. My name is Tanzim Hussain Gull from the largest union in UK, Unison. Conference, Unison welcomes this motion from the GMB on social partnership in Wales. We have made this way of working our own. What we have developed in Wales is unique to us. It responds to the needs of Wales. It is a clear example of the Red Welsh way. Whilst the previous UK Tory government was doing everything in its power to dilute workers' rights and weaken organised labour, our Welsh government was doing all it could within its power to embed the workers' voice in decision-making at all levels and commit to fair work in Wales. We know social partnership working delivers. We know that properly embedding the worker voice in decision-making is not only good for the workforce, but it's good the services being delivered. Workers are experts in their own right and can give a unique insight that can help ensure the best possible solution to shared problems. From the establishment of the Social Partnership Council and the social partnership duty on public bodies to the voluntary arrangements that exist through the likes of the Retail Forum and Social Care Work Forum, it's clear that the workers' voice is being properly embedded as part of our culture in Wales. This isn't just tokenism. And now we have a Labour government at UK level, an employment rights bill which will help us in Wales reach our ambition to be a fair work nation. But why stop there? Welsh Labour must continue to show leadership by demonstrating the Red Welsh way. This motion is rightly ambitious. We have a unique opportunity to advance and protect workers' rights by harnessing both the Employment Rights Bill and the Social Partnership Act simultaneously. The Act and the Bill should complement each other and accelerate our ability to achieve fair work in Wales for all. We cannot afford for this to be a tick box exercise, and a Welsh Labour government must ensure employers are held to account in fulfilling their duties. The world of work is changing, from new workplace technologies to a just transition. The worker voice must be front and centre of these changes. Workers must be part of the change, not the victims of change. Social partnership working helps guard against the risk associated with this changing world of work. Conference, please support this motion. If you would like a free badge from Unison, showing the Red Welsh way, feel free to come over on that side or see me and I'll give you one for free. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Okay, we've got time for one more round, I think. So, can we get the gentleman at the front, one of the gentlemen over there, and I'll go for the lady but there, please. So, which is the one speaking?
Chair, Conference, Tom Porter, Unite the Union, and Town Council for a little town in Blanavon, in South Wales. I wish to speak in support of Motion 7 on the Welsh steel industry on behalf of Unite the Union, the union for steelworkers across Wales and the UK. Let's be absolutely clear, steel is not just a product, it's a foundation for the economy, our communities and our industrial future. In South Wales, steelmaking is more than a job. It's a tradition. It's a source of pride, and for the House and for thousands of Unite members, it's how they put food on the table and support the towns they call home. But for 14 years, our members have endured neglect, uncertainty, managed decline under a Conservative UK government that lacked any real industrial strategy. Steel plants have been left to wither, workers have been left in limbo, and the cheap, dirty imports that have flooded our markets while promises of green investment have never materialised. Conference, enough is enough. We welcome the efforts of the Welsh Labour Government to stand up for our industry through the toughest years, and we support UK Labour Government's commitment to finally deliver a comprehensive steel strategy. But strategy alone isn't enough. We need action. We need energy prices brought under control now, not after 2 years of consultation, so we can compete fairly with our European counterparts. We need an investment in clean, green steel making, projects, jobs, not sacrifice them in the name of decarbonisation. We need a carbon border adjustment mechanism that stops us being undercut by polluting imports. Unite has always stood shoulder to shoulder with steelworkers. We fought to save the plants, we demanded fair trade, and we put forward bold plans to decarbonise without devastation. This isn't just about saving an industry, it's about building a future where Wales leads the way in low-carbon steel production, where young people can see a future in manufacturing, where the public contracts use steel by union labour in Wales, not shipped in from abroad. Conference, the time for delay is over. We back this motion fully. Let's deliver a fair, sustainable, worker-led industrial strategy that the steel communities of Wales deserve and desperately need. Thank you.
Joy Rose, Ynys Môn, CLP Secretary. Our island is a beautiful island and with plenty of wind and tidal and solar. As I'm speaking at the moment to Motion 8 and the last point in it, to ensure Wales receive the benefits of wind energy production generated from Wales. And we believe on our island that communities living near large-scale clean energy infrastructure, including transmission infrastructure, deserve to be well compensated for the effects on the landscape and their lives. We need to improve the consistency and quality of the community benefits. Currently, Welsh communities cannot be certain whether they will receive a community benefit package. And when they are, there is inconsistency across locations and sectors. At present, community benefits packages from Welsh community benefits packages from mega large companies, packages provided by developers, are discretionary. Sometimes fixed annual sums are suggested and sometimes amounts per megawatt generated are offered, but with considerable variation in value. For example, £5,000 per megawatt per year for onshore wind is regarded as good practice, but it's not compulsory. In the case of some solar projects, some projects pay as little as £200 per megawatt per year, whilst others pay £1,000 per megawatt per year. This wide variation indicates that some Welsh communities are being shortchanged. There's a National Infrastructure Commission of 2023 proposed a national framework for compulsory community benefits to give local communities clarity. Planning is devolved, so we urge Welsh Labour to include that Commission's recommendations for compulsory community benefits as considerations in determining planning applications. Welsh Labour Government can play a vital role in ensuring that community benefits are maximised. Although I recognise that energy legislation rests with the UK Government, I would like Welsh Government to lobby the UK Labour Government to take action to end this situation. Please support motion 8.
Pnawn da, Genhedlaeth. Apologies to those of you that saw me speak this morning. Go easy on me if you can. Conference, we have an opportunity. We've heard many times with two Labour governments, we have real opportunity that we haven't had in a generation. I'm the main delegate of Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr, Ben Gwalchmai, and I'd like to speak in favour of all the motions, but I'm specifically going to focus on motion 8. If devolution is a process, not an event, as the grandfather Ron Davis once said, then I would also argue that it is now a journey towards what Kier Hardy called for, a journey through our origins into the 21st century and beyond. But this isn't some dry, dusty constitutional argument that I joked about earlier. This motion could give Wales the first step on its new journey into the 21st century of further devolution. One day, and one day soon, we will have social security as well. So vote for motion 8. Vote to bring things home to Wales. Vote to make things better in the future and take this first step today. Because this isn't, again, a constitutional issue. This is a strategic issue. This is an issue of the future that could make things better very quickly indeed. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Ben. And now to close the debate, I'd like to invite Kinishka up to give us the closing speech, please. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Chair. Conference, can I start with a thank you, because we often praise the strength of our common endeavour, but we underplay the stamina of our conference debating. So with a starting note of gratitude to all those whose words and ideas push our movement on. Let me start by first of all talking about the core of why we're talking and putting growth first. Because growth, Conference, is not just an idea of mind, but an argument for the heart too. And that's because prosperity is the path to fairness, the fairness of lower bills. Prosperity is the path to dignity, the dignity of good, well-paid, unionised jobs. Prosperity is the path to a proud identity, a nation able to rely on its own energy. But I'm conscious that prosperity is not just an argument to cool minds, it's an offer to warm hearts too. And in being conscious of that, I think of the history of Wales in the turn of the 20th century. Because that turn was a remarkable burst of prosperity, burst of Cardiff's position as a coal exporting port, and of course, of Barry, the largest coal exporting port in the entire world in 1913. But the prize of prosperity was not just prosperity, it was much more than that. Because it was indeed the prosperity that allowed the first national university in Wales in 1893. It was prosperity that powered the first National Welsh Museum in 1905. It was prosperity that allowed a proud Welsh National Library in 1907, and the prosperity was an offer not just of bread for starved bodies, but of roses for starved hearts, and much more than that, of museums, of libraries, of universities for starved souls too. So, Conference, the prize of prosperity is deep. There are those who now say that a green economy is a luxury alone. Well, to them I say that a green economy is not some add-on to our future economic model. It is our future economic model. The real question is not whether we have a green economy or not. The real question is who benefits from it and who bears the cost. Wales is setting the pace in answering that question, whether it's through investment in renewable energy zones or the public procurement that supports local supply chains, or the net zero action plans that focus on the skills of our communities. And at the heart of it, conference, a social partnership model that I see every month sitting around the table with businesses, with trade unions, with my colleague Jane Hutt from the Senedd, with my colleague at the heart of leadership of the Vale of Glamorgan Council. And in all of it, the green transition, there's a simple economic truth that big transitions need big backing. And that's where the UK government comes in. We have heard already the funding commitments made across the course of just a year. But I know there's more to do. I know there's more to do in UK-wide coordination on grid infrastructure, on skills funding, on innovation investment. I know that the Treasury needs to support crowding in of private capital for Wales too, not just for London or for the South East, but for Llanelli, for Wrexham, and of course, for the Vale of Glamorgan. Nowhere is this more urgent, conference, than in steel. The UK needs green steel for our wind turbines, for our electric vehicles, for our national resilience. The Welsh Government has consistently called for a just transition in our steel industry. It means using our procurement power to buy British, to buy green. It means co-investing in electric arc technology and protecting jobs through the transition. It also means treating workers and communities as fundamental stakeholders, not collateral. Because if the future is made without steel workers, conference, we know that without manufacturing, it is not the future the working people were promised. And in talking about the promise of that future, we need to talk not just about lofty ideas, but about the detail, and in particular the detail of supply chains, because that's where we either get it right or we miss a generational opportunity. When the UK government announces billions for offshore wind, are the ports in Wales ready to build and export? When gigafactories are approved, are the Welsh skills pipelines ready to go? That doesn't happen by accident. It needs a joined-up plan. It needs a UK government setting strategic direction, working closely with the Welsh government, delivering locally with industry, working with our trade unions every step of the way. Because climate action, conference, without good jobs doesn't last. And jobs without fairness, well, that's not a just transition. It's just more of the same. So let's build a Welsh green economy that is made here in Wales, powered by Welsh workers, backed properly by the UK government. It's time for a UK-Wales compact for industry, for fairness, for the future. Conference, those of you who know me know that I wouldn't finish this speech without talking about AI. So on AI, let's cut through the noise fully. Because yes, it's a transformative technology, but transformation on its own doesn't pay the bills. The question on AI is not whether we end up having more or less AI. The question is whether we have more control or less control over AI. And in that context, both the UK and the Welsh government's approaches are refreshingly grounded. It's not about chasing Silicon Valley headlines. It's about making sure that AI works for our workers. It means investing in digital skills across the workforce, not just in universities, but in our further education colleges, in our public services. It means using AI to boost productivity in sectors like manufacturing and health, not just in finance. And it crucially means hardwiring fairness into the system, because if AI ends up reinforcing inequality or wiping up jobs, we have failed. Wales doesn't need a technology gold rush. It needs a smart, public-led AI strategy. It creates better jobs, stronger public services, and a wave of change, lifting everyone, not just the top 1%. So conference, I started by paying tribute to the stamina of conference debates. I'm not going to test that stamina. I will end where I started, with a note of gratitude for your ideas, for your words, and for our movement. Diolch yn fawr.
Okay, let's move to the vote. So, a reminder, the WEC is supporting all these motions. So, can I have a show of hands in favour of motion 5? And all against? Carried unanimously. Motion 6 in favour. And against? Again, unanimously carried. Motion 7. Against? Carried. Motion 8 in favour. And all those against, and you guessed it, it's carried. Thank you very much, conference. Now we're going to move straight on to the Welsh Local Government Association report. Our Welsh councils make a huge contribution in delivering to our local communities. So I'd like to invite the leader of the WLGA, Councillor Andrew Morgan, who I think is already on his way up, to make his speech.
Thank you. Prynawn da. It's great to be able to address you again as the leader of the Welsh Local Government Association, representing local authorities across Wales, where the vast majority of them are run by Labour, and we still don't have a single Tory council run in Wales. Across our towns and cities, from rural communities, local government is the bedrock of public service, whether educating children, caring for our elderly, keeping our streets clean and our communities safe. Councils continue to deliver day in, day out, and many councils deliver over 650 services for our communities. The Welsh Government's flagship policy on free primary school meals, or the rolling out of the Flying Start programme, to boost in funding for highways maintenance this year, along with social care funding. We're delivering hundreds of millions of pounds worth of investment in 21st century schools, and we are, across Wales, building the largest number of council house building programmes and social home programmes, delivering for a generation. We're also regenerating our town centres with millions of pounds of targeted investment. This is what you get when we have a Welsh Labour government in the Senedd working with Welsh councils, Welsh Labour councils. Only today we heard the First Minister announce another £5 million of tidy towns funding for local authorities, which we welcome. But just want to say central to this is the efforts of our fantastic team of Labour councillors representing communities from Park and Mynydd ward in Ynys to Caldicot Castle ward in Monmouthshire council area. And Monmouthshire, a council we took back from the Tories and is run by the fantastic Mary Ann Brocklesby. Just to say, this work by Labour councillors isn't done for recognition, but actually it's because we believe in the power of public service and for public services to be able to change lives for our residents, our neighbours and communities for the better. And we do this in the face of ongoing pressure on budgets, pressure on staff, and on the very fabric of services our communities rely on. We know that we face a real threat to democracy. There are those in our communities who seek to undermine the incredible work that local government does in our communities. We've seen this already in some of the English councils across the border, unfortunately. Let me be clear, there's no place for this in our local authorities, and we must fight tooth and nail to ensure that they do not take hold of any Welsh councils in 2027. Conference, can I say, a man who flies around the country either in a helicopter or in a private jet and then pauses next to a pothole is no man of the people. But today we want to speak not just about the challenges we face, but also the opportunities. And that's because for the first time in many years, we have Labour at all levels of government, whether it's in, as I say, in Westminster, the Senedd, or in local government across the vast majority of councils. And that allows us to actually turn those opportunities into real decisions on the ground and make changes for people's lives, and actually we can improve communities. Last autumn, the budget delivered record funding settlement for Wales, a clear recognition of the needs and also our potential. This was a stark difference to the last UK Tory government. We should not forget what they planned for public services and how little funding they planned to bring forward. It would have been a return to austerity. Just this month, we saw the comprehensive spending review brought some further good news, as was mentioned earlier, in terms of rail funding. For local authorities, we are really pleased about the continuation of the SPF funding, and it's important to also note Wales will get 22% of all the UK straight prosperity funding, which is a significant allocation, and we welcome that and that commitment for the next 3 years. We also saw the commitment for coal tip safety funding, something I have to say that when it affected my own county, and I was in various meetings with the then First Minister Mark Drayford, various other UK government ministers, and I attended one meeting with Boris Johnson. They said they would give us money to support us. They'd never give us a penny, and we should not forget that. I cannot stress the difference between the UK government, this UK government, and the previous. As I say, the £118 million for coal tip safety announced recently is on top of the £25 million we have in this year, and that's on top of £75 million that's been invested by the Welsh Government from their own resources. I just want to also say, as a leader of a council from a former mine working community, I'm also really pleased the government has put right the wrong of the mine workers' pension surplus scheme. That is something we should not forget, and we should be proud to say that we have done that. It's also Important to remember, when we lobby for funding, and funding is announced for local authorities, it isn't just about numbers on a spreadsheet. Yes, we have to make budgets add up, but actually this money, when we get extra resources, can help us to make a real difference to communities. Communities that have waited 14 long years to be able to have governments working at different levels to make a real change for the good. That's what partnership looks like. Not just shared values, but also shared purpose, and not just warm words, but actually real action and delivery on the ground. And that's why local government in Wales stands ready to play its part. Last week, in this building, on the stage here, I was privileged to join with Councillor Liz Burnett, the leader of the Vale of Glamorgan, who's the WLJ's llywydd, in signing the strategic partnership agreement with the First Minister and the Cabinet Secretary for local government when we held our WLJ conference here, as I say, last week. This agreement formalises the strong relationship that we have built up over the years with Welsh Government. Our relationship is one of envy when we talk to other local government associations across the UK. And thanks have to go to ministers and I think the team of leaders where we work closely together to make sure we get things done and we have a shared understanding. That doesn't mean that we always have to agree, and sometimes we don't always agree, but we have a constructive relationship where we can have those conversations to achieve a common ground, and through open and transparent dialogue, working with ministers and councillors, we can try and get the very best outcomes for our communities we all serve. But let's be clear, we don't take this relationship for granted, and we know some other parties, if they ever go into power, would not just strip back council services and public services, they wouldn't just strip them to the bone, they'd want to hollow out the marrow from those bones. Let's be clear, that's what Reform is suggesting with the scale of cuts to public services. Can I also place on record my thanks in terms of the Welsh Labour family with councillors. Thanks must go to all the Labour group leaders, the Labour council leaders and deputy leaders, but also a huge thank you to every one of our Labour councillors in Wales, whether they are town and community councils, county borough councils, whether they're part of a Labour group that's in control or in opposition, whether they're chairs of committees, an executive member or backbencher. The work they do every day deserves recognition. In Wales, we also have a social partnership agreement, and I think it's really important to say the working relationship in terms of trade unions and how the trade unions work with and support local authorities through some of the really difficult times we faced over the last decade. So it's a credit to trade unions, I think, in terms of in our local authorities for the work they do. Despite the challenges we face in local government and wider with the public sector, I'd like to just say a big thank you to all local government employees. As I say, I've said in previous conferences, I'm a former apprentice, the last apprentice for Cannon Valley Borough Council. I was honoured then to go on to work for RCT before becoming the leader and now the leader of WLJ. I think the work staff do day in, day out. When I say there's 650 services generally we provide, the reason why most of them are on the headlines is because the staff do a fantastic job and those services just go under the radar and things happen as they're supposed to every day. We've got a good relationship, as I say, in terms of the local knowledge with the communities, the trusted relationships, the track records of delivery. What we do need now is the tools for the job, and that is fair funding, long-term certainty, and also freedom to innovate and to bring forward new ways of working. So let's seize the moment. Let's build on the trust we got between the three layers of government. Let's show the people of Wales what we can do when we work together with ambition, compassion, and with unity. Let's make sure we have a Labour government in 2026, and let's show Wales we can continue to deliver. That's what Welsh Labour does. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, just a quick reminder to delegates and affiliates to collect their cards from the party stand to vote. The ballot closes at the end of conference today, so if you haven't voted, go vote now. And also a reminder for the scrutineers and the tellers to report to the doors in the main hall at the end of today's business. Moving on, let's go to the Iechyd debate and conference. Can we roll the video?
I'm in the valleys, I'm in Merthyr, the place of birth of the NHS. This is where my Bevan had his vision to create a national health service that is available to everyone at the point of need.
I'm an unpaid carer. I care for my parents. My dad has Alzheimer's and my mum's been disabled for an awful long time. After 15 years of Tory Westminster austerity agenda, it's really important that we recognise the damage that's been done to our communities.
I
think it's kind of a sad truth that all of us are going to get sick at some point in our lifetimes, or someone we love will get sick. I certainly remember when my mother was diagnosed with cancer, it was like, you know, the earth had just been, it was horrendous. And what I'm really grateful for is the fact that at that most vulnerable point, the NHS just stepped in and took care of everything. And that allowed me and my family to just focus on supporting her. We didn't have to worry about the cost of treatment. We didn't have to worry about prescription costs. We didn't have to worry even about parking in the hospital. It was just such a support. And to me, that's kind of the marker of a society, a civilised one and a compassionate one.
I think the Welsh Labour Government has supported unpaid carers because it's something that we recognise. It's not just about paid workforce, it's about all those people that go in, day out, and deliver and look after people.
By working together with the Health Board and social care in the local authorities, we have reduced the waiting list significantly. But more than that, the story it tells is that we have enabled people to go back into their home quickly, supported by their friends, their family and community, and live their lives independently in good health. And that's where we want to be.
I will always remember the nurses just being so lovely, so warm, and they just made everything not just bearable, but hopeful.
From the latest information that came from the Welsh Government is actually the numbers are going down. And also, I would like to take this opportunity as well, again, to thank the NHS staff.
So, yeah, I think on a personal level, I'm so grateful for the NHS here in Wales during what was one of the most difficult times of your life. It was just so nice to have that safety net. It was like a hug, you know, somebody just looking out for you. And yeah, I'm so grateful to them.
So to open this debate conference, I'd like to invite Jeremy Miles, MS, Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Care, to take the podium.
Diolch Cadeirydd am y cyflwyniad hwnnw. Gyfeillion mae'n bleser unwaith eto cael anerch y gynhadledd yma yn Llandudno fel eich gweinidog iechyd llafur Cymru. Friends, I have the immense privilege every day of working alongside the greatest of our national institutions, the National Health Service, created in Wales by the giant of our labour movement, Nye Bevan, and relied on by so many of us. Drawing on the dedication and the commitment of tens of thousands of healthcare workers who go into work day in, day out to help us stay healthy, to get us better, and to care for us. The NHS is its workforce, and I want to thank them all on your behalf today. Diolch o galon. And conference, it is that workforce that is helping us in our focus on delivery, on cutting waiting times, on improving access to GP services and primary care, on boosting preventative healthcare to tackle long-term health inequalities. Conference, the longest waits for treatment fell by 60% between November and April. 60%. They are now at their lowest level in this Senedd term. And we've also seen successive falls in the overall waiting list since I last spoke to you at last year's conference. There's more to do and there is more to come, but we are going in the right direction. With a Labour government in Westminster now investing again in public services, I'm able to put £120 million into an ambitious plan to reduce the overall waiting list by 200,000 by next March. 200,000 more people seen. No one waiting 2 years or more. No one waiting more than 8 weeks for the tests they need. A system back on track. Now, this is a big ask, but we can do this by making changes to the way the NHS provides planned care. More cataract operations and knees and hips on every surgical list. More direct referrals for treatment from primary care. More power in the hands of patients to tell us if they need follow-up appointments. Closer working with local councils on care and beyond. The sorts of changes that will help the NHS help more of us, and help it to adapt for the future. Conference only Welsh Labour is committed to supporting our NHS in this way. We know what Nigel Farage would do. He would take us back to the 1930s. People scared of becoming ill because they can't afford to pay. A system of private insurance with uninsured conditions, unaffordable premiums, where health is based on wealth. The end of the NHS. Plaid Cymru obsessed with structures and quangos and not outcomes for patients. All promises, no plan. And the Tories and their relentless attacks on the NHS, which we all know are downright insulting to those dedicated thousands who work so hard at the front line. And opposition parties in the Senedd trying to block a Labour budget which promised hundreds of millions more for the NHS. Well, they failed, and thank heavens they did. But we see their true colours, and we know who is proudly the party of the NHS, and that is Welsh Labour. Conference, I was pleased to see the SHA motion today, putting GP services and primary care at the heart of how we improve the nation's health. GPs in partnerships and directly employed. Now we're improving access, we're tackling that 8 a.m. bottleneck where it still remains. The new NHS Wales app will let us all order prescriptions, request tests and appointments, and soon it'll let patients know their waiting time for treatment, giving patients more tools to help them manage their health. And Conference, we are starting the journey back to restoring the personal link between GPs and patients. GPs are identifying the most vulnerable patients in their practices who'd benefit from always seeing the same healthcare professional, the patients for whom continuity of care will make the biggest difference. And we will build on this so that over time it becomes a routine expectation for everyone again. Good for patients and good for services under pressure. But Conference, we know that the future of health is prevention and early intervention. That is what will keep us all healthier for longer and reduce demand on our services. Lung cancer is one of the leading causes of death in Wales and by far the leading cause of cancer death. And you are more likely to suffer from it if you're poorer. With screening, we know that we can identify people with lung cancer at a much earlier stage when the disease can be treated more easily. So, Conference, I'm proud to announce today that your Welsh Labour government will be launching a national lung cancer screening programme. Work will start immediately to develop what will be a life-saving programme, which will target people aged 55 to 74 who are at the greatest risk of developing lung cancer. The first people will be invited for screening in 2027. The programme will help us to turn the tide on lung cancer deaths, saving more than 100 lives a year. And it's also an important down payment on our long-term commitment to tackling deep-seated health inequalities and to close the gap in life expectancy. Conference, these are Welsh Labour values in action, committed to our free and public NHS, improving services, standing with healthcare workers, investing for the future, committed to equality, delivering for the people of Wales. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you, Jeremy. We now move forward onto the motions. So just to remind everybody coming up, if you can give your name and the organisation you're from, it's on there, but it's still very helpful. So can I invite motion 9, the Social Health Association on NHS, primary care and GPs, please.
Good afternoon, Conference. David Davis, delegate for SHA Cymru, moving motion 9 on primary care. Inspired by the First Minister, I asked AI before I arrived today, how many words are there in a 5-minute speech? And the answer is between 660 and 800. This speech is 770, so if I overrun, blame AI, not me. If you want to control it, own it. This is a piece of advice I got from a Cardiff West member when I arrived in the constituency many years ago. Now, Mark Drakeford has given me a lot of good advice since then, but that bit has seen me through political thick and thin in my political career. I raise it here because it underpins much of what this motion is about. As Mark went on to say, the ownership of an organisation matters. It determines the way it and its staff behave. So if you want a service driven by public service values, those values must sit at the heart of the ownership model. In primary care, around 80% of GP services are currently delivered by the GP partnership practice model, which is the one most of you will be familiar with. In this model, the GPs who deliver the frontline service also own and direct the practice. Almost all the funding is public, services are provided free, there are planning controls over where practices locate and their catchment areas, and most importantly, GPs have been trained in the NHS and are driven by NHS values. In other words, it ticks the Drakeford boxes. However, this model is starting to struggle. There are not enough GPs, workloads are too high. The incoming, predominantly female workforce want to practice medicine, not administer an organisation. Many want to be part-time. They want a life beyond work. So increasingly, gaps are opening up, which the partnership model finds difficult to cover. Where this happens, the health board can directly run a practice by employing salaried GPs or locum GPs. But there is a second provision, which is an option called the Alternative Provider Medical Services Contract. Bit of a mouthful, but what it means is the health board can commission from any provider, including corporate private providers. Now, health boards don't like directly managing practices, if the truth is known, and increasingly, these boards have turned to this contract, bringing private corporate companies into Wales. These companies do not need to be run by doctors. They may have venture capitalists behind them. They have shareholders and directors whose bonuses are driven by profit margin. This ownership model does not tick the Drakeford boxes. And we've already seen this form of service fail. A notable recent example in Gwent, which in the end saw MSs having to intervene and a debate on the floor of the Senedd. So the Socialist Health Association does not support bringing private providers into our primary care, and it should be stopped and it should be reversed. Now, the NHS supports the GP partnership model, but believes that where this cannot cover the provision of a required service, a salaried GP service should be deployed. These GPs, we believe, should be employed on a common national contract, and a new grade called consultant GPs would be put in place to head up these services where they were delivered. It would become a career path in its own right. You could make a career as a general practitioner without needing to run a practice. Health boards would plan where these services are used, but they would run the support services. It would not be the responsibility of the doctors. GPs would focus on direct clinical care and lead in the primary care team. This would also enable salaried GPs to support traditional practices where needed. Now, the motion goes on to address resources and their equitable distribution. The proportion of spending on primary care of the overall health budget has continued to drop in recent years, and this is through the other parts of the budget growing. We're not cutting what we're spending on GPs. The rest of the service is growing more quickly. Whilst GP numbers have stood still, other NHS staff numbers have risen between 15% and 20%. This sits behind
rise in lists and also some of the rise in waiting times for appointments that we have seen until recently. It's also what has made the partnership model less sustainable. So, the Socialist Health Association calls on the Welsh Government to allocate a greater share of resources to primary care and its workforce, including the essential health and social care professionals of the primary care team. But beyond the overall resource made available, the motion also calls for the equitable distribution of that resource and fair access to it. Julian Tudor Hart's inverse care law still operates with a vengeance. The Deep End Cymru network of GPs brings together practices operating in the most disadvantaged areas of Wales. The empirical evidence from these practices is stark.
Wrap up, please, Delegate.
Populations with the most profound need continue to have significantly fewer GPs. So the SHA promotes the improvement of the allocation formula to better meet the needs of our citizens. I told you could blame the AI. Finally, officers of the SHA have asked me to thank Jeremy Miles for his inclusivity, for listening to them and valuing their advice as professionals and socialists. He has the difficult job in government. I know. I tried to run parts of the NHS for 39 years. But to conclude, despite all its challenges, the NHS remains the most remarkable achievement of any government. Humane, selfless and just. There's a few things, you know, Darren Jones, for which UK Labour does need to be grateful to Wales.
So now we have motion 10 from Cardiff West Women's Branch. My understanding is, unfortunately, the delegate is unable to attend the conference at the moment. She's had some family emergency she's had to go deal with. So I know the conference will wish her all the best. Unfortunately, that means without a mover who's a delegate, the motion will fall. However, I do invite delegates to come up and speak on the motion. We think that's a major part of it. But also it will be included as a part of the policy process. So whatever doesn't go through today will all be put in part of the policy process. I know there's a lot of goodwill towards this motion. I think Alina had already spoke about it this afternoon to say where this stuff goes. So please do come up and speak on it. But I think at this point the motion will fall. But I will call you at the time of the debate. So can we move forward to motion 11, please, from Wrexham CLP on ultra-processed food? Do we have a... Oh, yeah, perfect, good.
Hello, conference, you all right? My name's Tom Blackwell. I'm from Wrexham CLP, Secretary of. It's my first time speaking, so bear with me. I can also happily tell you that when I checked the word count, it was less than 300, so no 5-minute speech from me or calls from the chair to stop. So yeah, I'm moving motion 11, which is all about ultra-processed food, and we really do need to talk about ultra-processed food because it's quietly taking over Wales. One beige, deep-fried meal deal at a time, neon packaged snack, some weird gel in a capsule that my son loves to suck on. I don't know what these things are. These days, you can't swing a Tesco club card on my lanyard without hitting something packed with so many additives, you'd need a chemistry degree to understand what they are. And I saw a sausage roll the other day with no actual sausage in it, just pork-style flavour. Whatever that is, it sounds just as disingenuous as Reform's commitment to the NHS. Now, we can't make the same mistakes of the past and fail to guide the food industry's actions towards public health. Now, I'm told there was a time, thankfully before my time, when doctors actually recommended smoking to calm the nerves. Soothing, they said. as people lit up after dinner like human chimneys. It took decades to admit that was a terrible idea. But was it the tobacco industry that pushed for that change? No. Well, ultra-processed food is the new cigarette of this common age. Admittedly, that must make my diet equivalent to 60 a day habit. And I'm sure many of you are the same. Except now it comes in family-sized bags. Others claim now with added protein, like somehow that makes it a health food. I'm not saying we need to live off lentils and despair, but maybe, just maybe, we should stop pretending that a chicken nugget shaped like a dinosaur is a balanced dinner. Let's support each other to eat more food that's actually food. Our archeries will thank us. I'm sure the minister will agree with me. Our NHS will benefit from it, and so will our future. That is why I commend Wrexham's CLP motion to conference. Thank you.
Fantastic speech, delegates. Okay, so just a bit of housekeeping. Can I get a seconder from the floor for motion 9? Great. And can we get one for motion 11, please? Fantastic. Let's move into the debate. So just a reminder, we'll take people in groups of 3. I think we've got roughly half hour. So there should be 3 rounds we can hopefully get, as long as everyone's concise. Can we get, don't forget to say your name and the organisation you're from when you're speaking. And if you're a first-time speaker, please let us know. Okay, let's start over here. The lady in the black here, I've already promised you, so you can start. Can I go for the lady with the glasses here as well, please? And I'll go for the gentleman with the beard in the front row down there.
Thank you. Prynhawn da Cynhadleth. My name is Sophie Elsmo. I'm a first-time speaker and delegate here at the conference. And this afternoon I'm speaking as a member of Cardiff West's Women's Branch and Cardiff West's CLP. It's 77 years since the NHS was created, and women continue to have to fight to be heard in relation to both universality and accessibility of health services that meet our needs. Every year, there are around 1,200 cases of gynecological cancers in Wales. I want to briefly tell you about Claire O'Shea, who the First Minister reflected on in her speech earlier. Claire was a member of Cardiff West CLP and the Women's Branch, and I know that there are several of her close friends in the audience this afternoon. Claire led on creating Claire's campaign, working with 10 of us and others. Claire fought a tireless campaign to change the narrative around gynecological cancers, the 4th most common cause of cancer deaths for women in Wales. Claire had begun suffering with symptoms of uterine leiomyosarcoma in 2021, a rare and aggressive cancer that has a poor prognosis and a high reoccurrence rate. She struggled to get a diagnosis and timely treatment. When she first presented with symptoms, including a lump in her abdomen, her GP diagnosed her with irritable bowel syndrome as a result of a narrow set of questions about her symptoms. There were months of delay. Very sadly, Claire passed away in May, aged 42. Sadly, Claire's story isn't unique and reflects a much broader picture of similar stories and experiences. Claire established the campaign to amplify the voices of those who feel their symptoms were repeatedly dismissed. And to quote Claire's campaign, women with cancer are often dismissed, downplayed and unheard, and misdiagnosed by GPs, and gender bias has seen many women's concerns attributed to emotional or psychological issues. It is imperative that we tackle medical misogyny, and specifically that we need to focus on delivering better services for women with gynecological cancers. Amongst Claire's campaign's recommendations is the need to change the narrative around gynecological cancers in Wales, and for the need for Welsh Government's Women's Health Plan to have included a specific focus on gynecological concerns. It was good to hear our First Minister acknowledge women's health earlier on in her speech this afternoon. We, as Cardiff West Women's Branch, call upon the Welsh Labour Government to provide an update on the first 6 months of the implementation plan of the Women's Health Plan, to reconsider and reverse the decision not to include gynecological cancers in the plan, and to provide a report on how Welsh Government intends to further respond to the Senedd's Health and Social Care Committee's inquiry reports and their recommendations. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
Hello Conference, Ellen Jones, Clwyd East CLP. Firstly, I'd like to make some thank yous. I thank Cardiff West for submitting motion 10. I thank our First Minister for a kind tribute and commitment to the Women's Health Plan. But there are some things which need to go further, which are outlined in the motion. I also want to say a big thank you to 10 of us for their continued support campaigning on this issue. For many of us, this year's conference is missing someone really special. A member, a campaigner, a champion, and a critic. On the 12th of May 2025, we lost Claire O'Shea to her battle with gynecological cancer. Claire was diagnosed with cancer in her uterus in 2023, 2 years after first raising her symptoms with her local GP. Much later, after seeing a female GP, she was referred to cancer testing, where she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, which had spread to her lungs, liver, and hip bone. If this had been identified in the early stages, Claire would have had a 65% survival rate. But this isn't about Claire. Sadly, this story isn't unusual. Women and girls make up just over 50% of the population in Wales, and yet medicine and healthcare services have not consistently met their needs. We continue to see stark disparities between the care men receive and those that are offered to women. We know that women's voices, their reporting of pain, their symptoms are often dismissed, overlooked, or misattributed. The result? Diagnostic delays, missed opportunities for effective treatment, and poorer health outcomes. This isn't just a gap in service, it is a gap in justice, in dignity, and in the right to good health. But there's hope, as we've outlined in the motion. There are things that Claire has researched, she's done the work for us, so let's do it. Equality in healthcare is not optional, it is essential. It is time to build a health system in Wales that listens, that learns, and that leads with the experiences of women and girls at its heart. Despite the motion falling today, please can I urge Welsh Government to reconsider their choice not to include gynecological cancers in their Women's Health Plan, so that we can ensure a healthcare system that works for everyone. One where no one in Wales is left unheard, untreated, or unseen. Diolch yn fawr.
Been our conference, Derek Roberts from Unite Retired Members, and I've got my red badge on, personally blessed by the First Minister, so I'll never clean it again. I'm speaking about motion 9, the one about the health service. And it's quite interesting because Unite fully supports that motion on primary care. And last year, Unite held its first devolved policy conference in Wales, because Unite can now make devolved decisions again, which is really good. It was a very good conference. But one of the subjects that came up was dentistry. Now, dentistry's never really been part of the NHS. Nye tried, but he couldn't find enough gold to stuff in their mouths or something. So it's always had this model where you ended up having a sort of service, but you have to pay for it. Now, the Unite Wales Policy Conference decided it was time in Wales to try and bring dentistry into the NHS. And we'd like to see dentistry as a service, free at the point of need, paid for by taxation, not having to pay up to 260 quid or whatever it now is, even if you don't qualify. And we think it's possible because it's about, I think, 27 million was the amount that was raised by charges. If you raise that by taxation, it wouldn't be very much. About 16 quid a year, I think. So a little plea to have a think about, perhaps Jeremy can comment on it, can we bring dentistry in at some point, rather than a rather strange consultation that we just had, which nobody understands and everybody feels a bit suspicious about. I suggest we support motion 9, but let's get dentistry included somehow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek. Okay, let's get some more hands then. Okay, so let's start over here. This time we'll do the chap on the end, we'll do the lady in purple, and we'll do the woman in red here, please. And then we'll do this section.
Afternoon conference. Nathan Holman, regional organiser for the NHS GMB in Wales. I spent 25 years within the NHS frontline ambulance, and this motion 9, which I am speaking on to support on, is part of that conference. The NHS was founded on the principle of care for all, free at the point of use, and delivered for public good, not private profit. Yet today in Wales, we see an increasing presence of for-profit commercial companies in general practice. This undermines the very ethos of our NHS. Conference, we must be clear. Contracts for general practice must no longer be offered to commercial operators. Healthcare is not a commodity, it is a human right. Our GPs, primary care teams, and ambulance staff are under immense pressure. In recent years, over 100 surgeries have closed their doors, and 91% of GPs report being unable to meet patient demands due to unsustainable workloads. Chronic underfunding has left general practice in the perilous state, threatening the stability of care in our communities. The Welsh Government's recent investment is welcome, but it is not enough to reverse years of neglect. We must aim to restore primary care funding to at least 8.7% of the NHS budget, ensuring resources reach the front line where they are needed most. Conference. We need bold action. That means establishing a salaried public GP service, ending the market experiment, and returning to a model where GPs are valued public servants, not business owners or private contractors. We must support existing partnership practices to maintain in public hands and build multidisciplinary teams that include nurses, pharmacists, and allied health professionals working together to better patient care. Finally, let us comment to equality and need proportionate universalium by improving allocation formulas so that resources flow to the most disadvantaged communities, tackling health inequalities at their root. Conference, let's stand together for a publicly owned, properly funded, and truly equitable primary care service. Let's put patients before profits and restore the funding values of our NHS Wales. We've heard that we're stopping the profits being made on our children in care. We need to stop the profits being made on poverty. We need to stop the profits being made on social adult care. And we need to stop the profits being made out of our NHS. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Kemba Hadaway Morgan, Unison, speaking in support of motions 9 and motion 10. At Unison, we are vehemently campaigning for a national care service focused on providing high-quality care within a publicly funded system, free from the influence of profit-driven agendas. In line with the Future Generations Act, primary healthcare services in Wales should provide accessible, preventative, and coordinated healthcare to the people of Wales. But Conference, for primary care to escape the scourge of profit before care, all the facets of care must align. Care must be culturally competent. I'm going to say that again. Care must be culturally competent. It must be free of medical misogyny, discrimination, and fully funded. Women must feel heard, believed, and treated with the respect and urgency they warrant. Black, Asian, and ethnic minority women and communities must see representation at GP surgeries and across primary care services. We know the statistics are stark for the BAME population, with disproportionate deaths, misdiagnoses, and poor prognosis as primary care providers scramble for translators or remain ignorant to cultural differences and needs. Conference, the Red Welsh Way also means primary care services reflect that we are a nation of sanctuary. The real Red Welsh Way believes in an anti-racist Wales and that it is vital for the growth of this nation. The Red Welsh Way also means every person living in Wales, regardless of class, race, religion, orientation, age, country of origin, will receive respect, dignity, and care that is underpinned by human rights. Conference, finally, the real Red Welsh Way also says hands off our NHS, and profit must never be prioritized over care. Please support these motions.
Penawda Cynhadledd. Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Catherine Francis Claydon from Clwyd East CLP. I serve as a councillor in Mold in North Wales, and I'm also proud to have put myself forward for the Senedd in 2026. Because I believe in the values of Welsh Labour and the power we have to transform lives of people here in Wales. I'm speaking today in support of motion 11 on raising awareness about the dangers of ultra-processed foods. Tom, thank you for moving this motion. In our communities, from Wrexham to Cardiff, we're seeing rising rates of diabetes, heart disease, and childhood obesity. Study after study shows that ultra-processed foods are playing a key role in this. These products are engineered for addiction, stripped of nutritional value, and disproportionately marketed to working class families. That's not just a health crisis, it's a social justice issue. We cannot allow corporate profits to come before public health. Conference, we must empower our communities with education, clear labelling and access to fresh, affordable and healthy food. This is not only about prevention, but also about dignity, because everyone in Wales deserves the chance to live a healthy life. So let's be bold, let's take a stand, and let's send a clear message from this conference. Welsh Labour will not look the other way while our people are poisoned for profit. I urge you to support this motion. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
I'll take the lady here. Can I take the gentleman down the front over there? And where's her? Over here, and I'll take that lady up there as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Helen Cunningham. I'm a councillor from Blaenau Gwent CLP. I'm speaking in support of the Socialist Health Association motion. I'd like to talk about our experience in Blaenau Gwent when it comes to primary care. Our communities have some of the greatest health needs in the UK. And we recently experienced a scandal of a commercial company in Blaenau Gwent that essentially tried to asset strip some of our GP practices. We had GPs and staff and nurses who were owed tens of thousands of pounds. Pensions weren't paid, tax weren't paid, utilities were left unpaid. Local representatives heard horror stories, the kind of horror stories that keep you up at night, coming from those surgeries. One practice manager ended up having to move back in with her family and moving home. Patient safety was undoubtedly put at serious risk. This company did uncalculable harm. I want to pay tribute to all the councillors in Blaenau Gwent who doggedly pursued this issue alongside our Senedd member. They uncovered an outfit that was essentially based above a betting shop in England. To call them dodgy would be a generous term. They were perfectly happy to run our services, our health services in Blaenau Gwent and in other parts of Wales, into the ground. They had absolutely no hesitation in then going after the people who dared to speak out and call them out for what they were doing. I'm proud that we made a noise about it in Blaenau Gwent. I'm proud that we didn't stop and we took our demonstration to the Health Board. The next step is to get this company out of Wales, because this is undoubtedly part of a national scandal. We struggle to recruit in Blaenau Gwent GPs that want to stay, and they took advantage of that. I absolutely support the motion in terms of having more salaried GPs. I think we need to take the message of what happened in Blaenau Gwent to voters in terms of what could happen if Reform take over Wales. They'd dismantle our NHS and they'd open the door for these kinds of people. I'm really pleased to see in this motion that it talks about proportional universalism. We need to talk far more about it in terms of our health, but also in terms of our whole approach to the way that we support our communities. GP practices are the front door of our healthcare services. We need to invest in them. We need to keep these sharks out, keep our NHS public, and keep it rooted in an approach that puts our patients and our communities and their needs at the heart of what they do. Thank you.
Conference, Mike Harrison, proudly representing Unite Wales, supporting motion 11.9 from Wrexham CLP. Conference, we are facing a modern food scandal that is growing quietly and dangerously, the widespread consumption of ultra-processed food. Supermarket shelves are flooded with products that are designed for convenience, speed and shelf life. Meals that are microwave ready in 4 minutes dominate many homes. Not because people choose them freely, but because many have no other option. For those living on low incomes or universal credit, or for those receiving personal PIP, personal independent payment, who may be living with chronic illness or disability, ultra-processed foods are often the only meal they can afford or physically prepare. Let's be clear, conference. This isn't about individual choice. It's about a systematic inequality. It's about the fact that fresh, unprocessed food is too often more expensive, harder to access and harder to prepare, especially if you're managing pain, fatigue or mobility issues. This food, high in additives, sugar and salt, is contributing to a public health crisis. Obesity, diabetes and high blood pressure are reaching epidemic levels. Many don't even know they're affected until it's too late. And it is our NHS that's already under immense strain that bears the burden. We have made progress on smoking with clear warnings on packaging and public awareness campaigns, but ultra-processed foods, still sold, still marketed with no warnings, no limits and no real debate. Let's say it plainly, this is a new public health emergency, and those who are struggling the most are the ones paying the highest price. Conference, we call on the Welsh Labour Government to take this seriously, investigate the impacts, draw up a bold plan, create a health policy that tackles food inequality at its roots. It's time to treat ultra-processed food with the same urgency we once treated tobacco. The health of our people, especially the most vulnerable, depends on it. Conference, I urge you to support this motion and I urge you to oppose the cuts to benefits. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name's Sarah and I'm from Wrexham Labour Women's Forum. As much as I am very much in support of motion 9 and as well motion 10 that unfortunately fell, I am going to be speaking in support of motion 11 again, so you're kind of having a bit of a lot of Wrexham people kind of talking here, so I am sorry. Give me a second just whilst I get my notes up. It's forgotten who I am. So there's the old saying that you are what you eat. Well, according to Monroe and et al., in a study conducted in 2021, in the UK, that's 57.8% ultra-processed foods. The UK has joined with the US in being leading nations of eating ultra-processed food. And the main culprits are found in our bread, they're found in drinks, and I'm sorry to say sausage butties, because sausages are pretty high there. The name might make you shudder a bit, but the consequences are beginning to emerge. A recent meta-analysis highlighted that they are a contributor to obesity, low HDL cholesterol, and even, and it's a kind of a weird phrase that was put in here, a general contributor to overall mortality. Looking further though, this issue is disproportionately affecting those of us who are less well off. Looking overall, ultra-processed foods are targeting youths and adolescents in their marketing, and recently, looking at school meals, 80% of the food served is ultra-processed. Going further into that figure, it's also found to be higher in packed lunches and higher for lunches from those of lower incomes. It hits the lowest income households harder. 72% of the most deprived decile in the UK are living with obesity compared to 58% of the least. Child poverty rates have increased in real terms, and these populations are disproportionately affected by UPFs. So I'm calling on you to help support the motion 11. Let's help lift the lid on this butty box and see what's in there and try and figure out a plan forward.
Okay, because everyone's been so quick, we can get just 2 more speakers. Can I get the lady in white over there, and we will take the woman sitting next to her as well, why not? You've got a double hit on that one. What? You've got a double hit.
Thank you. Amber Courtney, Unison Cymru, and I'm going to speak to you today about Claire's campaign. There's going to be some repetition from the previous speakers, but as we've already heard, even it's often way too easy to dismiss when women talk about health. So I think that any repetition is worth being made. I'm really lucky to have been able to call Claire a really good friend. We lived together at university and we celebrated many milestones together. We graduated together, we holidayed together, we shared heartbreak, loads of parties, gigs and festivals, and we even worked together for a time as well. But one milestone I don't think either of us could ever have been prepared for was when Claire was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and then her untimely death at 42 years old. So for many of you here, Claire was not a stranger. Whether you knew her personally, professionally, or had seen her through her campaigning, there is no doubt that she was an intelligent, driven, articulate and confident woman. So if this could happen to Claire, this could happen to any woman. And I stand here before you today on behalf of Unison Cymru. Our membership is made up predominantly of women. And on behalf of Unison Women, on behalf of women in Wales, and on behalf of all the Claires out there, things have to change. There's a gender health gap. We've got a system that is inherently biased against women, a health system that dismisses, downplays, and does not listen to women in need. I read back over the written evidence that Claire provided to the Health and Social Care Senedd Committee recently, and her words read, "I was made to feel like I was neurotic." On the 12th of May, Claire died of stage 4 gynecological cancer. She was not neurotic. And of course, the bias in our health service goes beyond gender, and as my colleague Kemba very clearly spelled out earlier, there are injustices within our system based on other areas that need to be addressed around race, and I'm sure disability as well. And these biases see concerns being attributed to emotional and psychological issues. These biases mean that the onus is on women to advocate for themselves to be heard. And these biases mean that women patients who see female doctors are more readily listened to than if they see male doctors. We don't see those same stats for men. The problems are systemic and there's no quick or easy fix. Unison is campaigning at a UK level for a better focus on the health needs of women, to inform evidence-based healthcare and to support an understanding of the importance of gender equality in health. Now, I know our Labour-led Welsh Government has a record of being really proactive in the face of discriminatory practices. And the Women's Health Plan does, to some extent, go to address these issues. And I know that our Cabinet Secretary will be personally really invested in this, being a friend of Claire's as well. But consider this. According to Stats Wales, in July 2022, only 35% of gynecological cancers met the single cancer pathway target, for which no patient is to wait more than 62 days for treatment. 2.5 years later, that figure stands at 39%, which unfortunately shows that very little progress has been made and remains well below the Welsh Government's target of 75%. So for the Women's Health Plan to adequately achieve its vision to improve health outcomes for women in Wales, it is clear that gynecological cancer has to be a specific focus within that health plan. So thank you, conference. Please support, or we can't support the motion, but as this policy develops, please make sure that you support the policy development. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
Brynhan Da conference. In fact, time-wise, it might be not a third now, I'm not too sure. So Tess Morris speaking from Unison. I'm actually going to speak in support of motion 11, ultra-processed foods, but I just wanted to just make a small comment before I do. My former comrade made the statement regarding school dinners being 80% of ultra-processed. I actually have to rebut that and say, please, were you referring to packed lunches? Because as a school governor and a link officer in the Blaen Rhondda Primary School, I actually pride myself in working with the schools in RCT to provide an excellent nutritional balanced meal. In fact, we've just changed our menu and most of the products on there are fresh vegetables, fruits and meats. In fact, we've removed most of the processed food. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. And I think it's important, actually, I make that comment, because as a link governor in a school in the South Walian Valleys, I was actually alarmed when sitting with children and we were going through certain products that I didn't know what children didn't know, in the sense of a child didn't understand what a kiwi fruit was. They were really surprised when kiwi was offered as a pudding. And they were surprised that yoghurt also came in other formats. And when we looked at it, it was pretty much was blended fruit and direct cream yoghurt. So it's important to understand that the future of our generations need to know the rights and wrongs foods to eat. And that's where we need to target children. The other thing I would say is, I think most of us learned in the pandemic when we struggled to get to supermarkets, especially those that are in rural areas, that we really benefited from our humanities and our cooking classes that maybe some of us of an older nature benefited from. I can cook a meal from scratch. I can make a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread has 4 ingredients: yeast, flour, salt and water. Not 17 ingredients is what I found on a loaf of bread the other day. I'm fortunate that I spend time with my children learning to cook basic foods and vegetables and dinners, but the problem is that's not universally known. And what I would say is, while we're looking at ultra-processed foods, it's not too dissimilar to a few years ago when we were having conversations about sugar tax and things on sodas and pops, that we saw the dangers of those. It needs to be a balance. We need to look at ultra-processed foods in one sense, but we also need to look at education, and they must go together. Okay, we must re-educate our youth on what's the right thing to eat to prevent the future pandemic. And I say an epidemic. And I say this as someone standing in front of you. I have liver disease. I have something called non-alcohol fatty liver disease caused by eating, sadly, the wrong types of food. Now, I'm fortunate in that I'm in remission and I'm now getting better. But there are many people that I have to liaise with that are not going to have the same chance as I. And they wish that they had known better and had more opportunities. If you are a single parent or you're struggling for money and you go into a supermarket and the left aisle shows you shiny packets of food that will feed you for a few hours or a few days and it's a couple of quid, compared to the right side where it's healthy food, it's probably lasts one meal and will cost 5 times as much. When does it become a problem for all of us and not just the person doing the shopping? Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you.
Everybody, I think that was a very, very powerful debate. To close the debate, we were due to have Sarah Murphy here, but unfortunately she's been taken poorly in the last day or so, so I'm sure conference would join with me in sending her best wishes. But the good news is we get Jeremy again, 2 for 1. Early your money today, Jeremy. So would you be okay, good enough to close the debate, please? Thank you.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I would like to start by joining the many speakers who've paid tribute this afternoon to Claire O'Shea. She was a brave and passionate campaigner whose work to highlight medical misogyny and to improve healthcare for all women will leave a lasting legacy. Claire was an incredible advocate for women's health and will be painfully missed by all of us who were her friends or had the honour to know her. Her experiences and her voice played an important role in shaping the Women's Health Plan. And even though it hasn't been able to be formally moved today, I'd like to thank the Cardiff West Women's Branch for bringing forward this important motion in Claire's name. I'd also like to respond to the other 2 motions. We agree with the thrust of the SHA motion about primary care and will be supporting it. I think we are already seeing the growth of salaried GPs organically throughout the system in Wales. And Derek, I agree that we need more NHS dentistry, and I'm confident that the new contract will help us make progress towards that. And we are also supporting Wrexham's important motion about ultra-processed food, and grateful to delegates for the debate that we have had on all of those issues this afternoon. Conference, I'm pleased to see so much support specifically for the Women's Health Plan, working with Sarah Murphy. My job is to make sure that we realise Claire's vision and the ambition in the plan, and I want it to be a real catalyst for change in Wales so that all women can benefit, that all women's voices are heard, that all women are listened to, and that all women have better outcomes. The plan is 6 months old, and in that short time we've seen really good progress. £3 million for the first dedicated Women's Health Research Centre in Wales, real progress in developing women's health hubs in each part of Wales, a new endometriosis treatment pill available on the NHS in Wales, and GPs are undergoing specialist treatment training to improve the diagnosis and treatment of endometriosis. It affects 1 in 10 women in Wales. We've invested already in new services and support to improve care for women. But conference today, I can promise you that the next Welsh Labour government will continue to improve the care of women with endometriosis and access to services. We will develop accredited regional centres for endometriosis care across Wales to improve access to specialist support. And we will create a network of community and primary care endometriosis clinics to be based in the new women's health hubs. News today about our plans in relation to services for neurodivergent children. Demand for assessments has increased rapidly in recent years, and too many children are waiting too long. We are working with the NHS to reform services and support as part of our neurodivergence improvement programme. In November, you'll recall, we announced an extra £3 million for health boards to target and eliminate the longest waits for children's assessments. More than 2,000 extra assessments were carried out by the end of March, and we have successfully eliminated 4-year waits. But we will do more. Conference today, I'm announcing an extra £5.6 million to eliminate all 3-year waits for children's neurodevelopmental assessments in Wales as a minimum by the end of March. In some parts of Wales, this will enable the NHS over the next 10 months actually to go further and cut waiting times to less than a year. I hope this will bring some hope to families who are worried about their children and are currently waiting for an assessment. We know there are too many in that position. It's another example, colleagues, of how this Labour government is committed to improving the NHS, to reducing long waits, to making sure everyone gets the right treatment at the right time from the right service. A Welsh Labour government committed to delivering for the people of Wales. Thank you, Conference.
Okay, let's move to the votes. So just a reminder, the WEC supports all the motions that remain. So can I take a vote on motion 9? All those in favour? All those against? That's passed. Can I take a vote on motion 11? All those in favour? All those against? That's passed. I can't take a vote on motion 10, but I would ask to recognise Claire's amazing contribution, that we give her a round of applause to recognise her. Thank you, Conference. And that concludes our business today. The evening fringes are on their way. Get going. The food's getting colder, so you want to get there quick. We will start training sessions tomorrow at 9:30. And again, there will be hot food at those things, so please get there nice and early. And we will be back at the hall at 10:45 sharp tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you all. Enjoy your evening. Thank you, Conference.